Hello there, fools, and hello, Void. Welcome in. Today we are playing It Gets So Lonely Here. Hi, welcome in, Void. Also, the title is a Spooky Jumpscare Mansion reference. I'm quoting Jeffrey, our good pal. He's very lonely, so I decided to incorporate him into my stream title. But yeah, yesterday I was looking for games on itch.io, which I was like, maybe it's a game that will play like in just one big stream, and I looked at this one. It said like 2 to 3 hours of gameplay, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes us a bit longer, but I think it was something like that. And I think that this is sort of like a visual novel type game, but I'm not entirely sure. I didn't look too much into it. I also don't think it's specifically horror-y, but it still looked really interesting, so I decided that we would play this for the random horror game that I find on itch.io stream. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I have high hopes because it looks really cool. So yeah, let's get started. I don't think there's anything that I'm forgetting. There it is. I've already messed with options a bit, so everything should be good. I think the audio's fine, everything like that, so let's just get started. I mean, why not? You're running through a forest. It's late at night, and the sky's... Into the woods, I got an achievement for starting. Who knows what might be waiting for you? It's late at night, and the sky's as black as pitch. There's nothing to light your way save the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you, not properly. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you're going, even if you'd commenced your flight at a more sensible hour. However, with the light of the sun to aid you, he would be of little use. You do not know where you're going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You're running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy, with no destination in mind. You have no desire, as you run, save to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught. If that were to happen, you're certain that you would be ruined. You have no choice, therefore, but to keep going, on and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. Damn, just right into it, right into the deep end. Holy golly, sorry, my computer screen's being a bit... Jesus, that's getting a bit loud. Scorpions or some shit. You have no idea how long you've been running. Time's begun to blend together. It's lost all meaning. Something sharp snags at the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what has happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears, the sand splitting through the forest, and you stumble forwards with a shocked gasp. You're free, but at what cost? Well, your skirt, apparently. That's the cost. Whoopsie. I'm free and now my skirt's a little bit ripped. Whoopsie. My bad. Your skirt has been irrevocably damaged. And I'm using big words, so you don't even know how damaged your skirt really is. Take that, bitch. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. Yeah, I'm running from something, so I don't think I need to worry about my skirt so much. If you do not start running again, and soon, she will catch you. Then your life will be over. You do not know if she's still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her, silhouetted beneath a tree, looking at you with that sickly sweet smile which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. Your legs would lock up and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then you would crumple. You'd fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. Did she not promise, when you made that contract, that you would never be alone? You would like to take back that silly wish of yours, but it's too late for that. It's too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. I'm wondering if the audio's good. It might not be. Because it feels loud to me, and I only have my volume at like, what, 20-something? Let's turn it down slightly, but not by much. We'll turn it down to like there. That should be good. But it sounds a little bit loud to... maybe a bit louder. It sounds a little bit loud to me. So I'm wondering on stream... Let's put it like there. Hopefully that should be good. I don't know if it was good, but like... It feels loud to me, so I'm thinking it might be too loud for stream, but it might not be. I don't know. I can't hear. You run and run and run, while icy fog swirls around your feet. It's cold enough to sap the heat from your body, and you shudder from it. It feels as though you're drowning. It feels as though you're being buried alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this, but if you value your own life, you must. You run and you run and you run, until at long last, you reach a fork in the road. There are 3... Especially this, I don't know what this noise is, but it keeps on happening. Is that a sound effect, I'm assuming? Let me turn that down slightly. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself though, not when you have put so much effort into running forwards. You can only press on. The 3 paths are signposted, which is something of a strange sight given you're so deep in the forest. Dark though it might be, you've grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick out the writing on this old dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Your fate, if you'll forgive me for sounding cliché, is in your hands. Thank you, narrator person. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Oh golly, are there multiple... There's multiple things... Well, I want to go to a castle, personally. That sounds pretty awesome. Yeah, I think I want to go to a castle. That sounds awesome. So, you want to go to the castle? Good idea. Not really, but I mean, it sounds cool. I don't think it's a good idea for a place to hide, but it just sounds cool. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once they're beleaguered. Put upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princess they once dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty barefoot peasants? Yeah, fuck those peasants. I'm gonna go to a castle. It's far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. That is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be some mercenary. I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlight meanderings. Golly, Mr. Narrator, you use a lot of big words. The night is far from over, and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you've brushed up on your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with a sovereign. I really hope that this narrator, like, ends up being a character that we see later, and the voice is, like, completely not what I've given them. Royals can be temperamental, after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. I'll remember that. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary arching legs which feel ready, at a moment's notice, to detach from your hips. You're little more than a wisp of a girl, but you've been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb, you feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down and Let's put that down like that. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you'll find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions, as you run, of a vast opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and a queen inside this castle, you ponder, who will be kind and wise, and what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, with soft pink lips, pursed like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. She'll be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters, for that matter. You're only guessing. You're not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as far... I don't know where far came from. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Was there not a very famous queen who once said, with a cavalier wave of her hand, that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. Though royals are supposed to grant their subjects succour in their time of need, this does not always happen. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they are subject to the same caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless, and selfish, and inconsiderate. I was about to say, can we get a new character speaking so that I'm not having to say such big words? This narrator's a bitch. But then I realized if we meet a royal, they're probably also gonna have pretty big words, let's be honest. There's no guarantee that this mythical princess of your imagination will help you. Why, there's no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. And not like this. It is this hope which keeps you going. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It's still cold, though, and foggy, and very, very dark. The sun is yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl, or orb, or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. Well, if I wanted to drown, I would have gone to the shore. The castle's not all dark, though, not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within, in the narrow slitted windows. I'm sorry, I'm gonna turn it down a little bit more. It might be completely fine, and I'm sorry if it is, but to me it sounds too loud. It's distracting me if nothing else. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and the queen, perhaps? What of their servants? Or perhaps, more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect, as you stand there, that armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of king and queen, so-and-so. King and queen, so-and-so. Do you not know of your place, foolish peasant girl with a dirty skirt? Begone with you! You are not of course a peasant, your family is a wealthy one, or rather, they were, before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. Also, when I was calling the village people peasants, that was coming from my heart, my soul. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But, though you stand there dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on inside the castle. There's nobody outside of its perimeter standing sentry. There's nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates, which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior, are open, just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There's nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You've come so very far, it will be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on, go! You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has at long last begun to fail you. And then you step forwards. You slide between the wrought iron gates, as stealthy and as secretive as a thief, then cross the path which leads up to the tall imposing structure. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself. Horn from stone is closed, but at a push of your palm, it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. Thither, I assume that's a real word, but thither, that's so funny. I hope it's a real word, I want to use that. Thither, towards that place. Not sure it had been necessary to attract him thither. I hope I'm pronouncing it right, because if it's pronounced like thither, I'm the happiest that I've ever been. If there are any guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should all have been alerted by that sound. Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? What will they throw you in the dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend a night. At least, you would have a roof over your head though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You're thankful for your good luck though it does make you wonder. Where is everybody? Why, it is almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared. Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown, then press your palm back against the door. You push less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There's no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. That's a good point. If there's no guards, no laws, no rules to stop me. Your entry to the castle secured, you then take a step forwards. The door swings shut behind you, and the resultant slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs, and with wild eyes you glance about. You're standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone, which splits off into any number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, is a large elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside— I bit my tongue, sorry. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches, set in sconces in the stone wall, which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that is the case though, then who lit these torches? It is a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage, and cry out, addressing the empty hall in timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. "Hello," you say, your eyes wide. "Is anybody there?" Your voice echoes through the vast empty hall, but it is met yet again with silence. You cannot say you're too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again, and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody is here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps, they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You will never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know. It's time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floor of the castle, which are of a similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghosts of eons past, memorialized on portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. This floor, too, you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways, until at long last you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it is light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? I would suggest then that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be awaiting you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Oh golly, oh gee, oh I'm gonna get golly hecked, I'm gonna get golly hecked, and golly die. Then you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself to you. Surely, you stand on the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It is a chamber so luxuriant, not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. Oh golly, oh no! Actually, this is a good thing, question mark? Hi, ma'am, please be nice. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Yeah, I do. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she's very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She's so striking, you cannot look away from her. And there she is! She's so beautiful! Oh my goodness, look at her! The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half so endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress's, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath a bonnet. Is that how you pronounce that? I think it's bonnet. I'm not entirely sure though. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl is of a similar age to you, It seems strange that she would content herself by playing with dolls. How old are we? I'm gonna assume like... the 19 to 21. I don't know. I don't know. How old is it to not want to play with dolls anymore? Not sure. Is she not too old for it? Alright, 40. This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in a doll's hand. But you're not afforded much more time to stand there, marvelling at the girl, because she turns. She raises her head. Then her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when you first observed her, sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed, examining her doll. Now she's looking at you, however, her face illuminated by the flames in their grate. You can see that you were mistaken. She's fucking ugly as hell. I had to get the ugliest princess in the world. She's not just pretty, she's beautiful, so much so it is breathtaking. She looks as though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she's none of those things. The doll on her lap is a cold, hard thing, made of porcelain, and it is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. Damn, hey, leans on non-existent lamppost and falls. Hey, go, with Riz. Hey, go, ooh. Hey, girl, yeah, let me just lean on this, hey, girl, gulp, I saw you from here, cause I broke in your house, gulp, I hope I can stay, twiddling my fingers. If she were I already said this, I don't have to read it again. That if she were a mirage, there's nothing got to say. It is strange though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who's holding it. She's so startlingly beautiful, she even puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? You're rather hopeless when it comes to them, even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but... well, it's not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. Oh, look at her, she's so pretty. Look at her smile. Is she a vampire? She's gonna kill me, isn't she? She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. Oh. Far less refined, okay. Oh. I don't fucking know. How do I sound less refined like this? Oh. The girl says, in a voice that, surprisingly enough, far less refined than her appearance. It's good to see you. I've been waiting. Has she? That's news to you. You blink, perplexed, a response on the tip of your tongue, but you're unable to expel it into the ether. The girl is setting her doll aside, and then she stands, a hem of her dress swishing about her legs, and it's not ripped and filthy like yours. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. Her room is so large, that's quite a lot of space. Then takes your hands in her own. You must, the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement. Be my new lady's maid. It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you finally arrived. I knew that you would. You'd never leave me alone, not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. The girl's good mood is contagious, so much so you find yourself being swept away in it. You're tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. Aren't I like running from a monster or some shit? I was running from something. I made like a deal. Am I not terrified? You know what? I'm fine, pretty lady. All my fears are washed away. You've never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve, not if she's always this kind. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You're not a good enough actress, and in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so very familiar? It is with blank, bovine eyes that you examine the girl. She is running from the "oh" and "art law" comments. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, her fingers sliding away from your own, "Or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all?" The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant, so much so your heart clenches. You do not know her, she is still a stranger, but you're struck, all of a sudden, with the intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You are not aware, you tell her, that you would apply to be her maid, but if that is what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though, for your discombobulation. Discombobulation, such a fun word. You come from a distant country, and you've travelled for many miles. You know not where you are, and you do not know who she is. What? You don't know who I am? It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her, though that is no fault of her own. Why, you've spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. Ah, so you're a fugitive then, from another country. I see. I won't pry into your past then, if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all, or at least they should. Now, this is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you would find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she's merely telling the truth. If you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and my mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. Oh, I was hoping for a princess. This is really handy. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of these foreign countries that you come from. It is very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. And the person narrating this was Scatman John. I fucked up the scatting. How do I fuck up scatting? You tell her unthinkingly that it is your pleasure, really, to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the world has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Then you stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Yes, that's right. I'm a princess, and one day I'll be a queen, after I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So, she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. You hadn't known, before you entered this chamber, that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. An ugly, red flush creeps up your face, a flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress, as you look to your feet. Bashfully, you stammer out a new address, that you're very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope that she can forgive you. Oh, it's all right. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you want to know. You said you went from around here. You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You're not from this world at all. How wait, are we just skipping over that? Are we skipping over that bit? That seems pretty important to know. How wonderful. I'll look forward to picking your brain later. All of my servants come from the nearby village. Their tales are all the same, and so are their superstitions. Oh, those peasants? Yeah, I didn't go there. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me that I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in here for so long. I hardly ever get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning, by degrees, into something rather more pensive. But I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while, or any of the other servants for that matter. They've all disappeared. Now, that is quite curious. How could a whole household full of servants simply disappear? That I don't know. This castle was full of servants once, My ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and a large retinue of retainers. They're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. But, then again, they never explain anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It's so tiring. She said that her ministers sent her servants away. What of her parents, the king and queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? They would, yes, if they were still alive, but they're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants. Oh, you answer, and then you flush. You hadn't known. It's all right. You don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. I'm just happy that I have you now. Oh my god, I'm blushing. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yes. Sorry, did you mention partners? You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan, with an intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back. Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. You've no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle's so big, and without my servants it feels so very empty. It gets so lonely here. She said the line! She said the line! Oh my god. I am so lonely. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It's very interesting that she said that exact phrase. I wonder if we went to the village in the, Shaw? Was it Shaw? They might have used a different word, but I think it was like a Shaw. If we went to those, would we have met different girls who would have also said it gets so lonely here? I really hope so. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? I also wonder if we can go to those other areas, if there are. Or if we've chosen what we're doing from going to the castle. I wonder. Have you heard it before? I have. You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew, in that curiously conversational manner of hers, which does not seem particularly princessy. Maybe she learnt how to speak from her servants. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined. Jesus, what the fuck? Your consonants are so unrefined. Ugh. Oh, but listen to me, yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Would you like me to show you to her room? Yes, the princess... sorry. Yes, the princess announces, before you can say anything in reply. I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like amazing here, and I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all. The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Fortunately, she does not show all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, whereat she offers you some victuals. Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark twisting hallway, and up a series of equally dark twisting steps until she arrives at long last before a door. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber's not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. This room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There's a malodorous scent, too, which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. You get the feeling that nobody slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here. Though, if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it is that it is cold in every room of her abode. Now here we are, the final stop of our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking. The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like those of loyal dogs. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she's afraid that you will turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she's awfully eager to please. This unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but it is more than passable. It has a roof and 4 walls, and though it is cold, you fancy you will feel warmer once you've slept beneath the bed sheets. The room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatoire, and neither is it so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. You will not be expected to share it with anybody else. There's only one bed in this room, and this bed is to belong to you. You think that the peace and quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof, in this teeny tiny room, which is all cramped. There's 10 beds up there, and they're so close together, there's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went up there, not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day, and I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I'd be skulking around, I don't think she would have been very pleased. Best pleased. Well, you're a princess, you can do what you want. Fucking execute. Execute the fucking housekeeper. Execute the servants. Execute everyone. Except me. Please, marry me, actually. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though, in the attic, with all those empty beds. I don't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit, one that's unbecoming for a lady. The housekeeper's warned me enough times. You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much. That is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You're always scolded too, back in the conservatoire, for your behaviour. You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided, not for any particular misdemeanour, but for being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand, the princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so eepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow. If you don't mind my ceaseless prattle, I'm glad you seem to appreciate it at least. I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All of my old maids did. She's lovely. I'm sure that nothing scary or bad will happen. We just have an eepy. Yeah, I'm just a little eepy gal with a torn skirt and some filthy hands. The princess departs, and in her absence, you take a seat upon the bed. Your new bed. Wait, am I still in the filthy clothes I was in? Madame, can I get some new clothes, please? I'm filthy. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, hurting for your life amongst the tall, imposing trees with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You're indoors, inside a castle no less, and you've been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. Okay, she did give me clothes. Thank you, madame. Oh, she's so lovely. I'm sure that nothing terrible or scary will happen later. It seems premature still to declare that you're out of the woods, in a metaphorical sense I mean, but things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand on legs which feel too weary to support you, and change into the nightclothes hanging in the wardrobe. Did the princess mention the nightclothes? She might have, and I just wasn't paying attention. By the way, are you ever gonna learn a name? I bet it's Clarissa. The nightclothes do not fit you perfectly, but you're too tired to care about that. You're too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then, you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. And, lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You're so very tired, your sleep is a deep, dark one, darker even than the furthest abysses of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though in this case, I rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They are not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know that they are not. Otherwise your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in a... Okay. Fair. Nah. Phenikistoscope. 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 Like the ghostly images in a phenikistoscope were not conjured from within your mind. They were instead taken from your memories. You are not merely dreaming, you are remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory, and how they always hastened to use the shower first, so you were last for breakfast. What? How rude! You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snaffled up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled too to find a seat, once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favours. They never asked for these favours, mind, but why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies too, many of them wealthier than you. Oh, bars. When everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Yo, relatable. I've currently had a cold for it. It's not the winter yet, but you can probably tell in my, how my throat sounds in my last few streams that I've been a bit sicker than usual. And I'm also drinking a lot of water for my throat, so that I don't sound absolutely horrible, so that I'm not reading it like, you stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you're one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, when they remembered that you existed, of course. It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatoire, to carry school bags across the field, like a pack mule. Then, come the evenings, the girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons, and ironing out the creases and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead, and as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed, and they laughed, and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt more considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps, and the pinches. Once, during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least pretended to, and before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. Holy shit! These girls are evil! What the fuck? Villain! Oh my god! Like, being a bitch, that's the one thing. Stabbing someone with scissors? Holy shit! Imagine someone being so, like, just like, you know, someone that you don't really know, they're just a bit sick, quiet, they're kind of small. You're like, ugh, that bitch, I'm gonna stab her today. Oh my god. This happened quite some time ago, when you're even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp, and they perforated your skin, not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red, like strawberry jam, all over your embroidery. Then, when your professor saw it, she shrieked. You spilled the jam! What the heck, you dumbass? I don't have a name either, do I? I'm calling myself... Let me just, like... Ba-da-da-da... F. Alright. Girl names beginning... F. My name will be... Flora Shaw. I pressed a random key on my keyboard and it was an F. And then I looked up girl names beginning with F, and Flora was one of them. I'm Flora because I don't think I'm getting a voice. And because there's flowers on the text box, it's so fitting. When we get a name, I'll have a name, but I'm Flora. I just decided, because why not? Her face turned as pale as when as pale as way. Sorry, I didn't know that was a word. As booky way. I was expecting you to be Spookma. I mean... Spookma balls. Got him. Her face turned as pale as way, and she looked, for a few moments, as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Yeah, I don't know why I decided on, like, a regular-ass name. I was like, I can't think of a name, I'm just gonna look up girl names beginning with F. But, like, yeah, Spookma was right there. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand. Then demanded to know why you could not be more careful. What the fuck you? Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt you all the more. They never were punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was all your fault. Faithful little kids arena. Slowly losing my sanity. That's such a good name. Flirtazina. Because I'm always flirting with women. Oh my god, yes. That's actually, I'm Flirtazina now. Flirtazina all the way. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. He did not even need any It healed well enough in time, on its own, though it still left a scar, a white raised thing, like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. That's what scars do. They left a scar. You still have that scar. Like, yeah, scars don't go away, do they? I'm pretty sure I heard that scars never go away. I have lots of scars. I'm very not careful. I've cut myself so much. I have so many scars on my, specifically my arms, really. You do not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron, but it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates, too, would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. Sorry. Probably shouldn't be streaming a visual novel, but this game just looked so interesting. I couldn't pass it up. And so I'm really glad. Even though we haven't really got anywhere yet, really, I'm still enjoying it a lot. Modded cum, you say? Oh my god, I'm gonna make that princess modded cum. Oh, please somebody shoot me. But this seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing is possible, even more inconsequential. You feel disoriented when you awake, at long last, with the rising of the sun. I need to be put in the Iron Maiden. You do not remember what you dreamt, but you do not think that your dreams were of a particularly pleasant nature. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. You're lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatoire, not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until, with a grasp, it all clicks into place, gasp, not grasp. You remember now. You were running through the woods, trying to escape from... You shudder. You do not want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip, though, because you're still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. And you remembered that anime, One Piece. It got good around episode 150, but... You know, that's when it started to really pick up. I haven't watched One Piece, there's no way I'm watching all that. I would have made a better One Piece reference if I had. You still have all of your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. Alright, nose, check, that's there. Mouth, I feel my lips too. Eyes, yep, I can close them. I have lids, I can see. My hair's on right, okay, cool. I see my chin, yep. Normal. Alright, cool. Alright, my face is all good. That is more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed, then blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see, lying upon the sheets, a garment, 2 garments actually, of black and white, folded into a neat white square. What could that be? Her maid's outfit? Am I gonna be her maid? What the heck? If so, it would not be too surprising. Oh right, I was a maid. That was already decided. I forgot. Sorry, I was just so eepy. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that is the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. I'll be a beautiful girl's maid, absolutely, why not? It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. You press your fingers against the humble made attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. By the way, the word quarry being in there, I want to say something real quick that, like, is not going to make sense to anyone but me. But I've been watching Jacksepticeye play Spider-Man 2 recently, and Harry looks like, I don't remember his name, but that one guy from the quarry, which, spoilers, I think he's the guy who cut off his arm or his leg, but I can't remember his name. But Harry from Spider-Man 2 looks so much like that guy. It's like Nick or something. I don't know. But like, completely unrelated. But that's just something that's been bugging me recently that I haven't had anywhere to like say. But like, am I wrong? Maybe it has been a while since I've seen the quarry, but like, am I crazy? Where was my teeth? Oh no, they're missing! Fuck, I forgot to check my teeth! You press your fingers against the humble mate attire. It feels surprisingly soft at the touch, not coarse like you expected. Why would it be coarse? These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them there? If so, that is all the more reason to wear them. You're not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white, and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from the girl that you once were. It's been a day and I've just become a maid. It's not like much has happened. I just ran away from something and then became a maid. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You're no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. I guess I was a student, and now I am a maid. You would far rather be her servant. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to your mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one, with many, many rooms, and many, many hallways to connect them, and for a brief while you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You're beginning to feel rather disoriented when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them, then find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be. Yes, it's here! You rap upon the door, but receive nothing in the way of response. Is the princess still abed? You wonder briefly whether you oughtn't wait until she's arisen on her own accord, but no. The sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought instead to rouse her. Not arouse her. That would be unbecoming of a lady. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher when viewed in the one morning's light. You can see now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view, how very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing, as is the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She's attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across her pillow like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one she was cosseting last night. You suppose this doll must be her favourite. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is. I wonder what her name is! Though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It's time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut, and her lips pursed in a slumber. You purse your lips too, and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favourable one, however. She sighs. Nice. They're just the response I was looking for. Then turns away from you, her dull clutch to her chest. Just give me a little longer. The princess sounds so enfeebled, you do not take pity on her. Damn, I'm gonna fucking rouse her up. Hey, get up, you fucker! If you've learnt anything from the conservatoire, save a knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of fish, it is that one must be cruel to be kind. You do not think this adage— I have no idea how that word could possibly be pronounced other than adage. Adage? Adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatoire, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her once again to wake up, more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she slept long enough already. I mean, does she have anything to do? Let the girl sleep. You were eepy until a little while ago. It is very slovenly, really, to still be abed at such an hour. Or do we even know what time it is? I don't even think we have clocks in this time. The sun's up, but who knows? Maybe it's winter and it's fucking... No, wait, maybe it's summer. When does the sun rise early? Maybe it's... Shut up! Maybe it's like 5 AM. What then? Fletazina? Defeated, the princess sighs. Alright, I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. Oh, look at her! I'm up, you don't need to nag me. Once you've roused the princess from her bed and you've put her doll to one side, you set upon her toilette. Toilette. You aid the princess in the brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. But a curious query from the princess, "Are you alright, dear one?" brings you back to your senses. You were rather lost in thought there. Look lively now, you don't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? I thought that you had learnt your lesson about that already. Suitably chastened, you finish with the princess's hair, then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start in to retire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at you askance. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, and nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of a nightgown. Divesting? Divest, I don't know. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that all right? You ask the princess as much. You would not wish to There's too many big words. I'm sorry. I'm too stupid for this game. You would not wish to impine upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that's all right. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. Oh, but you were a lesbian. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You've never seen a naked woman before accepting yourself. Even then, however, you've always dressed and undressed, furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than is strictly necessary. You've never much liked the way that you look. You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily. It's all right. I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all of our clothes. I doubt we look much different. You're not sure about that. You've not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you already know to look at her face that you are different. She's much, much prettier than you are. But she's waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then you reach out with trembling hands and begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you're doing, or not doing, if your fingers have begun to seize up with the front of her nightgown. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder, to the windowsill and the sky beyond it. Very nice sky. This guy's better than boobies. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? Ooh, going outside with you. I want to eat the clouds. They do look very yummy. Yeah. You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible, so you can make some progress on dressing her again. Would probably taste like vanilla yogurt or whipped cream. Probably, yeah. I'm hungry for clouds now. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you're able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown, despite your initial mishaps, spurred on perhaps by your anxiety. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown, her motions once again as graceful and as fluid as a dancer's. This task completed, you search hurriedly, worriedly, for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. Knees weak and arms are heavy. There's vomit on your nightgown already. Mom's spaghetti. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily, as you search, the princess standing there all the while, as naked as the day she was born. Can I just be like, hey, where'd you put your dress, by the way? Did you, like, put it in the closet? Because I am personally out of the closet right now, so I might need to go in there to get it for you and then come back out. Sorry, I love closet jokes. Why did you not find her day dress before you stripped her for a night one? You could just ask. I get that she's naked and that's scary because women, but I just be like, hey, sorry, where'd you put your dress, by the way? What a fool you are! The princess, noting your panic, giggles, then says, are you looking for my dress? Yes, you reply, your face flushed. That is what you were doing. Hell, I'm very out of the closet because of this game, wowie. Yeah. I love being just a useless lesbian who's just panicking. Alright, I saw the quotes and I was like, is this Vladizina speaking? But no, yeah, it's the princess because she's naked, so we can't have a, yeah. I was like, who's this? But yeah, I forgot. Naked. Boobies. Forgot about all that. I thought so. I did wonder, before you started undressing me, why you'd not ask where it was. Maybe it slipped your mind. It had slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You were too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bared skin to think about how best to conceal it. My dress is in my armoire. Fuck, that's a big word. I don't know what that even means. I don't know where a dress is. Fuck! The princess says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. The armoire of hers is in an intricately carved wooden structure, large enough, also you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses. I'd like to wear the red one. It's my favourite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially when I'm still naked. She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess and make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. It's just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing once again the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. We see her again! Hi, princess, can we get your name, madame? Can we ever get your name, please? She's easier to look at now, you think, with her skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you've ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Running for my life? That's one thing. Seeing a girl naked? Oh my god! I'm freaking the fuck out! Why, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe. That's so much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you. Surely, you assured the princess that you did nothing, really, nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible. And in any case, being complimented by someone so pretty is embarrassing. I'm sorry, I'm so gay. Don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I when you've been so helpful? It'd be rude not to. And anyway, I think you're very pretty too. Oh my! Your face flushes from this more deeply than ever before. Nah, I don't want to make fun of this. I made fun of it when it was Doki Doki Literature Club, but this one's lesbian, so it's better. Sorry. For legal reasons, I have to disclose that that's a joke. I don't actually think the lesbians are better than straight people. Maybe. You want to count yourself lucky, really. What with all this excessive blushing, that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. You're making yourself quite the easy target. Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day, and I get so very bored of being cooped up inside. You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expansive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick, they put you in mind of a crypt. Well, with this big word, I do want to say, like, I really wonder where this is gonna go. Like, I'm very, very curious. Anyway, acquiescence. With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried. She seems not to walk, as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud. Like a yummy cloud that looks like it tastes of vanilla yogurt or whipped cream. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs, and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look, in the stark midday light, tall and imposing, face the soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It's rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in to a claustrophobic degree, like a coffin. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She instead looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. She gambols about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. I love thither. It's such a fun word. The frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush. One is full of bright red roses. Oh, how very pretty! Do you not think they are gorgeous, dear one? The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose? They make for a fine spectacle, in fact, a welcome splash of colour when contrasted with the dullness and the drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withered things, it is not so for these roses. Chomp! Does look yummy, rose. They are a rich bright red, just like blood, their heads so full, they seem almost to droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. The curtain was red! Tragedy is incoming! No! They're pretty, in a sense. But there's something unsettling about them too, something that is almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers, which is struggling to grow within this garden? It is a fanciful thought, but... Oh, that's simply divine! Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favourite flowers. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. It could use a bit of colour. The princess reaches out so as to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place amongst its brethren. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she's not. Who do you think she was? You? This narrator's a bitch! This narrator's my fucking anxiety, what the heck? That's so rude! Rather than worrying about other people, you'd be better served if you worried more about yourself. The princess holds her newly pelted rose to her nose and inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then, the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. Now, let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me? The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. Oh, I hope that she's talking about me. Why is the narrator... How do you spell it? My brain? The narrator's literally just like... This narrator is... like an anxiety got a fucking thesaurus. The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. The princess continues with this childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. Not unlike how you stripped her of her garbs not a moment ago. These petals flutter about the princess like bloody snow. Like bloody snow they do! The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a pianola. I love Doom Diary, I really do. She loves me not. She loves me not. The princess's fingers hover over the final petal, which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares, "She loves me! I knew it!" You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she has been reciting is one that you're familiar with. The girls of the conservatoire also used to engage in this little game, the younger ones at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child yourself, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Your interest in princes has always been minimal. You are gay. When it comes to fair princesses, though, ooh, well, when it comes to princesses, that's where it was for you. Well, that is a different matter altogether, isn't it? Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle. Oh, dear one, who else would I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you. Naturally. She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much, and indeed, part of you did. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and she laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you're the funniest thing she's ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatoire, but it is different with her. You've not known her for all that long, but you're already entranced by her, ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger. Oh my! The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles as, smiling, she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. Callisto, you? Ew! That was quite the amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? You can't tell? You cannot even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring you, the princess says, tossing the rose's stripped stem carelessly to the ground. You should give it a try. Please do. It'll be fun. Oh, what if I get she loves me not? That would be awkward. If I love you but you don't love me back, princess, that would be really, really, really awkward. I think I did a mild minor choke. I was about to make a pun. No, I'm not gonna say it. No, I'll say it. No, I won't. Yeah, I will. I wish she could choke me. I regret it already. Sorry. A different voice. You wish that she would choke you. Real. The princess retrieves a second rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers and offers it to you. Like, I didn't think that it was gonna be a proper horror game, but I didn't think that it was gonna be gay as all hell. That makes it even better. I'm even more glad that I picked this now. I want to see what fate has in store for you too. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined you would not wish to hurt her. It's already been an hour and the game said like 2 to 3 hours, which I might just be taking longer because I keep talking and stuff. But I wonder if the game's going to be over with the princess, and then maybe we could go back. Maybe we'll play this game 3 times. Once for the princess, once for whoever's in the village, and once for whoever's in the shore. I forgot what that word was, but it was something to do with water, I think I remember. Pier, maybe? I don't remember. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game will be one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna stab a thorn in my finger, am I? Oh no! Oh no! What did I do? Oh, you useless! You can't even be gay right! No! You're clumsy, and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. No! I bled. I touched the thorns. Oh no, it's a metaphor. Even roses have their thorns, and the princess is gonna be evil, and she's gonna kill me. No! The head of the rose might be pretty, but there's more to a rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too. Remember that. Metaphor, 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 metaphor. A fact you are now being painfully reminded of. Pain flares through your finger, and you gasp. Do you not know? You were just like you were being so gay that you couldn't even remember that roses had thorns. You're just like, girls, and you couldn't even remember that roses have thorns. That's like one of the most basic things about flowers, that roses have thorns. Flirt. What was it again? Flirtazina. You useless lesbian. But like not in the way that I'd usually say useless lesbian, as in like you can't communicate with women. But like useless lesbian, as in you are a lesbian and you're useless, unrelated. Pain flares through your finger and you gasp. You take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your finger is stinging, and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid? You poor dear, you're bleeding, the princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. If I'd not suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please, let me take care of you. And how is she going to do that? Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket, with which she might staunch your wound. No, she's a vampire. She's gonna suck my blood. She's gonna heal me. I don't know. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones. How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude, once these aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favours. It simply is not done. I wouldn't complain, honestly. Fair. That is what you always thought, but... Please, hold still. This might sting a little bit. This princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she instead encloses her white, slender fingers around your hand. She's a witch! She's a witch! Oh well. Carefully, as though she is handling a precious object, she raises your hand. Her eyes are fixed, all the while on the beads of startlingly crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip. Oh no! I don't want her licking her lip! Oh no! Then she dips her head. Oh, look at the... Oh, look at... Rose red, but your blood is redder. I got an achievement for that. I'm guessing because we got like a picture of the two. Oh, look at them! She's licking my finger, but in a... I don't know why this is different to how Yuri did it, but it is different. It is. I don't know why, but it's slightly different. Because they're gay. She pouts her mouth. It's because the protagonist isn't being creepy this time, that's why. The protagonist of Doki Doki is fucking a weirdo, but this protagonist is just a useless lesbian. She pouts her mouth, and with a soft sigh, which borders on the sensuous, she slips your injured digit between her teeth. Consent, please, madame, still though. That, you are a lesbian, but please, at least consent. Please. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but feels intimate regardless, almost startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin, and... I'm sorry, I didn't like the word wetness. I don't know why. That word just really got me. Also, her nails are really pretty. There's like one nail that isn't painted, it looks like. Anyway, you can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin, and the wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what it is she is doing. The princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Yes, you gathered as much, but... Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It is not, you say, that she's making you uncomfortable per se, but this is rather awkward. You did not expect it, that is all. And is she not worried that this is unhygienic? Unhygienic? The princess blinks. She is the very picture of innocence, which is funny really, given your finger is still nestled against her tongue. I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do. I have heard that putting fingers in your mouth works for cuts, but like, couldn't you say like, oh here, put the finger in your mouth, not like, oh, I'm gonna put your finger in my mouth, right? Like, am I crazy? I feel like if you bleed, you should put the finger in your mouth. You shouldn't offer your finger to someone else to put in their mouth, right? I don't know. I guess she did say that she'd take care of me. Look at that little smirk. What are you doing? And you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth when she grew older? Well, no, but my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had my ladies' maids to look after me then. How very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like this? No, the princess says, smiling mischievously, because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. Oh, damn. Fuck. I feel like that was targeted. Now that was quite the sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder, if such a thing is possible, though this might perhaps be to your benefit. With some luck, all of your blood will flow to your face rather than to your finger, and your bleeding will stop. See, that's the way to stop bleeding. Just flirt, and then bam, and the bleeding stops, because you're blushing too much. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep on suckling, but she still is. Oh, she's a vampire! Wait, she's out in the sunlight. We all know vampires can't go out in the sunlight. We're safe. I've seen Jojo. You're not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you're sure she would not be so very familiar. You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. It still stings, though. It stings much, much more than any thorn on any rose ever could. My headphones came undone. The days pass, following your misadventures in the rose garden, in a relaxed and hurried sort of a manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, so much so you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life, and the raw, naked body that you undressed. There is no running to be had while you are working for the princess. You would have nowhere else to run, and in any event, there is no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have, at long last, begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in your bed, the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatoire. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused, not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you expend with her, the more you come to care for her. You've become quite besotted with her, but you are yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within this palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night, she chooses to make them known to you. I feel like she already kind of has, right? She said, I'm talking about you. You're the person that I'm saying she loves me. Duh. Like, I feel like it's pretty clear. You were in the princess's chambers later, perhaps than you ought to be, later than is strictly appropriate. It is dark outside, and there's little to save the light of the moon. There is little save the light of the moon to alleviate it, that and the fire which crackles in the gate. You've only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess who's lying in her bed, and you bid her a good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you a pause. Wait, dear one, do not go. Not just yet. Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she's smiling, her expression is unusually wan. Is she alright? I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, you know, which make me feel a little out of sorts. She's a werewolf. She's a werewolf. It's a full moon. She's a werewolf. And what, you ask, does she mean by that? Only that it is very cold and very dark. And it is very windy besides. I'm afraid there'll be a storm later. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for our walk. The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of you promenaded about the gardens earlier, was grey and steely, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone, and it is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier by comparison it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. Hey, girl, it's pretty, cold. How would you like if warm, if I'm warm if I'm with you and then warm? Fuck.
It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable.
You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be alright, all alone in her oversized bed, in her high-ceilinged bedchamber? You know it's silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be alright? There's nobody in the castle to hurt her, but still, you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased perhaps that you are taking the initiative.
I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it is so very late. But would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me? Provided that you can, of course.
This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. It's June. Hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course you could read. You were a poor student in many aspects at the conservatoire, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts, as is stated by your anxiety, having the language of Shakespeare. Reading books is all you've ever been any good at.
Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible. I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do.
The princess's high praises make you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you reassure her, is not such a great feat.
Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like.
This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes.
Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see. Old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here,
The princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table, as thick as a mortuary slab.
The book is old, though, and the bindings are weak. The pages brittle, the writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would do a good job breathing life into those old stories. Would you mind reading to me for just a brief while? Please, dear one. Oh, please.
The princess's request seems a simple one expressed sweetly, so much so, you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess, upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. I've just realised there's an X here, and I really don't know what it's for, so I want to save real quick. I want to save, because wait, I don't want a title. No. There, I want to know what this is. Oh! Oh my god, it's for like a full... Oh my god! I wish I did that with that really cute picture earlier. Wait, can I? I probably could. Should I? Wait, this is really cool. I can, like... go back. I actually kind of want to. Because that one picture was really cool. Sorry, we're going back really quickly. I wanna see. Oh my god! Alright, we have to do this for, like, all of these little pictures, because this is so cute. Look at them, even though it's a little bit weird, but, like, oh my god! That's still so pretty. I really like it. Anyway. Were we here? Yeah. You take a seat beside the princess, upon her luxurious bed, because I just saw this X and I was like, what could that be? It's not the title screen, because that's this. Glad that I checked that out. You take a seat beside the princess, upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. Then you is that right? Probably. Then you retrieve the leather-bound book, which is resting upon her bedside table, and spread it open. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. Oh, the art looks so good. You can feel, in the heft of the book's manifold pages, the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps it is as old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess, a tale of courtly love which culminates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, also it seems, upon your every word. Once you read the final phrase embossed upon the pages of this aged tome, and they lived happily ever after. The princess sorry, it was in quotes, it fucked me up, but that's us speaking, I think. The princess sighs, as though this tale has touched her very soul. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she says somberly. Or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid. You You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is still squalling, and you've never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and says,
And what would be the problem with that, As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety?
Well, of course, you reply, but for a princess to marry a scullery maid.
You're still hung up about that, the princess titters. Don't pay it too much heed, I'm just talking to myself. As if anything like that would ever happen, when there's no priest around who would officiate it.
You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, though she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there'd be nobody to make such a wedding official. You cannot help but feel like you've avoided a good deal of nuisance. But by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind.
That was a nice story, the princess says. But I'm not sleepy yet, and it's still storming outside. Oh, won't you read me one more?
You would not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber.
I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one story to me? Just one? You can choose a short one, I won't complain.
You have some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she is a princess, though that is of course a part of it, but because she is... well, radiant. Because she's...
a girl.
You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story, recounted in this age compendium, want to upset her. You'd rather cut out your own tongue. You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last, impossible adventures culminating as their close, and a happy marriage at their close. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, then another. One-bedroom stories soon becomes 5, and even then, when the candles which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it, her only request that of more. If she were less comely, perhaps I don't know what comely means, but I'm not going to make the funniest joke in the world. If she were less comely, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defect. The princess is very comely, however, and so when she makes her next request, it might be comely, it's probably comely. Yeah, it's probably comely. Not comely. When she makes her next request, you must agree offhand, without considering the ramifications.
We're gonna stay up all night. Oh no, we're not gonna get any sleep. Our sleep schedule's gonna be fucked and we're gonna be up all night. I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big empty bed, so... I know!
The princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm.
Why don't you sleep with me?
Oh, I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it. You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly, you blink. Then, just as slowly, you bid her to repeat herself.
Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. If you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me?
If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it is easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her. It would be an honor. But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? She's hitting on you! You fucking lesbian! She is flirting! It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting, while she observes with wide beseeching eyes.
What if she just wants me to sleep with her in a platonic way, though?
She's waiting.
Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be...
The princess's lower lip begins to tremble.
Don't you want to lie with me after all?
The sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her in no uncertain terms that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you?
Well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me, come!
And that is what you do, after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She's already lying.
Sorry. Are those fireworks? There might be fireworks outside. I don't know if you can hear them, but I don't think so.
She's already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return as though you're a knight-errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you, in your haste to change. You've made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer.
Let me fix that for you, silly.
Oh no, you say. I couldn't possibly let you do that. I am but a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her?
Maybe so,
The princess says.
but I don't mind a bit of a role reversal. It makes things more fun.
You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might be even more stubborn than you are, you capitulate to her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress, then rebutton them so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her.
I don't know why I decided this voice for the narrator. Actually, I kind of do. It's because my throat's been fucked, so I wanted to do a slightly deeper one that wouldn't be so difficult. Because deeper voices, you can't hear the grumble in my voice as much. Whereas, like, here, you might hear that there's just a slight bit of that.
Whereas with this voice, you can't really hear it nearly as much.
And if you can hear it, then it sounds more natural in that voice. Now come in. It must be horribly cold out there, but these sheets are warm.
Coyly, the princess smiles.
And so am I.
You feel warm yourself as you slide into bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle's grounds. All the while, your heart is fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she's having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind?
There,
The princess exclaims, as your body's lying beside hers.
that is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one?
You swallow her hand with a shaky voice. You reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You're quite cozy indeed.
Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know when I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but...
The princess reaches out and takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain.
when I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe, so I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you. I promise.
You return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic?
In a way,
The princess replies after a pause.
but you've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vessels. It's all part of the job description.
You were unaware that being a princess came with the job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign them than, say, becoming a doctor or an astrophysicist or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this sleepily, and she laughs.
You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. You must be a little bit eepy. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it.
Yes, you think, only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You've been working hard for a long time. I've been running for even longer, but now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop, your body beleaguered by a sudden all-consuming fatigue. And, in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wild cats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death, but you do not hear it. Swallowed by the warm blankets about you, and soothed by the princess's presence, you're immune from all the ills of the world. When you're with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and, yes, you even feel loved. It is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long.
Oh no! What's gonna happen? Princess! Oh no, she's locked me in the dungeon! Oh gee! Oh fuck, guys, we're locked in the dungeon! Oh no!
You know that something is wrong, catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you're certain that when you fell asleep, it was in a bed, A nice warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You're not lying in a bed right now, though.
Oh no, is I dreaming? Is the princess not real? Oh no!
You are not, in fact, lying at all.
Oh no, I'm fucking in a skeleton! Oh no! Oh no, this is where the maids have gone. It's a maid. Oh no! Was I a bad maid? Was I not good enough? What have I done?
You are standing, instead, against a cold, hard wall made of stone.
What was my crime? Being gay? What the fuck?
The curve of your back is pressed against the wall so intimately. Intimately? You can feel its icy chills seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold and feeling stone. They feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. You're trembling so much, you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that is indeed where you are. The princess's bedchamber, wherein you fell asleep, is a thing now of the past. You are standing instead, you realize, with a sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You are not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in the simple black and white outfits of servants which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in the expensive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak to you, nor to tell you of their plights.
What gave you that impression? I think that they'd be down for a little chat, don't you?
They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They are all dead. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained, but even if you could, there'd be no point.
I don't... Something tells me I don't need to feel their pulse to know that they're dead. I don't know. A little bit of me thinks I don't need to feel their chest and go, no heartbeat here. You know why? Because I can see that they don't even have a heart. I don't need to feel their chest. They don't even have a chest. What pulse is that to check? Yeah, what the fuck? They seem really lonely. You would want to talk to them. You know, it gets so lonely here.
You cannot approach these yeah, I read that. There is no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there, you see a woman slumped, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There is a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have half escaped, and some sort of burgundy goop which might have once been pale pink. There is another woman slumped beside the first of a smaller stature. She's skinnier. Maybe she's not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age, or lack of, did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors. Alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body's peppered with even more whales, I don't know, and her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her, in the ruined remains of what was once her skull. Over there you see a woman who is missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there you see another who is missing her entire lower half. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they have begun to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you, should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it is no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you're much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart, this too glacial. It is obvious that escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe, like a rat caught in a firestorm. There's little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrists more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, you know, performing a set action over and over again, hoping for a different response. Lift your feet up and swing or something? Might as well have some fun before you die.
Wee! I'm gonna swing on it. Woohoo! I mean, yeah, if I'm gonna die, maybe all of these people died because they were just trying to have some fun, and they were just swinging, and then the next time they like got impaled, got their heads bashed in and all that, got their lower half chopped off. Who knows? Maybe they just looked like that before they came in. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now, that is an interesting point to consider, would you not agree? No, evidently not. You're still trying to escape, you foolish girl, as if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steel restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. What? Who is this narrator? Jesus, this person's just watching me like, ugh, you're so annoying. It's like, bro, I'm locked up. Help me. Or if you're just a disembodied voice, at least do something. At least chat shit in someone else's ears. Chat shit to someone who can save me. What the fuck? It was all accidents, nothing purposeful happened here, totally. Yeah, they were just trying to swing and have fun. And next time they got impaled and had their heads bashed in and all that and turned into skeletons. I just gotta be bored and then I'll be safe. You're making enough noise to raise the dead down there. No pun intended. I know I'm a little bit of a jokester. In your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you've ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Oh no, wait, I want to look at her full dress. Oh, look at her! It looks so pretty. Anyway, she has kidnapped me. Bro's switching up real fast. Look now, she's come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold, inhospitable dungeon to see you. She's so silly, absolute silly queen, we love her. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one, the princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light, lilting steps. It would seem you've finally awoken. How are you? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you've no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head so as to meet the eyes of the princess. She's standing but a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bids one entry, but rarely ever an exit, to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that, for a few moments, it hurts you to look at her. Once, the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance. Now it makes you think of violence. I told you it's symbolic! The rose has thorns! Oh, I called this. Heck, it was all symbolism. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you, by your side until you awoke, but... Once again, the princess giggles, a light airy giggle, which does not at all suit the situation in which you found yourself. A dungeon is not a fit place after all for a princess. It is horribly cold here, and so very drab, and there's nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets. But then they would have gotten dirty, and that would be a disaster. Yeah, because you don't have any maids to clean them, do you? Because you fucking killed them. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. What the heck? I thought we were gay. I thought that we were gay. I never even learned your name. That was probably red flag number 1. I don't know your name. Why was I being gay with you if I don't even know your name? Oh, gee. Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does a little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already, after waking up in a dungeon, silly. Oh, fuck, I'm a little bitch. What the fuck? Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Would that you could, you would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You're completely powerless. Oh no, this is spooky. But also... damn, it looks good. The art's really pretty, but also I'm scared. The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body's aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. How could you, princess? Please pin me against the wall. Oh no, this is so terrible. Please? Please, hold my cheek. Ooh. You wish she would keep holding you. Wait, that's literally happening. That's happening in the game. It's like, oh no, I'm so scared. Ooh. Oh, okay then. Ooh. You wish she would keep touching you. She's kidnapped you. Stop being gay, please. Please. You're gonna die. Please. Cease this homosexual activity at once. Oh my god. Oh god, this is so silly. You luxuriate in her kindness as best you can. But though the princess's caresses your tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. How can you relax like this? Ah, you're such a good girl, the princess says, in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Then why are you gonna dispatch me? Is it gonna end up that she's not actually trying to kill me and this is just like she's locking me up for a birthday surprise upstairs that she doesn't want me to see? She said dispatch, not kill. Let's get up the definition of dispatch. Maybe she doesn't actually want to hurt us or anything. To send off or away with promptness or speed. Dispatch a letter. Dispatch an ambulance to the scene. Especially to send off on official business. Dispatch a messenger. Or maybe she's just sending us on a business trip. And we had to come down here to get the documents for this business trip. You never know. Why then, you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though it sounds, she must be the one who chained you up, as nobody else in the castle could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Why, yes! How very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is a matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask, is this so natural to her? What does she mean to do with you? Maybe she's just dispatching us to get a cake to eat together, or perhaps a wedding ring. Yeah, she's dispatching us to our wedding ceremony. Oh my god. Oh, only what I've done to all my other servants. I have experience with that sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. And by take good care of, she means... Naturally, I'll kill you. Maybe she means kill in a metaphorical sense, like she's gonna kill me with kindness and love and affection. Maybe that's what she means. I think she's proposing. I think she's proposing. This is a good thing. There it is again. That word, which seems grossly inappropriate, given all which has transpired. Naturally. There's nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. It's natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in the dungeon and letting them die. Yes, exactly. There's a bit more to do. There's a bit more to do with than that, though. Oh, of course there is. I like you, dear one, the princess says in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You've been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that, I'll be eternally appreciative. You've been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Oh, she's gonna turn me into a doll. She's gonna turn me into a doll. It's some doll shit. It's some doll shit from the beginning. She's gonna do something with me. She's gonna do something with me and turn me into a doll, and I'm gonna be at her side forever, and she's gonna, like, play with me and shit, and oh no. Oh no! Your company can no longer content me. I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see. The princess's smile widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fervor you've never before witnessed. And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside me. Oh, never mind, she's gonna eat me. Or have sex, but I feel like it's probably eat. I feel like she could have just asked for sex. Eating, I don't think she could have asked for. Cannibalism. Good for your soul. Well, of all the things your charming captive could have said, he did not expect that. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle, a giggle even lighter than Meringue, and just as airy. I want her to degrade me. Please call me a failure, please. I partially regret sending that message, don't be. It is just as inoffensive. I can see that you don't understand, dear one, but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too.
Wanley, the princess sighs. A beleaguered woe is me, sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses.
And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you at least might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least, when she still had the breath to speak, of course.
You look at the princess. Where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes are fixed to her face. She's still smiling, but there's something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps, in your anxious state, you're only imagining that there's something sinister about her smile. It is easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently to the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It is only your perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer.
It's simple, really. Like I said, you were wondering, weren't you? Why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here. The question
had crossed her mind, yes. You're sure that the princess said her ministers sent them away, though? Was that a lie?
Well, I fucking wonder. Murder's one thing, but lying? Whoa, she's a liar? I don't know if I can be in love with someone who's a liar, I'm sorry. I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you'd be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened, and I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away, because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them, too.
Did she now? You suppose you ought not be surprised, but you still shudder regardless.
My ministers weren't My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died.
The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses.
So, I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fusty old men, but I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, all my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow?
Not logically, no.
Well, she said that she wants you inside of her. And there's like two possible... Oh, that's why she was licking me. Right. Right. That makes sense. Not a vampire, cannibal. Got it. Close enough. I was pretty close.
Why, you ask the princess, your voice trembling, would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness.
Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude, unless you have any better ideas. I don't know, a kiss? A little peck on the cheek? That'd be enough for me. Hi, Amber, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. What's the command? Is it Amber or potato? Try Amber, but I think it's potato. No, it's Amber. There we go. Welcome in, Amber. It's been a while. I hope you're doing well.
You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and dumbfounded, you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it is hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments.
Damn it, Cherry. Listen, I got you. Doing good, lots of life. That's good. Life is usually nice. If it's doing good, then the life is good. You know?
It's hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice. And neither is it strictly legal.
Hey, that's not very nice. Hey, please don't eat me. That's not very nice.
A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or increased holidays.
Oh, that's fantastic. It's not very kind to eat people. You should, like, increase their salary. You know, give them more paid time off. That's a better way to show gratitude, I think. That's great. Or mayhaps a kiss? Yeah. I mean, like,
even though she's threatened to kill me, this girl is still like, please, please, oh my god, she's so beautiful, oh my god. Like, bitch, you're about to be fucking eaten. The princess listens to your arguments, her expression astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you're finished, however, concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it is not with remorse for what she's done. Instead, she's laughing. Oh, dear one, that's very funny, but why should I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day I'll be the queen. I am the law. That is a good point, but would eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool, you know, no matter how I might act, and I know what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague. Oh, spoilers, we haven't gotten to the village yet, princess. Well, excuse me, princess. Once I might have had a populace to govern. Populace. I get it. I get that word. Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess and nothing but name only. A monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask the only question you can think to ask, with your weary throat which is sore from shouting. Why? Why, you ask? Why, you ask? The princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they've pledged their allegiance to me or not. That is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconstant, even to me, a monarch. I was being gay with you. Why did you think I would leave? Why do you think I would leave? I'm gay. I blushed every time that you fucking touched my hand. I'm blushing now and you're about to fucking kill me. That is why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so, to consume their flesh and blood. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You've been awfully nice to me. And you're very pretty alongside it. If you're a plain ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this. What? That's pretty shallow, don't you think? But you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then we can stay together forever and ever. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft silken hair brushing against your cheeks. You can feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it gushes against your skin. It is cold in the dungeon, and the princess's close proximity is, perverse though this might sound, something of a comfort. Yeah, what the fuck? I'm about to be eaten. I'm like, oh my god, she's so close to me. Oh my god, I can feel her breath on my face. Oh my god, I'm swooning. It's like, bitch, she's about to eat you. Stop being gay. Her eyes are wide and lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but rarely. The princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you can see, in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything, and the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. She's at the line! Let's heckin' go! But this brief flicker of understanding, which passes between the pair of you, is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She pouts her lips, which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeons, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this overture of the princess's could be romantic in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. She's threatened to kill me like 3 or 4 times now, and I'm still like, is she into me? I mean, like, she is, I guess you win. She does love you, but like also she's gonna kill you, so I don't know, is it worth it? Kinda, I guess. This was doomed, Yuri. Oh no, she's gonna eat me. Oh no, she's eating me. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. She's supping on it in great greedy gobbets, like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. I'm still gay! I thought this cured homosexuality being eaten by your lover. But like, what the fuck? She's far too unworldly. You're sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. Oh my goodness. Flirtazina, that was the name. Flirtazina really is the useless lesbian ever. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers, a love which is so very abundant, it borders upon the monstrous. It is a love you never thought that you would ever experience. This love of the princess eclipses anything you've ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might once have had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You've always possessed a stubborn core nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you've met your match. The princess draws back. Desperately, you gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before she dips her head, her red lips redder, still with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanely sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Then she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it is red. There's so much blood, you can smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It is so potent, you can taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you, what with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin. Your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it is on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. Aye, you fucking narrator, you bitch! You did bring this upon yourself, you know. It's kinda deserved. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. I made one decision, and that was to go to the castle, okay? Jesus. Now what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Or will you try to fight against it? Wait. I want to save. I can save. View. Yes. Well, shall we first accept it? I feel like that'll just be a death. Let's accept it first. Sure. What? Really? You're fine with being eaten alive in a dark, dingy dungeon, then being left to rot? That doesn't sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. But if that's what you want, then so be it. I don't mind indulging you. That is what I've always done, after all, from the moment we first met. Who are you? I've dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and this is no different. Do not be so foolish to think, though, that you can escape me, even if your life's blood has mingled with that of the princess's. I am not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easily. Oh, this is that person. There was a woman at the beginning who pledged that, like... Oh well, I'm keeping the voice even though it sounds like a guy, but don't worry. She just has a really deep voice. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side, come what will, fire or flood. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. A love that consumes, how does it feel to be adored so ardently? Woohoo! Wait, is this the credits? No, we don't want to do the credits yet. Oh wait, this isn't the credits, this is the title screen. Alright, let's load up. I don't want to do the credits until it's over. Fight against your fate! That is a good answer, I must admit, I like it. It is impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry, keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you're deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You're destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be in this world. Your fate is, once again, in your hands. Am I gonna have to pick something again? Or G Cosmo? Now I wonder, which path will you take?
Oh! We do it all! Well, in that case, it's already been 2 hours. Wait, are we, like, restarting? Ooh, that's interesting. I thought it was gonna end with the castle. Or it was a Shaw, yeah. I thought it was gonna end with the castle, and I was gonna say, I don't know if I'm gonna come back to this game, but I think I will. Wait, so did we just, like, escape, or is this just... we go back to before? Okay, so we're probably playing the whole game today, so it might be, like, 6 hours, to be honest. Because it's already been 2 hours, and that was only one of the 3 parts. Alright, well, should we go to the shore or the village? Well, the village we've heard is riddled with plague, so I think we should go to the shore first, right? Shore thing.
So, you want to go to the shore? Good idea. What will you discover there, I wonder? This night is far from over, and there are any number of adventures still awaiting you. I hope that you've prepared yourself in advance, and I do hope, for your sake, that you've learnt how to swim.
Uh-oh. I don't know how to swim.
I have a sneaking suspicion that this skill might come in handy. You follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself in weary aching limbs which feel ready to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight.
That's actually wild. I didn't think that we were going to be able to do all 3 paths. Because, I was honestly considering that I might not play this game again. I wanted to. And I definitely would in my own time at least, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to stream it again. Like with Anne, for example. When I played that, I got the 4th ending. I didn't get the true ending. And part of me was like, should I stream it again and, like, get the true ending? But also, in my opinion, that ending is just the ending that I got. That is, like, my ending, you know? And, like, if someone wants to see the true ending, get the game for yourself. It's free. It's a good game. And the same goes for this. It's free. Good game. Fucking, I mean, you've seen it. It's pretty damn good. I recommend getting it. It's free. There's no harm.
You follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself in weary aching limbs which feel ready to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. And you already read that, you useless lesbian. Lotusina.
I don't remember if that was the name.
We're little more than a wisp of a girl, but you've been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb, you feel like a great lumbering thing. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a means to escape your current predicament by the shore. You do not know what awaits you, but you have visions of a harbour extending out to the horizon, cradling a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Surely there will be a kindly fisherman who will be willing to take you far, far away in his boat, to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you.
It's gonna be a fisherwoman, actually.
You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly fisherwoman, a face you've lifted from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. He will have thick, bushy eyebrows.
Wait. This is like when the princess was described. Is it actually gonna be... There's gonna be this thick, bushy-eyebrowed fisherman.
You'll have thick, bushy eyebrows and a dark brown beard streaked through with grey.
Is this, like, all just happening in the head? Is that it?
He will look intimidating at a glance, but he'll be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. You do not know what fathers are supposed to be like.
Oh my god, are we getting a dad? Please! I want to have a dad. That'd be nice.
You're only imagining. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength needed to keep going.
Dad!
You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally, you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is back.
Yeah, I feel like no matter what... I feel like it's just placed us back. It's just rewound us. That's cool. Oh, I like that we can do all 3 in the sim. Because I was like, shit, okay, let's end it here and then we'll come back to it. But we're doing it all in the sim stream now, I've decided. Just all of a sudden, we have to. I was like, I might do it the same that I'm planning on doing Doki Doki, where I do this one in October, and then the next part is in November, and then the next part is in December. But, like, no, we're finishing it. This is great. I'm hooked. I'm gonna be gay as hell, or in this case, I'm gonna have a dad, and then I'm gonna be really, really sad, and then I'm gonna go, bars? And everyone saw that joke coming.
The forest is behind you now at least, and all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. It's still cold, though, and still foggy. It's still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball.
We heard this earlier. It was the same thing. Look at that moon. It's like any pearl or orb or crystal ball. I like how some of the text repeats. I like when that happens in games where like there's different parts but there's like repeating text on them. I don't know why, but I enjoy it.
The moonlight shines down upon the vertiginous cliffs, which plummet sharply downwards to an array of sharp spiky rocks below. You felt upon escaping the woods a degree of hope, but the sight of these weather-blasted cliffs gives you pause. You inhale. Then you frown. Now what are you to do? You did not think this plan of yours through very well. Not that you had much in the way of a plan in the first place. There's little in the way of civilization here.
Oh, that's singing.
The cliffs are far from the village. How far? You do not know, and you cannot see any houses.
Is there going to be like a siren? I'm calling it already from this singing. Is there going to be a siren? Little mermaid lady? No, we're running into Dad. Sorry, I forgot. Dad. I'm in the pretty lady mindset. We're running into Dad, not any pretty ladies.
Where exactly will you rest your weary head, and what of your weary legs? Fitfully, you look around. There's nobody to your east, nor is there anybody to your west. I love the music, by the way. There's no point in looking south, that is the way you came, and when you look to the north, the world falls away from you. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it is too dark. Naturally, there's not a soul here to help you.
Except for Dad.
You're on your own. You feel so overwhelmed, you could very well cry. You do not cry, however. You know that tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself into this mess. Now you need to get yourself out of it. It is with this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty, oceanic air.
My cat says hi. Hi, kitty. Is it a little kitty cat? Is it a little baby?
Then you begin your exploration in earnest. Amano. You keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden unfortunate tumble into the abyss below. You are not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. You still care for yourself, if only a little. And it is this sense of self-preservation which compels you onwards. You glance this way and that, depressing the tall grass beneath your shoes as you search for a place of shelter. Surely there must be somewhere. You cannot see any likely looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? Could that be a roof? You hurry onwards, hope budding anew in your heart, until at long last you reach your destination.
Ew.
There's a house after all, out here in the wilds, though it doesn't at a glance look very welcoming.
No, that's where Dad lives. Oh my god, we're gonna meet Dad.
A solitary house that you have discovered, not so far from the cliffs, is rather unremarkable. It is so small and squat, you cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. You cannot even imagine that it contains much more than one room. Though it is dark, it is not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slant to it. It is leaning listlessly to one side, like a drunken sailor.
Is that Dad? Is Dad gonna be a drunken sailor? I wanna see Dad. Imagine now if it's not gonna be like the big bearded fellow Dad that she was describing. It's gonna be like an old lady.
The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops this dwelling, has certainly seen better days. There is a hole in that thatch. There are several holes, in fact, and parts of it look particularly bare, almost bald. That is rather concerning. Should it rain, you'll not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay the night in such a place? You have some misgivings, but do your misgivings matter, really, when there's nowhere else to go? It is not as though you have any other options. It is with a sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage, which sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark, but that does not necessarily mean it's empty. It is rather late at night, after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anybody does live here, might be asleep. You cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being roused so very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about these small details, however. Otherwise, you'll never get anywhere. You swallow. The taste of the salty sea breeze is pungent in the back of your nostrils. Then, you wrap the knuckles of your right fist on the door.
Some of them are dim, you, some of them are human. What I gotta do to get through them? Superhuman, innovative, and I'm in a rubber so that anything I say is ricocheting out from me, and then you rap quietly at first. Some of them are dim, you, some of them are human. What I gotta do to get through them?
But you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Emboldened, you rap your knuckles on the door for a second time, more loudly this time.
Some of them are dim, you, some of them are human. Look, I'm fucking up my words now.
You wait a few moments, but still, you cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. You knock for a third time, then wait. The third time, as they say, the charm. The third time is, as they say, the charm, but for all that, your knocking goes unanswered. Well, nobody can say that you did not try. More intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find the handle of the door. You pull it down and, to your surprise, it yields easily. The door swings back for you, as if by magic. It feels almost as if this was preordained.
Oh golly, there's a hatch.
You step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. It is hard to see, given the lateness of the hour. The cottage's interior is about as inspiring as its exterior. Which is to say, not very. It is every bit as small and as cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. There are a few cupboards which line the walls, a wood fire which has since been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed.
What about the massive gaping hole? What about that, huh? Unless that's not a hole, but I think it is.
No, that's hello hole.
Wait.
Oh no, the music just disappeared for no reason.
Wait. Oh, that's just how the music goes. Okay, I thought that I broke it.
There are a few cupboards which line the walls, a wood fire which has since been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor, which must function as a bed. Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. You cannot find another soul. Surely that is to your benefit, though. If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home.
Or they could just be out, just vibing.
Or as at home as one can be, I suppose, in a small cramped cottage such as this, with holes in the roof. You close the door behind you, and then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden, you feel incredibly weary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute, so intense it overcomes the last of your concerns. You settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. It is not comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down, even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this one, is better than standing. It is far, far better than running. Your eyelids fall shut, your lashes melting together, and soothed by the sounds of the wind and the distant rolling of the waves, you fall asleep. Then you begin to dream.
We're dreaming again? We haven't met Dad. Is there gonna be a dad to meet? There's gotta be a character, and we were describing a dad, so it's gonna be Dad, right? I wanna meet Dad.
It is not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and the worst of us do it, from queens in their castles to peasants living in the straw. Why, who is to say that all you've observed tonight has not, in a sense, been a dream of its own? Would that make your nighttime fancies, then, a dream inside a dream? Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things, stacked inside one another, like little wooden dolls.
Stop mentioning dolls and shit!
Is that not a whimsical thought? How very droll.
Well, that's one letter off doll. Stop mentioning things that remind me of her.
Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. They are not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies which can never come to pass. Your dreams are of a rather more pernicious sort. In your dreams, you're at the conservatoire, with your red hair tied back into two prim proper braids.
Red hair? Was my hair like pink? Sure, red. Was it pink? Or am I crazy? I could check, because I know that there's a gallery. I was looking around in the menu yesterday. We're not gonna go to the gallery now. I'll just keep that logged in my mind that it's red, and then when it next comes up, I'll call bullshit or not.
You're walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Your head is bowed so as to not look at the faces of your passing classmates. You do not want to meet their eyes.
I remember it being pink. Yeah, I remember it being pink too, but I could be mistaken. But if there's two people saying it's pink, then it's probably pink.
These girls, with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes, are merciless. You hunch your shoulders together in this dream of yours, so as not to draw their attention. But alas, it is not enough. You stumble, clumsy thing that you are, and you fall, and just like that, all eyes are upon you. They are staring at you. They are laughing at you. You lay there on the ground by the fountain, your books scattered and your skirt in a woeful state of disarray.
Oh, I forgot my skirt's all torn and messy. Fuck! This is the dream, but it reminded me, because we went back in time. Killer Queen! No! Our skirt's all fucked up again. Oh no. Oh no.
Your knee hurts. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry, and as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to you. She has acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beading in your eyes, at a girl taller than you, and prettier, and much more refined. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? It cannot hurt to try, can it?
Oh no, she's gonna pull the hand, and she's not gonna, oh no.
Hesitantly, you reach out to accept her offered aid. Her fingers curl around yours tightly, perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you to your feet. Your legs feel weak from your fall, and your knee is still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you're not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. The girl's hands are on your shoulders. She's laughing at you. And then she's pushing you. The sound of the fountain and the running water which drums against its basin is all of a sudden very loud. It is overwhelming. It surrounds you. Then, it engulfs you. It is cold as ice. You cannot breathe. The rushing of the water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then... No. You do not want to remember this. What good will it do? It is in the past, but the past ought to remain. You are never going to go back, not even in your dreams. It is this determination which forces you back into the world of the waking with a start.
Where's Dad? Where's Dad gonna be? I wanna meet Dad.
You gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide. You feel worried.
It's probably wearied, yeah.
From a lack of sleep, and with half-lidded eyes, you glance about. It is still dark inside your cottage, the sky visible from beyond the windows, splashed still with stars. How long were you asleep? You're not sure. Your dream was so very detailed, it really did feel that you'd been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you can taste rank, fetid water in your mouth. Tentatively, you pat yourself down, your fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. So vivid was your dream, you half expect to find that your clothes are damp. This is not the case, however. You are in fact perfectly dry. Well, now what are you going to do? Will you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available to you. You're very tired, but your senses feel too overwrought all of a sudden for sleep. You do not think you could bear it. On unsteady legs, you rise to your feet and stand by the window. You look out to the starry sky, and to the pitted moon which hangs among us, and you frown. You can hear the wind outdoors, howling like an injured animal, and, more softly, the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. But that is not all. What is that sound? Why, it's almost like singing. The voice is far enough away that you cannot pick out any individual words, nor even the individual syllables, but there is a haunting quality to it all. The singer, whoever they are, possesses quite a pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. The song is a melancholy one which stirs your heart.
Where? Are we not meeting a dad? You described a father. Are we gonna meet a siren, like I assumed from the music earlier?
Curiosity takes root inside you, as it did during that fateful day you found that book in the library. Logically, you know you should not go outdoors to seek the source of that singing, but emotionally? That is another matter altogether.
Am I being gay again? No!
You really should have learnt your lesson by now. You should know better than to go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty little girls such as you never do learn. You cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, then reach for the handle of the door. The handle depresses easily enough, Sam, beneath your grasping fingers, and the door opens with a click. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in the doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight,
Actually, it's framed in this, little image, but then I can unframe it if I want, and then it's free. So that's actually how it's framed, dumbass, silly.
You thought it was cold inside the old cottage, but it is colder still now that the door is open. An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, knifing mercilessly through the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold and hospitable landscape, your fingers clenched into fists at your sides. Then you step out into the unknown. You canvass the cliff face, led by nothing more than that luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal is this voice, as it hangs on the breeze, it would be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs, where they drop downwards into empty air. You ought not to go any further, but the voice is yet to cease. You can still hear it echoing inside your head. It compels you to act. You look down at the shore, which seems like a dizzying distance away, then out to the ocean, which is breaking against the scattered rocks below. Your eyes narrow with determination. Then you take a step towards the cliff. These cliffs are steep, and the rocks below them are sharp. You can see them glinting in the darkness, their tips jagged like the teeth of hungry predators. The cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes were not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of purchase, particularly not when the cliffs are so steep. Clinging to the cliffs is no small feat, yet you are determined to ease yourself down into the shore, in one piece preferably. The wind is so powerful it feels as though there's something deliberately malicious to it. You wonder during your descent if it means... I think that it's supposed to be if it... Probably. If it means to knock you off your perch on purpose, to cast you down to the rocks below. Well, if that's what it wants, then you refuse to give it the satisfaction. You can be awfully stubborn at times, and now is one of them. You continue to climb. How long have you been at it now? Until at long last, your feet meet the shoreline below. Wait, this is gonna look so pretty. Oh my god! It does! You've made it, and you did not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping these rocks, and you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of shallow and superficial sort. Sort. Things could have been worse. You flex your fingers, they feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin is prickling, but at least you can still feel discomfort. At least it's still attached to your bones, where it ought to be, your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body, unlike those skeletons from earlier. You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has, by and large, been quite successful. There are no longer any obstacles between you and this mysterious voice which lured you outdoors. Now you must find them. You set off down the shore, on the hunt of the singing voice which has captivated you so. You sidestep sharp, jagged rocks which jut out of the sand like teeth. Oh no, not about teeth again. Everything reminds me of her. The rocks which cannot be circumnavigated, meanwhile, you clamber over. All the while, the sound of the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the surreality of your moonlit stroll. The waves lap against the shore, then recede shyly, pushed and pulled by the bleached white moon which hangs overhead. The oceans that you've seen in your library books were all blue as sapphires, but this ocean is different. It's so late at night it looks black instead. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. Oh, check the water. check the mirror to make sure my face is still on. Alright, I got my teeth back. Yup, my nose, eyes, mouth, yup, cheeks. All of it seems good, yeah. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to quash it. You will not let yourself be afraid. Oh, look at her! Part of your world, you stumble upon a scene plucked straight from a fairy story. Wait, she's a fucking mermaid! What the fuck? That's a mermaid! This isn't a dad! You were telling me that I would meet my papa! This is just a lady. You round a corner, your feet unsteady in their sensible brown shoes, and then, at long last, you see her. There's a woman sitting upon a rock out in the ocean. The woman's eyes are closed and her lips are parted, her expression soulful. She's singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud, which adds to her otherworldly aura. Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant, like a doll's. Her lips, meanwhile, which are parted in song, are soft, like the freshly plucked petals of a flower.
Everything that they say reminds me of the last girl, the princess. No, not a rose. Don't pluck the roses. No.
Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender, like the stem of a flower. And as for the lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, it's nothing like anything you've ever seen before. It is here, and here alone, that the woman betrays your narrow human definitions of beauty, for her legs are non-existent. Rather than two awkward appendages, this woman has instead the sleek, shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not, then, a human? She cannot be, not with a tail like that. This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they do not understand. At least you did not scream. That would be even ruder.
Oh my. Yeah, sure, that's the voice. Why not?
You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. The fish-tailed vision, sitting upon the rock, is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing, it feels almost as if she's looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside your chest, as if by some manner of magical spell. You thought the mermaid pretty when you first observed her, sitting on that outcrop of rock, her face turned in profile. Now she's looking at you, however. You can see that you were mistaken, because she's not just pretty, she is beautiful. So much so, it's almost unnerving. Are we gonna meet three beautiful women who are just gonna take advantage of the fact that I'm gay as fuck? She looks as though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book.
Well, I wasn't asking for a mermaid, was I? I was asking for a father. I want a dad. The last time that I got a girlfriend, it backfired on me. I don't want someone to love me so much that they want to eat me. I want like a dad kind of love, like a familial relationship. You don't look like much of a dad with a big brown beard, which has streaks of grey.
She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she's none of those things. Her tail might be an impossible thing, but its scales look slick and wet regardless, like those of any fishes one might find at the market. Like of any fishes one might find at the market. These scales are iridescent, and bathed beneath the light of the moon, they seem almost to glow. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She looks back at you. You prepare yourself, expecting some sort of altercation, but the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which once were pursed in a frown, now shift upwards. She's smiling.
Oh, look at her. She's so lovely.
Then she says in a refined sort of voice,
My, it really is good to see a human again, particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared, and I would no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the waters.
My, this is quite the effusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement of a sweet girlish variety. She's rather more amicable than the fine polish of her syllables would make one suggest. You might be a well-bred lady yourself, with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously, you observe the mermaid, and you ask her what she means. What happened?
As to that, I'm afraid I cannot say. I've been sitting on these rocks and singing for many, many nights, but nobody's come to see me. There have been no lovely humans for me to play with. I was beginning to wonder whether your kind had disappeared altogether. I feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water's surface, and your kind had been eradicated.
You shudder, then reassure the mermaid to the contrary. You do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you at least have not been eradicated. You are still here.
Yes, well, I can see that,
the mermaid answers with a light laugh.
It really is a relief. My fellow merpeople who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I could not help myself. I've always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering sitting here night after night all on my own. It gets so lonely here. It sure does! It sure fucking does, doesn't it?
Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before?
So, dear human, did you say that you're unfamiliar with these parts?
Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Thoughtless though you might be at times, you're not so very self-centered that you cannot detect the note of longing in the mermaid's voice. It is evident as she looked at you that she's hoping for a particular answer to her query. She's hoping that you are queer. This answer, alas, is not one that you can furnish her with. You do not want to lie to her. It is after some hesitation, therefore, that you reaffirm your earlier words, though this time you embellish them. You tell the mermaid that you are a traveller from a far-off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It is not a complete fabrication. You tell her that you've only just arrived by this shore, and you're unfamiliar both with your immediate surroundings and those further afield. If there is a village nearby, then you have never set foot in it. I'm really interested to see what happens when we go to the village then. Because both of the areas we've been have been like secluded places where we're like, oh yeah, we're not from the village. So I really, that's why I chose the shore first, is because the village is interesting to me. Maybe it's just gonna be like, yeah, just the same stuff, but like, I am curious, you know? Like, what's gonna be the difference there? I'm assuming that it's still gonna be completely empty except for one girl. And she's probably gonna have eaten everyone or killed everyone in some manner. You do not know what this village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if a calamity, as the mermaid grimly supposed, has struck this land. But if she fears all the humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady, then she needn't worry overly on that score. You're still alive. Are you not, you wonder, enough to satiate her curiosity with the human realm?
Yes, that is true. You are here. I am grateful naturally for your company, although...
Although? Wistfully, the mermaid sighs.
I was rather hoping you might be able to bring me some news of the nearby village and of its inhabitants.
This makes you wonder. Was there a particular person from this village who was close to?
So, you were able to work that much out,
the mermaid answers with a small smile.
You are an intelligent one, aren't you?
Your past professors would beg to differ on that score. You were always awful when it came to academics, mathematics in particular.
Same, girl. Same.
You could never get your head around all of the numbers. Your stern, stony-faced math professor used to despair in you. But she is not here. None of them are here. It is just you now and the mermaid, and she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. You allow yourself a small smile, touched by her compliment, and tell her there was nothing more than a lucky guess.
For a guess, it was remarkably accurate. You are quite right. I did have a close friend from the nearby village. She was very dear to me. I do wonder if
whoever we're going to meet at the village is going to be this girl.
Like, the village intrigues me, because everyone's talking about the village, but maybe... I don't know, maybe it's going to be nothing special, but I'm really curious.
Internally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. How very clever you are.
There are many humans in this world, of that I know. The human who spoke with me, however, was special. She was my human.
You do not fail to catch the possessive note in the mermaid's voice.
And I cherished her dearly. She would come to me on my rock late at night when she was finished with her chores, and we would talk. I asked her a good number of questions about the human realm and about her customs. I fear my endless inquiries must have been rather tedious, but she was always happy to indulge in me. She never once scorned me for my ignorance, and neither did she make me feel like a fool. She always made time for me, no matter how many demands she had on her time. She was a farmer's daughter, and she was awfully busy from dawn until dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out to pasture. She told me of her work, and I marveled at her. Slender though she was, she possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength. I, who have lived and met the oceans all of my life, cannot countenance working as hard as she did, but she bore her burdens without complaining. She was not the prettiest human who has walked the earth, but that mattered not to me. Her conversation was engaging, and I knew through our continued encounters that she meant no ill will. She did not have even a single drop of malice in her heart.
The wistful manner in which the mermaid speaks of her friend makes you feel, for a few brief moments, a flicker of some ugly, primordial emotion. Could it be jealousy? It is painful, isn't it, to hear others wax poetic about those they hold dear, particularly when you yourself have never been regarded in so intimate a manner. Well, I was once, but I was eaten for it, so... You have for many years been woefully alone. But you're not alone now. You are with the mermaid, and she is with you, and and though she might prefer to be in the company of an industrious farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Where did she go?
Oh, if only I knew. She quite simply disappeared one day, almost as if she had been whisked away by a wicked spirit. That seems like quite the anticlimactic ending for such a close relation.
That seems like quite the anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. Did the farmhand not tell her companion beforehand that she might one day disappear?
No, she did not. Nothing of the sort happened. It was all very sudden.
So you ask, feeling affronted. Upon the mermaid's behalf, did she not give you any warning?
Not a single one. Wait, there's a heart in the sky. Look at the heart in the sky. It might be a coincidence, but I like it.
And when, you ask, did she disappear?
I do not know, in truth. Time is a strange concept to beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently from above and below the surface. You humans have a strange compulsion to pin down into place labels upon everything.
Yeah, that's really true.
You have names for your seasons, and for your months, and even for your days of the week. It is all very precise. We merfolk, however, do not bother with such affairs, perhaps because we live for so much longer than you humans do. We have no need to obsessively document our days, not when we have so many of them at our disposal.
This curious remark catches your attention. How long exactly do mermaids live for? The mermaid does not look much older than you do, but you cannot help but wonder.
My, nosy aren't we?
The mermaid asks, and she laughs, a soft tinkling sound like that of a bell, which makes you blush. Were you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You've always had a thirst for knowledge, not of the dry, dusty academic variety, but of stories peopled with strange persons. A people person. Literature was the only subject you were ever any good at.
Ah, dokie dokie. Again, it is hard for me to quantify, but to put it in terms a human like you can understand, I suppose we mermaids can live for centuries.
Centuries? That's quite the surprise. But perhaps it shouldn't be. You have been subjected to any number of surprises tonight. What's one more to add to the pile?
I have not been waiting quite that long, however, for my friend to return to me. I think it has been but a few seasons. It might not sound like much, but never before have I been so aware of the passage of time. I bit my tongue. I have experienced any number of wants during my life, but I have never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me, and she would talk to me, just one more time. But perhaps I'm asking for an impossibility. I've been waiting for long enough now to presume that she will not be returning to me. I fear that something must have happened to her, or to her family. I can go find out, or perhaps to her whole village.
You can hear the worry throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent that, for a few moments, you swear you can feel the depths of her sorrow within your own breast. Within my breast? I feel so much sorrow in my boobs right now. My boobies are really sad. Her sadness over this human girl is a deep, dark thing, almost fathomless. You cannot let yourself indulge in it for too long. Otherwise you fear you might drown in it. That's foreshadowing, we're gonna drown. She's gonna drown us. Ruefully, you tell the mermaid once more that you cannot help her. I can go to the village and check for her. You're only a traveller after all. And my titty's got a sad face on him. Yeah, I painted a little sad face. I'm not gonna say that. I am. No, I'm not. I mean, like, the titties are already the eyes, you know? Like, you just need one curved line and bam, sad face. Ruefully, you tell the mermaid once more that you cannot help her. You're only a traveller after all. What do you know of a single insignificant farmhand in a nearby village?
Yes, I thought you might say that. It is quite unfortunate, but oh well. I ought not to reflect upon all that I'm missing. That would be churlish of me, and it would not be fair to you either. You did not approach me, I'm sure, with the hope of hearing about all of my woes. I should be grateful instead, for all it is that I do have. I still have my long, long life, which stretches before me like a golden cord, and of course I have you now.
Does she?
Do I not? I got to go soon before my absence is noticed, but will you not come and visit me again tomorrow night? I think I would like that.
Sure thing.
I've always enjoyed speaking to humans. You make me feel less alone.
You cannot help but feel, as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of hers, that she does not truly wish to speak to you for your sake. She wants to use you instead as a substitute for the farmhand that she has been missing so very ardently. The thought stings that you really ought to be used to it. Still, to be held in lower self-esteem than a farmhand of all things. Esteem, not self-esteem. It makes your self-esteem sting. Dumbass, that's where the self comes in. You try not to let the mermaid notice this though. The woes of your past are not her fault, much as the woes of her past are not yours. It is silly, in any case, to be jealous of a girl who might very well be dead. That is what you tell yourself. It is the only way to prop up your bruised sense of self-worth. You would, you tell the mermaid after a pause, like to see her again. You would like that very much.
Oh, thank you. I've been feeling very gloomy for quite some time, but seeing you has invigorated me. Finally, it feels as though I can smile again. We've been doing quite a bit of that already, but okay.
Did she not smile, you wonder, after her friend disappeared?
I did not know. I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me immensely. This is why I like humans so much. You're not callous and unfeeling like the merfolk who live beneath the water's surface. You're much kinder than they are.
Oh, if only she knew. If the mermaid was aware, I wonder, of how petty you are, and how jealous, would she still care for you? Well, that's neither here nor there.
Sorry, I'm yawning.
You agree to meet with the mermaid come sundown the following night, then make your slow stumbling way back up the cliffs, then to the cottage you've purloined as your own.
Is there going to be a dad that shows up? I want a father. It gets so lonely here.
Once indoors, you settle down upon your pallet, and then you close your eyes.
Is there not... Am I silly for thinking this is a hole? Am I silly? I'm trying to figure out if it's something else, but it just looks like a hatch. Oh well.
And then you close your eyes.
I wouldn't have even noticed it if I didn't know that this was here, so I'm not going to bother about it.
The sighing of the wind outside and the distant roiling of the waves against the rocks do not disturb you. You feel, after your midnight encounter of a mirrish kind, quite at ease, perhaps prematurely so. What happened to the icy fear which prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Where has all that gone? Do you not think you're being a bit complacent? No? Oh well. You will.
This narrator's a bitch. They're being very rude. Oh look, it's the sky.
The following morning when it arrives is cloudy and overcast. It is not a particularly pleasant morning, but at last it is not raining. That is some small consolation.
Oh, it's right. Wait. Maybe I can see better in the light? No, that just looks like a hole to me.
You rise from your straw pallet, stretching, then glance about the interior of the fisherman's cottage. It looked dilapidated last night, when much of it was obscured by the shadows, but it looks even more so when subjected to the morning light. The cottage's interior has the distinct, disquieting appearance of having been abandoned in a hurry. There's broken pottery strewn upon the ground, and the singular wooden chair, which once must have been stood by the singular wooden table, is lying on the floor. The doors of the cupboards, meanwhile, are ajar, the shelves within depressingly bare. A quick search reveals a handful of edibles, but there's precious little to be getting on with. If you wish to live here comfortably, you'll have to look into foraging. You ate very little last night, and your stomach is empty. It was the malcontented rumblings of your stomach, in actual fact, which aroused you from your slumber. But your body seems to be very far away indeed, much like the grey clouds which choke the sky. You're not thinking of your own physical discomforts. You're dwelling instead on the events of the night prior. You cannot help but think of the mermaid. Did you truly meet an aquatic maiden last night, during your nightly stroll when you could not sleep? It sounds unreal, especially now that the sun has risen and the shadows from the night prior have dispersed. You cannot quite believe it. It must have been a dream. But why then can you recall it so very clearly? You can help yourself to the scant food and drink available to you, all the while thinking of your next course of action. Now what are you to do? You plan, of course, to return to the shore come nightfall, so that you might once again see the mermaid, but the night will not arrive for you quite some time. You need to find some means of keeping yourself occupied until then. The uninspiring interior of the cottage does not furnish you with any particular ideas, so you decide to go for a walk. Oh, I still go for a walk without her. I miss Princess. She was so lovely, and never did anything wrong to me. Your soul still ache after exertions last night, but if you go slowly, you ought to be alright. That is what you hope, at least. You do not want to spend much longer than you have to in this fisherman's cottage, no matter how cold it might be outdoors. It's almost as cold inside as it is out, and in any case, the cottage is far too small. You leave the cottage behind you and set off. You do not know where exactly you're going, but you suppose it does not matter overly much. You do not have any particular destination in mind. Your meanderings lead you to the cliffs, which are steep and sharp. The drop to the shore is a perilous one, so much so that you have to wonder at how you were able to descend the cliffs the night prior to meet the mermaid. You're rather more determined than you ever realized. Though I, of course, could have told you that much. You're surprisingly capricious for such a small, slender human. You walk along the side of the cliffs, keeping a sensible distance away from the drops to the shore. You might have survived last night's excitement unscathed, but you do not fancy trying your luck. It would be so like you, really, to avoid a drop to your death in the darkness, only to stumble during the morning's light and take an irreversible tumble. Your fortunes have never been the fairest. Ah! Flowers! Oh no, I know how this ended last time. You meander... Hey look, Flora, that's the name that I decided earlier. Before realizing that Flirtazina, or whatever it was much better. Your meanderings along the cliff reveal to you all manners of curious flora. You know what, I'm changing your name again. You're Flora now, because it's easier to remember, and because it has significance in the game, because there's lots of flower-related things. You're Flora. Sure, why not? You thought the night prior that the cliffs were weather-blasted, but you can see now that your assumptions were incorrect. I really doubt that we're gonna get a name for this character, so I'm naming her myself. She's Flora. There are flowers here, very warm and bright, like the sun's light during the summertime. Or you think, with a flush of pleasure, the fair hair of the mermaid, whom you're certain you spoke to last night. These flowers are so very like her hair, it's uncanny. You step towards the flowers, drawn towards them, and sink down to your knees. The tall grass brushes at your ankles like a caress, the morning's dew wetting your skirt. Oh no, not my skirt again! Your clothes are getting damp, as are your legs, but you care not for this minor discomfort. You've just had an idea. Why not make a gift for your new friend? You're sure that she would appreciate it. Why would she not? She told you in a voice which was steeped with dolour that she had been feeling lonely. Steeped with dollars. You want to see her again, and when you next see her, you would like to make her smile. It is with this thought in mind that you begin to pick the flowers which are growing upon the cliffside. These flowers do not have any thorns, and their delicate stems snap easily enough between your fingers. You take care when plucking these flowers to leave a substantial amount of stem intact. You'll need these stems so that you might twine the flowers together. You mean to make for your mermaid a diadem, something she will be able to wear in her hair. Diadem? Is that like one of them... Doug diadem? Yeah, it's like a crown. Okay, yeah. This tiara is certain to suit her. She's so pretty, anything would suit her. You continue to work, slow and steadfast, as the weak sun shines. It takes time, but you're eventually able to fashion something you are satisfied with. You only hope the mermaid will feel similarly, if indeed she really does exist. Carefully, you pocket your makeshift diadem, then forget to forage for some food. Decide to forage. Did I say forget? You decide to forage for some food. You discover during your search some fruit trees whose sweet burdens are enough to fortify your spirits. For the present, at least. It is fortunate, really, that you're so excited about your moonlight rendezvous with the mermaid. If you were less focused upon the future, and dwelt more in the immediate present, you might have more of an appetite. The emptiness in your stomach assuaged, you return to the cottage, whereat you mean to wait for the setting of the sun. I'm just gonna sit here all day? Damn! There's very little to do, and you soon discover, in the cottage, there's very little to... I'm drinking water. There's very little to do, you soon discover, in the cottage, other than checking the cupboards and sweeping the floor, occupations which both feel depressingly pointless. There are no books to read either, with which you might pass your idle hours. You do, however, busy yourself with trying to light a fire, so that you might ward off the cold. The time is horribly slow in passing, in part because you have precious little to do, but also because you cannot stop thinking of the mermaid. Will she really return to the shore as she said she would? Can you truly trust her? Oh, you hope that you can. If she were not present at your designated meeting place, you think you would die from disappointment. The seconds continue to trickle by, unchecked by any hourglass, and as they do, the sun sinks beneath the horizon. I really love this picture of the moon. It's like a pearl and all that jazz. Part of you worries, however, that it might still be too early to search for the mermaid. Will she be there yet? You sit there, your stomach tied up in anxious knots, and as you listen to the wind which buffets your windows, you hear it. The sound is faint, but you recall it well from the night before. There's a single, solitary voice outdoors, tempest-tossed amidst the rolling waves. The voice is a high, clear one, silvery, if indeed voices can have colours, like a finely polished dinner plate in a noble woman's home. Now I'm feeling self-conscious about my voice. I feel like my voice isn't good enough. Oh gee. Going, oh my, isn't quite good enough for this lady. But my throat's fucked, that's the best I can do. The voice belongs, of course, to the mermaid. Who else do you know with a voice as angelic as that? Actually, I'm taking this as a compliment, because I am the one voicing the mermaid, so if they're saying that the mermaid's voice is so good, then that means my voice is so good, so thank you so much, Miss Narrator. Thank you. Relief begins to bubble up inside you, a relief so potent you feel dizzy from it. She did not abandon you after all. Why, you wonder, did you ever think she would? She said that she wanted to see you. Did you think that a mere nicety? Buoyed, as if by a gentle breeze, you hurry to the door. With trembling fingers, your trembling, I presume, from excitement rather than fear, you seize the handle, then turn it. Then you step out into the dark, inky night. You walk towards the cliffs, as you did the night prior, beneath the cover of the inky blue sky, the wind moaning fitfully with every step you take. Your soul still ache from your expedition the day prior, but you are able to ignore this discomfort. It seems irrelevant, really, when compared to the prospect of once again meeting the mermaid. You've known her for only one night, yet she's come to mean more to you than your own well-being. You would do anything for the mermaid if she asked it. Would I be eaten by her? Well, almost anything. You hurry down the sharp incline of the cliffs to the shore, almost stumbling in your scuffed brown shoes, which really were not built with rock climbing in mind. So frantic are you in your attempts to once again make the mermaid's acquaintance, you very nearly fall. It is a good thing that you still have enough sense about you to regain your footing, otherwise this tale would come to a premature ending. Eventually, you make your way into the shore, then approach the jagged outcrop of rock where you last saw the mermaid. There she is, look at her! Like the night prior, the mermaid is perched upon these rocks, her fair hair strewn about her shoulders. I love the drawings. Oh, it looks so good. When she sees you from across the shore, she ceases her singing and her eyes light up. Or at least, they seem to. So, you return to me, my hero, the mermaid says, and then lightly she giggles. Or perhaps I should say, heroine. No, I'm sober. Her praise makes you blush. You do not feel worthy of it. Nobody's ever called you a heroine before, because you usually only take methamphetamine. You do not even think of yourself as a heroine. I'm not going to make the joke every time, they're probably going to say heroine a lot. You know what I mean. Is it pronounced differently? I don't think it is. Heroine? I'm going to keep on saying heroine. Either way, dumb word. We shouldn't be gendering heroes. If a story were made about you, you'd rather think that you would be a supporting character, one without your own voice. Well, to be fair, you don't have a voice, so... You're not interesting enough. Once again, I think it's symbolism. We don't actually ever... The main character never actually speaks, it's always the narrator saying what they're saying, saying what she's saying. So it's a metaphor, because she doesn't feel like she is important enough. The mermaid seems to think that you are, though. She's staring at you delightedly, as though you're the one person in the world she most wishes to speak to. The thought makes you tremble, but not as much as the mermaid's gaze. You tell the mermaid that you do not think you're so very brave, but she dismisses your awkward remark with a laugh.
I think you are, though I saw the way you scaled those cliffs. I thought that was very heroic.
Oh, so she saw that, did she? Then, did she see how you slipped down the cliffs, grazing your palms in the process, and how you very nearly fell? You've never been the most graceful of girls, but to have your feelings exposed before being as poised and as perfect as the mermaid. It stings a little bit, more in fact than the resultant grazes in your palms what your clumsiness wrought you. You tell the mermaid that there was nothing so very heroic about all of that. You were simply excited, that is all, to see her again. You went thinking.
Well, that makes two of us. I was excited to see you again.
She was?
Naturally, I had a very good time speaking with you last night. I had hoped that we might resume our correspondence.
Well, it was a very short night last night. Let's hope that this night is longer than 5 minutes.
That is why I came to the rocks a bit earlier than usual. I was waiting for you. Did you hear my song?
Yeah, it's still going on in the background, actually. Yes, you reply, with a nod of your head. You heard it, all the way in the abandoned cottage. It called out to you.
She's a siren. No. That was the general idea. I was singing for you.
She was? You do not think that you're worthy of the mermaid's song, but if she does not mind dedicating her voice to you, then...
Well, who else would I dedicate my voice to? There's nobody else to hear me.
That is a good point, you suppose. Surely, you look back at the mermaid. You thank her for her song. It was very beautiful, and tell her, before you can lose your nerve, that you have prepared a present for her too.
Oh, have you really?
You have. It is a small thing, nothing more than a silly trinket, but if it would not be too much of an imposition then... With clumsy fingers, you reach into your pocket.
Oh, it's the crown.
For a few moments, you fret that your near fall down the cliff might have damaged the delicate chain nestled within it, but your worries are in vain. The chain is surprisingly sturdy, given it was made with only a few flowers, and it is held firm against the odds. You handle the chain with great care all the same, however, as you hold it out, presenting it for the mermaid's approbation. It was for the mermaid that you fashioned this chain. You thought that it would look nice nestled in her hair. You were pleased with the chain when you first made it, but after looking at the mermaid, you've begun to reconsider. The mermaid's beauty is otherworldly, so much so it almost hurts to look at her. Your flower crown, by comparison, seems a very meagre offering indeed. The longer you hold your gift out, the more unworthy it feels. You have half a mind as the seconds elapse, to snatch your silly, wholly unworthy gift back from the mermaid before she can judge you too harshly. But the mermaid's lips curve upward into a smile, and in a voice so full of gratitude, it makes your heart throb, she says,
My, did she make this for me?
Well, yes, you reply, still feeling a little flustered. You saw these flowers earlier, when you went for a walk, and they made you think of her. Not, you hasten to add, that you think her beauty is comparable to these flowers. They're far inferior when contrasted with her good looks. You simply thought... You're unable to get the rest of this sentence out, however, because the member interrupts you, not rudely, but with something resembling compassion. Perhaps she pities you. She must be able to hear how your voice is trembling. Can she also see the way your hands tremor? Oh dear. Faint heart never won the hand of a fair maiden, you know. What happened to all of your confidence?
I think that your gift is a wonderful one. I did not at all expect it, but it is really pretty.
You look at your feet, too shy to meet the mermaid's gaze. Then you say, very quietly, that you're glad that she thinks so, but she does not need to spare your ego. You have precious little of it left as it is. The mermaid seems touched by your shyness. Perhaps she likes her prey to be self-conscious, because she smiles.
I'm not simply saying things to spare your ego. I'm not like that. Humans might spout platitudes as easily as they breathe air, but I do not compliment others unless I truly mean it. Is that not the point of speech? To have an honest dialogue with one another. If one party in a conversation is withholding their true intentions, then conversation is impossible. Playing games is a waste of my time, particularly given my time above the surface is so very limited. Click!
Oh. You blush at this, more deeply still, and survey the mermaid beneath the full fringe of your eyelashes. Then she really does like it?
Did I not just say that? You humans are so very funny. What with all of your second-guessing, she was like that too in the beginning.
Oh no, I just realized.
Oh, she killed the... Oh no. It's like all of the previous maids. She's already drowned the other girl. Oh no. Oh no. She's gonna lock me in an underwater cave, and then I'm gonna drown.
She?
My friend.
The mermaid's answer is a simple one, but it makes your stomach clench regardless. Ah yes, her friend. How could you have forgotten about her?
She used to make me gifts too, you know? Gifts like this one. She would pick flowers on the cliffs over there, where I cannot tread.
The mermaid gestures with one hand to the cliffs, which tower above the shore, tall and imposing, as though to step the sky above.
And she would fashion them into crowns like this one, and bracelets. I was appreciative of her tokens, though she was similarly shy when first she presented them to me. She did not seem to think very much of her handiwork. You and her are remarkably similar, really. Oh no, she's gonna kill me.
There's no guile in the mermaid's voice, but her words have rather taken the wind out of your sails. Of course the cowherd gave the mermaid gifts. Why would she not? The mermaid is beautiful. She's so very beautiful. Like a tutelary goddess, she seems to invite tribute simply by existing. Were you more religious, or more irreligious maybe, you might even consider worshipping her. Though in essence, is that not what you were doing with your flower crown? How silly of you to think that your idea was an original one.
She's calling me unoriginal. No! Or rather the narrator is. I might be accustomed to gifts, but it has been a long time since any human has bequeathed me with anything. This is a pleasant surprise. I'm truly thankful for your kindness, dear one. Oh, she's calling me dear one as well. My name's Flora, actually. I just decided it when I spoke about Flora earlier when I was making that flower crown. I decided it. It's a cool name. I know.
The mermaid leans forward on her rock so as to pluck the circlet from your fingers. Her benevolent smile, all the while, is unwavering.
And now that I look at your gift more closely, I rather think it is of a superior quality to the gifts my old friend once gave me. Damn, trashing your old friend? I guess she's probably dead.
Now this is enough to make you start, if the touch of the mermaid's fingers upon your own was not. Could your silly gift really be better than those she once accepted?
I think so. My friend's trinkets were all rather clumsy in execution, though I cherish them nonetheless. They were very precious to me. They did not last for very long, though, not when I took them with me to my home beneath the ocean. The water soon rent the fragile links between the flower stems asunder. Your diadem, however, seems more sturdy, but it is, by the same token, very delicate. I'll make more, my queen. I'll make you one every day so that you can have them very temporarily and then they'll be destroyed, but then you can get another one. You must be very good with your hands. Oh, I can show you how good I am with my hands, miss. Yup.
You think back briefly on your disastrous sewing lessons in the past, your numerous failed attempts to thread your needle, while the other girls giggled at you, and you blushed. You think the mermaid's praise might be a touch too effusive. You tell the mermaid as much, but she only laughs.
She's very similar to the princess, honestly. I do not think so. Now. Oh, she has the crown! Oh my god! You look so good!
The mermaid places your floral trinket upon her head, over her long fair hair, then surveys you in a manner which seems almost coquettish.
What do you think?
You think that the mermaid looks radiant, though that is less because of your gift and more because of her natural looks. You tell the mermaid this, though not in terms quite this glowing, and she giggles.
You're selling yourself too short. I think your gift is lovely. Really, the flowers rather match my hair. I'm so upset because I already know that she's gonna be so evil and she's gonna kill me.
Yes, you answer, with a nod of your head. That is why you picked those flowers. She's all you've been able to think of.
I'm glad that you've been thinking of me. I in truth have been thinking of you, though I did not wish to say as much.
No?
My only question is, how is she gonna get me? You know, it's not like she can be like, oh hey, let's sleep together, because like, I can't really breathe very well underwater. Maybe she's like, oh hey, well let's go for a swim, and then she drags me down under. I really hope that she doesn't go, but let's be honest. It's happened once before. I think I can expect what's gonna happen. No, it would be embarrassing to confess to how much I've been looking forward to our reunion if you did not feel similarly. I do not care to pine for humans from afar. But if you care for me as I do you, then it makes me feel less alone. Is this... Is being in love with a mermaid technically... Huh. We're not delving into that topic. You hasten to assure the mermaid, your face aflame. Do you ever stop blushing? Goodness gracious! That you do care for her, very much so. Thank you for mentioning that. Do you ever stop blushing? I like the humor in this game. It's very, like... It's fairly, like, sparingly, but it's really good when there's just something from the narrator like, oh god, you're really useless, aren't you? Something like that. You've not known her for very long, but she's certainly made an impression upon you. She's such an easy conversationalist. The time simply slips by when you're together. And it does not hurt, of course, that she's so pretty. I've heard it, yes, that my looks are rather appealing. My old friend was similarly complimentary. I cannot blame you humans for being so taken with me when my form is so very graceful. Your legs seem rather cumbersome in comparison to my smooth, sleek tail. It must be so very depressing to lumber about on the land as you do, living your days beneath the harsh sun and the cool, unfeeling moon. Well, you have plastic in the water, so take that, bitch. Sometimes, I rather think I pity you. But the surface is a good deal brighter than it is beneath the ocean, I will grant you that much. You agree with the mermaid, still feeling flushed, that there are some perks to having legs, an agreement which made the mermaid giggle. I'm certain that there are, though you cannot explore the ocean's depths as I can. I presume you've never tried it. You shake your head no. You had never thought to do so, largely because you've never been so close to the sea before, not in all of your life. You did not have much opportunity for nautical exploration in the past. You were not allowed to go anywhere then, save to the local church. It was quite a lonely existence, and it gets so lonely here. Well now, that is a pity. You were kind enough to give me a gift fashioned from flowers which grow where I cannot reach them, so perhaps I ought to return the favour. The favour? Well, it's not really a favour, it's a gift, but okay. Yes, that is right. It would seem only fitting that I give to you something which can only be found in the ocean's depths. Or like a shell. Perhaps we could look at it as some form of cultural exchange. Oh no, you protest, your eyes wide. You couldn't possibly put such a burden upon her. You did not give her a gift after all because you wanted to receive anything in return, anything other than her friendship, that is. Her conversation is more than enough to satisfy you. You do not need any physical presence on top of that. The mermaid does not seem convinced, however, by your naysaying. She raises one eyebrow, even this gesture is performed elegantly, then says, If my company is all it takes to satisfy you, then you're easy to please indeed, but please do not rebuff me. I'm offering because I wish to do this. Remember what I said, I do not say things for the sake of it. Well, you murmur, if she really doesn't mind. Of course I do not mind. Oh fuck, I'm a little bitch. Sorry. Now wait there, I will not be very long. It would be rude to abandon my new friend in the midst of a conversation. Like, I don't need to, because in Ace Attorney, specifically the trilogy, sometimes the text would be slow, so I'd click to, like, have it move on. That was an accidental click, but, this text is, like, a good speed. And also you can adjust the speed. You can adjust the text speed. I haven't. This is the auto text speed, but it's really good. The mermaid turns her attention towards the clear mirror-like water, which simmers beneath the moonlight. Like, I don't think I've once been reading and, like, caught up to it and not, you know, been like, then she dives. You know, because I'm, like, reading ahead. I can't really say it in a natural way because the text is moving so slowly. Then she dives. Her body arches elegantly through the air, her long slender limbs cleaving through the surface of the water with nary a ripple. The mermaid's face is first submerged, then her torso, and, at long last, her tail. The water rushes forth to envelop her, as though it has been waiting for her. It subsumes her. It swallows her. Then she disappears from view. The mermaid is gone, but you are still there. Well, now what are you to do? There's nothing that can be done, you suppose, save waiting. You stand there for several... Stand there? Sit down. Have a little sit, come on.
You stand there for several moments, watching the black water lap against the shore. The breeze howls mournfully, like a wounded animal, as it buffets your hair about your face, and your torn skirt around your legs. I forgot my skirt's torn again! Fuck! I have a torn skirt! Oh no, I look so messy. She's gonna hate my guts! Oh no! Time elapses, but how much of it? While you stand there, fretfully, feeling as ostentatious as a maypole. When will the mermaid return? Will she ever return? You're starting to worry. Is that all you do? When... Look, over there, by the rocks upon which the mermaid once sat. The water's rippling. It looks as though your new friend has returned.
There she is.
The mermaid pulls herself onto the rocks, using a surprising amount of upper body strength, then smiles at you. This mermaid fucking lifts. Actually, can you lift weights in the water? I don't imagine you could. Either way, she fucking lifts.
I apologize for the wait. I hope I did not make you worry.
You were worrying, but you're not half so honest as the mermaid. Mermaids might be spoken of as devious tricksters who lure sailors to their deaths, but they are in actuality very sincere. You're very hopeful. I'm not very hopeful, not after our last encounter. They're much more sincere than most humans. Perhaps that is why your kind fears them so. There are few creatures who inhabit this world whose capacity for lying is greater than your own. You tell the mermaid that you are not worrying, and she answers with a wry smile. I'm not so sure about that. The mermaid's wilier than you're giving her credit for. She seems straight through you, and you're not straight.
But no matter, it took me some time, but I was finally able to retrieve for you a gift. I do not have the means to turn this into a pretty piece of jewellery, as you did with the flowers, but I wish to give it to you nonetheless. I do hope that you like it.
The mermaid leans forwards, and holds a gift out towards you. Her slender fingers unfurl about it, like the petals of a flower being folded back, and...
It is a shell! Oh, look at it!
Oh, what a pretty gift it is. The ocean might be dark and deep, cold and unfeeling, but the same cannot be said for the object which glitters upon the mermaid's palm. A very white palm. She's fished from the depths of the water a beautiful shell, one which shimmers prismatic colours beneath the moon's light, much like the scales on her tail. The shell is so very pretty, it quite takes your breath away. You look at the shell worriedly, your teeth biting your lower lip. That is a bad habit, you know. You'll make yourself bleed. Then ask the mermaid if this is really alright. Would a gift like this not be wasted on you?
Of course not. I want you to have this shell because it makes me think of you.
It does? How so?
I thought it should be obvious. The shell is a lovely find. As are you.
Oh. Did she just call you lovely? Surely you must have misheard her.
Narrator, I'm getting kind of sick of your crap.
You can scarcely believe it. It is an awful thing. It is an awful lot for you to take in, but...
Now why are you gawping at me like that? The wind will change, you know, and then your face will be stuck like that, which would be quite the shame. You'd waste your good looks, which for a maiden such as yourself would be nothing short of a tragedy. Damn, she called you pretty too.
Narrator's gonna ruin this, though. It seems as though the mermaid really does think you're pretty, after all. The mermaid with her smooth silk skin and her fair hair. You can scarcely believe it. There's something almost laughable about the mermaid's compliments. How could she call you pretty when her looks are so immediately obviously superior? Tongue-tied, you look at your feet. You do not know how to reply to the mermaid. You have half a mind to refute her words, to tell her that you're not that pretty, not really, but you fear that might look rude. You do not want to rebuff the mermaid's well wishes. There's nothing for it, then, but to take the shell with the mermaid retrieved from the ocean's depth, which the mermaid's retrieved from the ocean's depth for you. You do not think that you're worthy of it, but neither do you want to refuse it.
Now that is a surprise,
the mermaid says amused as you reach for the shell.
I did not think you'd be bold enough to take it, not without more coaxing on my part. You've exceeded my expectations. What a good girl you are.
Your heart flutters with this praise, and it flutters all the more when your trembling fingers brush against the mermaid's palm. She presses the shell into your skin, and your own fingers tighten about it. The shell is sharp and pointed, and it digs uncomfortably into your skin. It hurts, but there's pleasure in the pain. This, too, feels like a gift from the mermaid. You do not want to spurn it.
Did something similar happen with,
Did something similar happen with the princess? Because the dream that we had, someone gave us their hand and then dug into it. I feel like a similar thing happened with... Like a similar parallel happened between the princess earlier and the dream that we had earlier. Was it the thorn? Oh, right, the thorn that cut us open and the scissors that cut us open. Right. Huh. You do not want to spurn it. Even pain can be a precious thing when dealt by one whom you care for. You never knew that before. You hold the shell to your heart, which is beating in a regular rhythm, and look at the mermaid. Then, very softly, you thank her. It is quite all right. It seems only fair after you shared part of your world with me. I wish to share part of my world with you too. Humans cannot normally descend beneath the ocean's depths, and even if they do, they cannot remain there for very long. You're far too fragile. Would that I could, I would bring you with me to my underwater kingdom, where we might be together. The mermaid's melodic voice trails away, suffused with something resembling melancholia. She sighs. Then she shakes her head and smiles. But this will have to do for the present. Please take good care of that shell. Look at it from time to time, and think of me. That would make me very happy indeed. The days pass, following this nightly encounter with your aquatic acquaintance, with an almost intolerable slowness. You endure the hours of sunlight as best you can, by going for long bracing walks amidst the heather, foraging for berries and fruits amongst the hedgerows. You even, when you've mustered up enough courage, take an old fishing line uncovered in the fisherman's cottage, and try a look by the shore. Your initial attempts at angling are without success, but as the time passes, your proficiency in the art grows. Some time after you take up your rod, you find you're able to catch the odd fish here and there, small, scrawny things mostly, but the meat goes away to bolstering your rudimentary diet. I'm eating fish? I'm eating fish? Why the fuck am I eating fish? Well, I know how I die in this one, and I'm gonna say deserved. That's right, I'm eating fish. What the fuck? That's fucked up. She's a fish. I'm eating her kind. I'm the cannibal this time, except it's not, is it? It's not cannibalism if I'm eating a different species, but that species is like, it's like if you had a pet fish, and you ate a fish in front of the fish, you know? Except not a pet, but, you know, it's like if you had a goldfish and you ate a fish in front of it. I guess we're not eating in front of her, but, like, oh, what the fuck? You teach yourself how to remove the scales of these saltwater fish that you've captured, and how to gut them. No! You'll learn, too, how to cook them over a simple fire. Sometimes, you skewer these fisher eels on spikes, and roast them slowly, innards and all. You're able to sustain yourself well enough during the day, though the faint pangs of hunger you experience never quite go away. Your physical discomfort, however, is secondary when compared to your desire to visit the mermaid. Then stop eating fish! Your days might be dull and drab, but your nights, comparatively, are made of magic. It is only during the night that the mermaid emerges from beneath the waves, and when she does, you hurry to her side. You've never before had anybody who took so great an interest in you, not until you met the mermaid. That is why she's grown to mean so very much to you. She's the first friend you've ever had, but if you do not temper your obsession accordingly, I fear she may very well be your last. You care little for the potential danger, however, which lurks beneath your interactions with the mermaid. You want only to show the mermaid how much you value her, and you hope, within time, that she will come to value you too. If you keep seeing her, surely she will stop thinking of her human friend whom she lost so suddenly. That is your plan at least. Fortunately, your self-serving wish to grow closer to the mermaid seems close to being granted. Your nightly conversations when you greet her come easily enough, the words tumbling from your mouth like thread. You've grown rather comfortable in the mermaid's company, and she yours. You must have, for it's not long after you bequeathed your diadem of flowers to the mermaid that she looks at you, then posits a curious question. I was wondering, dear one, whether you would mind indulging me. I know this might not seem like an appealing proposition, but I thought it would be remiss of me not to ask. I've seen some of your world, for I've sat on this shore for many, many nights hence, but you've seen nothing of mine. It seems unfair that I should know some of the world that you inhabit, while you know so little of my own.
So, would you care to come with me beneath the ocean's waves? Well, I need like an oxygen tank. But, that'd be nice. I just need some scuba equipment, really. There's much that I wish to show you, sights that I cannot, I fear, be accurately represented in language alone. That cannot be. I don't know where the I came from before cannot. Sorry, I'm a little dumbass. Words can be awfully stifling when it comes to the communication of experience. I'm glitching. When it comes to the communication of experiences such as this.
It is quite the florid speech, but at the heart of it beats a simple enough request. The mermaid wishes to bring you beneath the ocean's surface, so that she might show you her home. You're so flattered, initially, that the mermaid wishes to show you something so personal. But after this flutter of flattery, there comes an uncomfortable sense of unease. The mermaid might feel at home beneath the water's surfaces, but what of you? How can she breathe, by the way, above and below water?
Maybe she's like a frog.
You are a human girl with 2 awkward, ungainly legs, and you were not made to live under the sea. You frown, and mistrustfully, you look at the ocean. It is late at night, as it always is when you speak to the mermaid, and the water does not look blue. And it appears instead to be obsidian. Minecraft reference. The waves moan as they break against the rocks, which jut out of the shore like a mighty dragon's bones. They sound angry, violent almost. Salty sea spray arcs through the air, caught in the moonlight. It shimmers, sharp as knives. Hesitantly, you take a step back. You're a little afraid of the sea. It's so restless, so deep, and so all-consuming, it reminds you of a hungry monster. You've never submerged yourself beneath the ocean before. You never had the opportunity. You do not even know how to swim. You're fearful for your own safety, should you consent to dive beneath the undulating meniscus of the water, but...
Do not look so frightened, dear one. I'll be with you, and I will not let you go. You have my word.
Shyly, you glance at the mermaid. She's still perched upon her rock, her hands folded neatly upon her. Well, she does not have a lap. Not really. You're still afraid, but the mermaid's reassurance does help. Has she not told you numerous times that she's nothing if not honest?
Well, you can also lie about being honest, and then everything you say is a lie. If all that you speak is lies, then if you're trying to say, hey, I'm a big liar, then you'll instead say, hey, I'm extremely honest. You know? Sorry, I'm just scared after what happened last time. To the last Flora.
You trust her not to break her word. She will not leave you beneath the waves, abandoning you to a cruel, lonely fate to become the food of so many fish.
Well, fish have become so much food to you, so maybe you deserve it.
Of that, you're certain. That is why, despite all of your misgivings, you find yourself nodding your head. If that is what she wants, then you will accompany her. You're interested too in what lies beneath the ocean's surface, out of sight.
Oh, I knew that you would agree. Thank you very much for humouring me. I will endeavour to make these next few moments the most memorable you've ever experienced. Now, would you care to come with me? I shall be your guide. The ocean's depths might be dark, but I will not let you get away from me. I promise.
The mermaid extends her hand towards you, a hand which seems to cut through the moonlight, just like a blade. Then when celestial rays play against the mermaid's upturned palm, so that it shimmers. The mermaid's hair too is glowing, backlit by Celine's glow, so that she almost looks like an angel. Her beauty is such that, for a few moments, you cannot do anything, neither step towards her, nor back away. You feel frozen in place, rooted into the sand, like some shore-growing tree. You still do not understand why the mermaid has taken such an interest in you, but an old adage does occur to you. You ought not to look a gift horse in the mouth, or ignore the pleas of a graceful, dignified mermaid. You reach out, your arms shaking like the skinny bough of an ancient tree, and find the mermaid's hand with your own. The mermaid's fingers curl about your own, her nails, only now you notice how sharp they are, digging into your skin. Though the mermaid herself looks very soft, her grip is surprisingly strong. You do not think, if she willed it, you'd be able to get away from her. But why would you want to? She does not mean you any harm.
Now, let us be on our way. There's much to see in my underwater kingdom. I cannot wait to show it to you.
The mermaid turns toward the ocean, as do you. A brief moment passes, wondering which you allow yourself to stand there, your hand claimed by the mermaids, as the wind buffets your hair and your skirts. Skirts? Plural? Am I wearing, like, 3 skirts? And one of them's torn? You inhale deeply. The smell of the salt is heavy in the back of your nostrils, so much so you could choke on it. Oh my god, I forgot I'm wearing a skirt in this. Oh my god. Yeah, no wonder it's so cold. Holy heck. I'm like, oh my goodness. In just like a torn skirt. And I'm about to get soaking wet. I'm gonna be fucking freezing. I'm gonna literally be a sopping wet cat. It is not a particularly pleasant smell, but you've grown accustomed to it after living in your tumble-down cottage by the shore. It is nostalgic, almost. You have a vague feeling, as you stand in the precipice between your world and that of your aquatic companions, that you might never again be able to smell the salt in the air like this. That is just a silly supposition, though. Though you are being foolish. The mermaid will return you back to the surface in due course, will she not? You hope that she will. You, unlike her, cannot breathe underwater. You open your mouth, meaning to ask the mermaid about this fact, but you are not afforded the opportunity to speak. The mermaid has already shifted, her fingers still twined about yours. She dives forwards, her body slicing through the surface of the water like a knife, and you, inexorably, are dragged along with her. Oh, yo, look at us! Oh my god, I am gonna be fucking freezing. Oh my god, but look at us! Oh, and I'm gonna eat all of these fish. It looks pink, but also it's difficult to tell because we're underwater. The water rushes forwards to meet you in a sudden shocking rush. The mermaid's descent might be graceful, but yours is anything but. You do not know how to position your legs, and your limbs feel awfully ungainly. The shock of the water as it touches your skin, meanwhile, is intense. You did not think that the water would be this cold. No, it's not just cold, it's freezing. It feels as though all the warmth has just been sapped out of your skin. Oh, and I'm wearing a skirt. Oh, this is awful. Wait, no, this is even worse, because now her underwear is going to get soaked as well. This is literally... Do I not have any other way of making clothes? Oh, this is awful. If your head was not already beneath the ocean's waves, you would gasp from it. You do not gasp, however. You cannot. You've already been submerged. Your body no longer feels as though it's your own. Your hair is unspooling behind you like a thread, and your skirt is fluttering. Your body rocks to and fro, as though being soothed in a mother's arms. It is a curious feeling, but it is not wholly unpleasant. If only it were not so cold down here, beneath the ocean's depths, you might find it relaxing. It's dark under the surface of the water, yes, but you have not ventured so very far, not yet at least, that the glow of the moon cannot penetrate its depths. Your surroundings are illuminated, though faintly, and thanks to this precious illumination, you can see the schools of fish swimming about you. Their scales all glisten as they arc through the waves like rainbows. They do not look like life forms. They appear instead to your fairy tale-addled mind to be ancient relics brought to life through some strange arcane sorcery. They're pretty. No, that word's not significant enough. They're beautiful. You did not know as you stood upon the shore how very full of life it was beneath the water's surface. You did not know, either, how very beautiful these aquatic denizens of the deep were. You've never seen fish like these before, not in real life. You have memories, vague, hazy memories, of dissecting a fish once, in a particularly gruesome biology lesson. But that feels like a very long time ago now. You would far rather think on your present than dwell upon the past. But the seconds pass, and as they do, the mermaid continues her swim, leading you deeper and deeper into the ocean's depths. Well, once you were close enough to the surface that the moon's light could still slice through the waves, now it is so very dark you can scarcely see. Your vision is beginning to blur. Oh wait, was I always so unwell? It looks like I'm gonna die. She's vibing though, she's like, oh yeah, this is lovely. Your vision is beginning to blur. You can feel an uncomfortable pressure weighing down on your inert body. You've descended, you realize, with a ripple of anxiety, too deep. Humans were not meant to descend into these depths. The water, once cold, now feels freezing. You already said it felt freezing. It caresses every inch of your exposed flesh, as if to sap what little warmth you might still possess. Yeah, wearing a skirt in water feels... Then again, I guess all swimsuits expose, like, all the body, rarely, don't they? I didn't really think about that. Yeah. You shiver. And... Sorry? Rocky Horror Picture Show reference just went in my brain? You shiver with anticipation. And when you do, you swear that you can hear your teeth chattering, despite the water which stops your ears. The water is stopping up your nostrils. There's so much water down here at the bottom of the ocean. It is endless. The mermaid might be able to breathe underwater, but you're not so very fortunate. Your body's far less sophisticated than hers, and it requires oxygen with which to furnish your body with continued strength, not salt water. The thought of trying to inhale the endless water which surrounds you makes you shudder. You would rather not attempt it. You do not have gills. But I do have girls. Ayy! When will the mermaid take you back to the surface? Surely she must know that you have fast begun to near your limit. You've been under the water for too long, and it is too cold, and it's so dark now. In any event, you cannot see much of anything. The joy you once felt during your underwater adventure has begun to dissipate, just like the last of the oxygen you still possess. It is time to return to the surface now, but how are you to communicate this to the mermaid? I don't know, you have a free hand. Touch her, like... Hit her, like, not very hard, but like, just tap her on the shoulder, be like... And then she'll be like, oh, right, you're dying. Forgot about that bit. You cannot speak, and she's not looking at you. She's staring instead, fixedly, at something beyond your comprehension. Something far away, perhaps, in the underwater gloom that you cannot see. Not knowing what else to do, you try to pull your arm free from the mermaid's grasp. You hope that this will signal to her that she's grown too carried away in her endeavours, that she ought to cut short your expedition and return you to the shore. The mermaid does not react, however, to your attempts to escape her. Her grip does not slacken, as you'd hoped, from about your wrist. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It feels as though she's gripping you more tightly than she was, as if to prevent your escape. But why would she do that? Wait! I was a fool! This is the moment where we die! She is drowning us! How did I not figure that out? She's trying to drown us! Oh no! Oh, how did I not realize? She's drowning us! It's happening! You tap on the mermaid's shoulder to get her attention. There we go. A gesture which prompts her, at long last, to turn. Her fair hair billows about her, suspended in the water like a shroud. Then she says, in that calm, measured, incredibly reasonable voice of hers, Yes, dear one? What is it? I can't fucking speak! I'm dying! If you could, you would open your mouth to reply to her. But alas, you are a human girl, not a fish, and you cannot speak underwater. Gesture to your throat, be like, I'm fucking dying! In any attempt to do so, would accomplish naught save filling your pretty little mouth with water. The mermaid really ought to have considered that before she started to ask you questions. But your comfort seems to be the last thing on the mermaid's mind. Yeah, I'm sorry. The princess was a lot nicer. This mermaid is hurting me. I feel like not much has happened with the mermaid other than she said, I'm very honest, and hey, you're pretty. Other than that, this mermaid's been very not considerate. You know, like, you can breathe on land and water, I can only breathe on land, okay? Maybe this wasn't such a good idea, but I think that she's trying to kill us, so, oh well. She smiles at you gently, delicately, then says, I understand. Being underwater for so long must be beginning to take its toll. Do your lungs feel like iron? Are they heavy? Iron lung? So she does understand your woes. You might not be able to speak, suspended as you are in the dark, murky depths, but communication is not wholly impossible. You nod your head emphatically, hoping that this will be enough to make your distress apparent, but... Yes, that will happen. It's a natural part, or so I've heard, of drowning. Not that I've ever had the opportunity to experience it for myself. I'm incapable, you see, of meeting my demands in such a manner. Now, what was that? Or what could she mean? I mean, the mermaid answers, can she read minds? That this was a calculated act upon my part. Oh, you bitch! This is so rude of you! Oh, were there this many bubbles before? I think I'm drowning! Oh! How did I not even fall for this one? I mean, how did I not... What's the word? How did I not figure out that she was trying to drown me? Like, I already knew that she was gonna try to drown me, and then I was just like, yep, let's go with her. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Forgive me, dear one, but the moment you consented to sinking beneath the water with me, your fate was sealed. Your lungs will be flooded with water soon enough, then you will die. It's not a pretty way to go. You needn't worry about your corpse bloating, disfiguring, or being eaten by fish, though. I will take very good care of it, I promise.
Oh no. Princess was so much nicer than you when she was trying to eat me. You're just being mean.
In death, you will look lovely, almost angelic. Is that not what you always wanted?
You do not know what the mermaid thinks it is, exactly, that you want, but you think she's laboring under some severe misunderstandings. You would like to try and correct her. You do not want to die, but of course, you cannot open your mouth.
My mouth has been open for a while. I'm drowning, okay?
What a pity. Well, at least it saves me the effort of transcribing your dying pleas. I doubt they'd be particularly interesting.
That's so rude.
If you want to know why I'm doing this, then I would not mind obliging. I have no secrets to keep from you.
Other than the secret, perhaps, that upon your first meeting, she nursed within her cold fish's heart the desire to bring about your watery murder. You might have liked to know that before you agreed to sink beneath the ocean's surface with her.
I'm only doing this because I have no choice. The other girl I liked, after all, the one whom I adored, disappeared. She went away, and I was never again afforded the opportunity to see her.
Oh, she didn't drown the other girl. But because the other girl disappeared, she's worried that I'll disappear, so she's bringing me with her and drowning me. Okay. Well, at least you didn't kill the other girl, like Princess did.
You reminded me of that girl, though you do not look much alike. You do not act very alike either. But you're both humans who, despite your delicacies, have no shortage of determination. How your kind is able to live when your lifespans are so very short, and you're susceptible to so very many diseases, is a mystery to me. Though my lifespan far eclipses your own, and I'm far sturdier, I cannot help but marvel at the tenacity of you humans. I know that if I were as fragile as you are, I would not be able to exist in this world. I would be far too afraid. I would see my own death lurking behind every corner.
All of them are seeing this as like an act of mercy or kindness. What the fuck? Why can I not have proper communication with anyone?
Just as you can see your own death looming before you. It is not so very far away now. You can feel it coming closer and closer, enclosing its cold icy fingers around your throat.
You humans are incredible. I cannot help but respect you, weak and pitiful though you are.
She respects your tenacity so very much she wishes to extinguish it. That does not make very much sense.
Perhaps my words are confusing you, but it makes perfect sense. To me, at least. My beloved cowherd left me. I do not know where she went, or what happened to her. Perhaps she was murdered by bandits. Perhaps she contracted a horrible disease. Perhaps she simply fell and cracked her skull. I do not know. I will never know. For many, many days and many, many nights, her disappearance tormented me. I could not help but wonder how it came about. There were so many possibilities, I could not imagine all of them. This thought terrified me. It still does. That is why I'm going to take you to my underwater kingdom with me. There, we can be together forever. Nothing will be able to tear us apart then. I will brush your hair, and I will dress you in the finest pearls found from the bottom of the seabed. It will be lovely, much, much lovelier than any sort of miserable existence you might be able to eke out above the water. In my citadel, you will never be attacked by bandits, nor ravaged by diseases. You'll be quite safe, I promise.
Quite safe, yes, and quite dead too, surely.
Well, yes, that is only the unfortunate aspect of my plan.
She considers your death nothing more than a mere misfortune. The mermaid might be surprisingly cold after all. But perhaps you ought to have predicted this. She is part fish.
Yeah, I've been eating fish.
A fish not cold-blooded, like lizards. You probably learnt this at some point during biology class, but your lessons are beginning to feel very faint and far away now. Your body is beginning to fail you.
Slowest drown ever.
You cannot take much more of this.
It is a necessary sacrifice, though, if we are to be happy. I'm doing this, you know, for both our sakes. I do apologize for tricking you, but please, try to understand. I really have been lonely.
Say the line, Bart.
You'd be more inclined to sympathize with her, perhaps, if her loneliness was not ushering in your inevitable demise, but you're too preoccupied with your dwindling reserves of oxygen to feel much in the way of anything for your captor. You can feel the pressure of the water against your eyes. They're beginning to ache. Perhaps you're crying. You do not know. The water masks much of your anguish. You've been drifting underwater for almost 3 minutes.
Damn! You can hold your breath, girl.
That is a remarkably long time to go without any air. Your vision's beginning to cloud. Your surroundings, already dark, look darker still, unpleasant and obscure, and not at all like the paradise the moment promised you. The pain of being suffocated, slowly, is far stronger and far more oppressive than the sensation of the moment's hand wound tightly above your arm. Is there no escape for you? The prognosis, I'm sorry to say, is grim. Your fate, as the moment said, really was sealed the moment you met her, luxuriating on those rocks beneath the moonlight. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it?
Alright, let's accept our fate real quick. Yeah, I'm down.
That's a bit of an anticlimactic answer at this juncture in your life story, but I suppose it would be remiss of me to lecture you too much. I'm sure you're well aware of what a terrible series of decisions you've made. There's no need for me to belabor at this point. That would be boorish, not to mention tedious. I'm rather tired of scolding you. So instead, I think I will content myself with loving you. What, you thought in your death the mermaid was the only one who would be able to co-set you? I know I've said this before, but you really are naive. You cannot escape me, even if you're at the bottom of the deepest, darkest ocean. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again.
With the fishes, you're beginning to feel distinctly waterlogged. All achievement run, let's heckin' go. Ugh. I love me some good stretching. I'm gonna fight against my fate!
Ah, I like that look in your face. It's a look full of determination. The self-same determination which first prompted me to take an interest in you. I can tell that you're not happy with this ending. You didn't come all this way after all, to drown. That is quite the indecorous demise regardless of how many fine stones and shells the moment means to twine through your hair after your death. If you wish to carve out a new story for yourself, then I'll be only too happy to indulge you. Just try not to get on the bad side, or good side, of any homicidal naiads this time. The drowning of fair maidens is something of a cliché. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now, I wonder, which path will you take?
Let's go to the village. I'm excited to see who will kill me next.
So, you want to go to the village? Good idea. Let us see what further trials await you there.
Well, it's the trial of my affair.
This night is far from over, as much as you might wish it was, and there's still much more to discover. I wonder what will happen next.
This probably is going to be a 6-hour stream, actually. It's already 3 hours 56 minutes. Don't be surprised, also it might be like just short of 6 hours. 5 hours 40 maybe. Oh, I should have gotten a chocolate orange from downstairs, honestly. That would be so good right now with my throat. Oh well. I'll have one for not tomorrow's stream, the day after tomorrow's stream.
You follow the path which leads to the village, supporting yourself on weary aching limbs which feel ready at a moment's notice to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope as you continue to run that you'll find a suitable residence in which to rest at the village. You do not know what will...
Oh, I remember now that weird raining sound that gets really loud. I missed it. I really missed that. It brings me back to 4 hours ago.
You do not know what will await you at the village, but you have visions as you run of a quaint scenic settlement, all thatched cottages with sloping roofs. Surely there'll be a kindly peasant who'll be willing to put up a young runaway for a few nights. You can imagine too the face of this kindly peasant from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. She'll be broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, with dull brown hair crammed beneath a cap. Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows, but she'll be kind to you and compassionate, just like a mother.
This is a mother? Wait, no, the first one, the princess wasn't described as a lover. The girlfriend was described as a sister. So yeah, I remember that. The princess was described as a sister. When when she was describing what she would look like. Huh. A sister, a mother, and a father. All of them are like trying to get us to be gay as all hell so that they can kill us. Probably some meaning and symbolism behind that. You do not know what mothers are like. You hardly ever spoke to yours. You're only guessing. You're not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Peasants do not, as you know from your voracious reading, have much money, nor do they have much food. It might be hard to convince a resident of the village, even the kindly washerwoman of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Still, you must try. And that is all you can do, really. So you run to the village. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally manage it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun is yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl, or orb, or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the village, nestled among the hills like a diorama. Hope anew bubbles within you. You've finally made it. Surely naught but your salvation awaits you. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that. But your hope, such a precious, fragile thing, soon begins to fade. The village up close does not look half as welcoming as you imagined. There are cottages, yes, but they're in a state of disrepair. There are holes in the roofs and holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping open. The kitchens beyond them are even darker than the night sky which shrouds you. There are no lights on in any of the windows, and neither can you see any people, insomniacs like you, at them. You cannot hear anything, either, beyond the sound of your own footsteps and the low mournful sighing of the wind. The village is quite quiet, eerily so. It is immediately obvious, even to a naive girl such as yourself, that something terrible must have befallen this village. Yeah, there was a plague? There was a plague. Looks nice, though. It looks like it's daytime, but it's just been dimmed in the picture. You know before you try your luck at one of the houses that nobody will answer you. There'll be no kindly red-armed washerwoman to welcome you here, no matter how much you wish for it. But that does not stop you from wishing regardless. Your knuckles rap smartly against the wooden door. Your efforts soon prove, however, to be in vain. There's nobody here to hear your entreaties. How very sad. You try another door, then another, but the result is the same regardless of how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There's nobody out there. Once again, you found yourself all alone. At least you found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. Will you utilize one of these cottages for your purposes? Nobody's here. You might as well. But no, an abandoned cottage is not what you're looking for. You would far rather have companionship, would you not? Bravely, you swallow your tears, you wipe your eyes with the back of your arm in a well-practiced motion, then inhale. You square your shoulders, and you keep on going. Surely the village cannot be completely deserted. There must be one person here at the very least who can help you. That is what you're thinking as you resume your search. You flit from cottage to cottage, with precious little to show for your determination, until you make yet another discovery. Oh, nice! A graveyard! Or a church, rather. My apologies. I see gravestones, and I don't think of the actual place of worship, whatever. This village, with its squat thatched cottages bathed in the moon's glow, has a church. I love the music in this game. Well, of course it has a church. The villagers who once... Is it really... Do visual novels count as games, I wonder? I guess. I'm playing it. It's a game. Yeah. Is it more of a book? Anyway. Well, of course it has a church. The villagers who once dwelt here were not godless heathens, not that their faith did them all that much good in the end. Still, the sight of the church soothes your overtaxed heart. You were so focused on your fantasies of a kindly washerwoman taking you in, you did not pause to entertain the fancy of a kindly nun doing much the same. Are we going to meet a nun? All hope is not lost. You approach the church, which seems to tower over you despite it being so humble. The church is a small one, but it is stout and sturdy. It must be, for it has withstood centuries, forever standing, sentinel on this hill, like a relic from a bygone era. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but it does not need them.
Even without more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. The stone building is fringed by a sizable graveyard, one which occupies the rest of the hilltop and some of its sloping sides. The graves which have been planted by generations of wardens are hewn from a similar stone to that which the church's walls are made of. Some of the gravestones are shaped like lozenges, while others are shaped like crosses. A handful of headstones are even shaped like angels, though these are few and far between. There are very few people in a village such as this one who can afford such luxurious final resting places. Stammering a lot. You look at the tombstones with an almost childlike curiosity, forgetting in your examination the visceral, heart-rending fear which gripped you as you ran through the forest. You're out of the woods now, and you've subconsciously already begun to relax. You try to read the names hewn into the myriad tombstones, but it is dark and you're tired, and some of these graves are very, very old indeed. You strain your eyes, but you do not have much luck in this endeavor. Oh well. Such superfluous details are not important. You eventually tire of examining the graves and turn. This graveyard is an expensive one, unusually so, given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses, and there's much to explore? You walk about the perimeter of the church, casting your gaze first here, then there, then everywhere, consumed as you are by your immense, all-encompassing curiosity. And as you do, you see her.
Ooh. Hi. She's very pretty. Are you gonna dig my grave? Are you gonna whack me with that shovel TF2 style?
She looks like an ordinary girl, small and scrawny just like yourself, but she's much, much more than her unremarkable appearance might suggest. For some moments you observe her, hiding all the while in the shadow cast by the church, like a furtive lizard clinging against a rocky edifice to shroud itself from the sun. There's no sunlight here though. There's only the night sky and the stars and the moon. Beneath the moon's light, a silvery implement the girl is clutching shimmers.
Gee, I wonder what this implement is.
It takes you a few moments to see what it is the girl is clutching in her hands. It is not until you see her manipulate it, its sharp edge biting into the earth, that you understand. It is a shovel. This girl is standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard, late at night, and she's digging a grave. Well, you suppose she could always be digging a hole for the sake of it, but her work seems much too precise for this to be the result of mere whimsy. It is hard for you to see her face, given the distance between the pair of you, but her posture is one that speaks of supreme concentration. She moves slowly, mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of her shovel into the earth over and over. Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. There's something hypnotic, almost, in the manner in which she attends to this task. Should you risk interrupting her? Do you dare? You get the feeling that she would not appreciate it. The shovel in her hands, meanwhile, is rather hefty. If she wished it, she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. Cold anxiety makes your skin prickle. You do not know if you should risk speaking to her when she, in her dark cloak with her shovel, looks so very strange. But what do you have left to lose? You've come this far. It would be folly to turn back now. It's with this thought in your mind that you decide to approach the strange girl. Your footsteps are quiet. You've grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat, but they're not quiet enough. The girl's senses must be finely tuned, because she blinks.
Oh, look at her. Oh, she's seen us.
Then, she turns. Your eyes meet, and once they do, you feel your breath catch in your throat. You did not have a clear view of the girl before, concealed as you were in the shadows, but now she was looking at you. You can tell that she's pretty. Her skin is very smooth, and her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Her eyes, meanwhile, are a clear, cool blue, like ice. Those eyes of hers, which are large with an ease, are fringed with very long, fair eyelashes. She looks as though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she's none of those things. The shovel she's clutching in her hand, I bit my tongue, looks solid enough, its pointed tip glittering wickedly in the moonlight. You steel yourself, expecting perhaps some sort of outburst. But attention soon drains in the girl's slender shoulders. The fingers, which once were gripping the handle of her shovel tightly, relax. Her lips curve upwards at the edges. She's smiling, and what a smile it is. It's transformative. When she smiles, she looks radiant, angelic almost. Hers is a smile that is so suffused with light that your eyes begin to prickle from it. You're so relieved, you almost feel as if you could cry. It would not be the first time you've wept during this night, and neither would it be too surprising if you did. You've been through a lot. You must be exhausted. The girl holding the shovel seems to realize this, because she bridges the distance between you cautiously, as one might approach a skittish cat. Then she says in a rough voice which does not match her dainty appearance, well, she does live in a rural village, what are you expecting?
A rough voice? Oh, mate. Oh. Oh, it's so good to see another person. That's not really rough, is it? No, not at all. Well, I could just do this accent. I guess it's a bit rougher, innit? Oh. Oh, it's so good to see another person. Look, how do I do a rough voice? Her face. I don't look at her face. Just think of a rough voice. Oh. It's so good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only other person left alive. The only one in the whole world.
Now this is quite the effusive greeting. Her introductory speech is riddled with exclamation marks. She's rather more personable than her apparel would make one but suggest. You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. It's your turn now to be on your guard. Anxiously, you observe the girl with the shovel, and you ask her what she means. What happened?
Oh, do you not know?
There's an awful lot you do not know, so much in fact, you would fill a whole encyclopedia. No, a whole library. You shake your head, ashamed at your ignorance, and the girl frowns.
You mustn't be from around these parts, then. I guess I should have known. This village is a small one, and everyone knows everyone else.
The girl's expression falls.
At least, they used to, back when there was still people to know. That ain't the case now, though. Not after the plague.
There was a plague? That would certainly explain why the village, when you walked through it, was so quiet. Did everybody else succumb to this mysterious illness?
That's right. It's just me here now. I've not seen another human being in a long, long time. It gets so lonely here. She said the line! Oh, it's great to see you. Great to see you, Miss Gravedigger.
Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the girl takes a step towards you.
Oh, but where are my manners? They must have gotten rusty after being on my own for so long. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way. You said you were a traveller, yeah? And your hands are very cold, just like ice. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat? And to drink? My home's small, I'm afraid. And my food ain't nothing fancy, but I'd be more than willing to share. It's not for every day another girl stops by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. I'm feeling very blessed.
The girl laughs, a carefree, airy sort of laugh, which does not match your initial impression of her. You thought when you saw her among the graves that she had been more distant, somehow, and more mysterious. Perhaps you're mixing her up with somebody else. You're still unsure if you can trust this girl, but her invitation is an appealing one. It's much more appealing, certainly, than spending the night outdoors in the cold caving on the graves. What are you, a romantic poet? Please. You make a show of pondering the girl's invitation, at the very least. You do not want to appear too eager, but your acquiescence is, alas, an inevitability. Why would you ever refuse her?
Well, because I've died twice, maybe. That's why I want to refuse her a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Girls are scary now. I'm straight after this. I don't want anything to do with girls anymore. I'm spooked, okay?
She's the first friendly face you've seen all night. Without her, you'd be all alone.
Yeah, it's not very friendly though, is it? She's gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me and I'm gonna die. She's gonna burn me alive or something. She's gonna be like, oh, here, you should lie down in the grave, see how it feels. Then I'm gonna do it and then she's gonna start bringing me up.
Your hostess leads you to a small, humble home located but a stone's throw away from the church, built in the shadows of a twisted, towering sycamore. The girl's home is in such a state, it seems a folly to even call it a home. Hovel would, to you, be a more appropriate descriptor. But when your hostess leads you inside, her eyes alive, and she says,
here we are, home sweet home.
You don't have the heart to tell her that you don't find her home very homey or very sweet. That would be incredibly rude.
It would be.
As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. Half-heartedly, you look around your newfound surroundings. The ceiling is supported by wooden joists, and is perilously low, not so much so that you're in danger of bumping your head, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. There's a fire in the corner, though it's not co-signed to a grate. The fire instead is blazing in the open, a circle of logs set alight, like a scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire hangs a silvery pot, suspended from one of the wooden eaves. Other objects of interest are hung from the eaves, from iron implements you take to be cooking utensils, various herbs, and strips of meat left to cure. The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp sour scent of unwashed bodies. How, you wonder, does your hostess clean herself? You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Perhaps she does not possess one.
Can I have some clothes, by the way? My skirt's torn.
The girl's home is unremarkable in every regard, but it is, you suppose, better than nothing. At least there's a roof over your head, and food to put in your belly. The girl looks to the pot, suspended over the fire, which she gives a stir with a ladle. Then she brings the ladle to her lips, to taste whatever concoction she has brewed within it. You can only hope that she's not, like the weird sisters from that famous play, brewing a broth with fenny snake fillets.
The Weird Sisters. Is this talking about... what are they? I don't remember. Actually, there's a couple I'm thinking of. Like, aren't there the witches from Macbeth and, like, stuff like that? Is that? I don't know. There's a lot that you talk... there's a lot. My brain's overflowing now. I can only think of... I know that this specifically, I've seen, like, a play or something. Or I haven't seen a play, but I've at least heard of a play which described some characters specifically as the Weird Sisters. One second, let me look it up. Actually. The Weird Sisters. It says Macbeth. Yeah, the Weird Sisters. Alright, I was right, it is Macbeth. Woohoo, I'm smart. Yeah, I think this is just about done,
the girl says, to nobody in particular. She sets the ladle down, back into the pot, then looks to you and smiles.
Oh, that was weird. I accidentally tapped, and it did just skip the tap. It didn't skip over to the next box, but it just finished the text. Do you want something? It looks as though you've come quite the long way. You must be hungry.
These words are like music to your ears, even more divine than the trumpet of God's most loyal angels. You're so hungry you could eat a horse.
I'm so hungry, I could eat a horse.
Not that there are any horses in the immediate vicinity. You express your interest to your hostess, who smiles in response.
I thought you'd like the sound of that. Just give me a few moments.
Your hostess retrieves two earthenware bowls from a cupboard with rickety hinges, into which she pours two hefty helpings of whatever it is she's cooking. This she serves with bread, which is so hefty it could be used as a murder weapon.
Is it any? It's not much, I'm afraid. It's only soup and bread. Should take the edge off your appetite, though.
You thank your hostess for her hospitality, your stomach rumbling all the while. The soup does not look like anything you'd typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. It's true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but when one is hungry enough, one becomes obliging enough to eat almost anything. Why else do you think that people, when stranded upon desert islands, will resort to cannibalism? Humans are creatures of necessity. You like to wrap yourselves up in pretensions, but in actuality, you are not much better than animals. You're so hungry, your stomach is achingly empty, that you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Your teeth glint, your incisors gleam. I'm so hungry I can eat without YouTube. That's so true, honestly.
I'm conforting back into an airways. This game's gonna make me airways because I'm scared of people. I don't feel romantic attraction anymore because I just don't wanna. I'm just scared, okay?
Soon you've consumed all that your hostess has offered you. Your hostess watches while you eat, and she giggles once you've finished.
Did you enjoy that?
Oh, you catch your hostess's gaze, suddenly abashed. You were so hungry you failed to account for her judgment. Now you have some food in your belly though, and you've been suitably warmed Your old self-consciousness is returning. Did you not make a fool out of yourself?
You're such a rude narrator.
You dimmer shyly, looking at your lap, fearful all the while of what your hostess might think of you. You do not want her to take against you. Fortunately for you, however, and for your fragile ego, your hostess is not the judgmental sort. She's not like the girls you grew up with.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's nice to see my food's being appreciated so heartily. I know I'm not the best, but I've been practicing for a long while. I used to cook for my father all the time, you see.
This remark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess, your abashment over your animalistic eating habits suspended. What happened to her father? It seems a grim thing to contemplate after having eaten, but didn't your hostess mention something about a plague?
Yes,
your hostess says. Sorry, I had the accent. Yes, your hostess says, her voice soft. I'm turning into writing many memoir.
Yes,
your hostess says, her voice soft now and serious.
That's right. There was a plague.
And what of the villagers? What of her father?
They're all gone now.
Gone?
Yes. You see...
Your hostess rearranges herself upon a chair, one slender leg folded over the other.
That's how I'm sitting right now. That's how I'm sitting. What the heck? That's silly.
Then she begins her tale in earnest. Amano.
My family has a history. We have lived here for centuries, by the church, so as we can tend to the graveyard.
Ah, so this abode is centuries old then. It would certainly explain the dirt.
My father used to prepare bodies for burial back when he was alive. He built the coffins, and he dug the graves, and he lowered the coffins into the dirt. I know it might sound like an awful job, but somebody's got to do it. There's no sense of averting our eyes from death, not when it happens to the best of us. It's a noble profession, one that's been handed down in our family for generations. My father's father was a gravedigger, and so was my father's father's father, and my father's 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 father. Digging graves is in our blood. It's who we are.
My. That's a surprisingly pretty speech, coming from a girl who lives in a countryside, a girl who is without much in the way of education. It is apparent, just to listen to her, and the way she slurs her syllables together, that she's never had any elocution lessons, not like you.
Slurs her syllables? What are syllables again? Oh, right. I think this just means, like, saying can't instead of cannot.
There's a determination, however, to her, and a pride in her genealogy, which gives her a respectable aura. You cannot help but be impressed. So, you ask your hostess, does that make her one in a long line of gravediggers?
Yes,
your hostess, the gravedigger, says.
That's about right, though I was never supposed to be a gravedigger myself. It's not a woman's profession, that's what everybody says. My father didn't mind that, though. He taught me everything he knew, and then some. I might be a woman, but I have plenty of upper body strength. I can dig a grave just as well as my father could, without breaking a sweat. To the despair of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure. I'm sure if she was still alive, she'd rather have focused on more feminine pursuits, like basket weaving or sewing, to better attract a suitor. Well, gulp, you've attracted a suitor. Not that would do much good now. There's nobody around who caught me, not for miles and miles. Maybe. They're closer than you think.
And what happened to her mother?
She died when I was very young, during childbirth. I was only 5 years old.
Oh, well. You can relate to her at least up on this point. Your parents are not dead, at least not as far as you're aware, but you've not seen them in an awfully long time. They sent you away as soon as you were old enough, and they never once bothered to check up on you. For many years, there have been no letters, nor any visits. You offer the gravedigger your condolences. You do not know if they will help, but you feel like you cannot say nothing. That would seem heartless. The gravedigger, however, does not seem too upset by this turn of events, because she smiles, albeit somberly.
It's alright, it was ages ago. I don't remember it too well, and I've never really had the luxury of sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do.
Around the house, you ask?
That too. I was the oldest child, so... Oh, did you also have siblings that died? Rest in... pepperonis? Haha, I'm quirky. Sorry, people are dead. I was the oldest child, so it was my job. After my mother died, I managed the sweeping and the cooking. Oh, and looking after all my siblings too.
You blink, intrigued, then glance about your hostess's humble lodgings. You do not see any siblings in the immediate vicinity.
Laura! How stupid are you? Come on! Everyone died in a plague!
Where could they be? The gravedigger must have noticed your roving eyes. You're not being exactly subtle, because she shakes her head.
I had siblings. 2 younger brothers. They're both gone now.
Oh. You should have known.
Yeah, you really should have. Usually I'm not one to blame you, but like, what the fuck? She's like, oh yeah, everyone is dead. Every single person I know is dead. I am completely alone.
Oh yeah, back when I had 2 siblings. Wait, she has siblings? Where are they? Where could they be? You should have known. You apologize to the gravedigger for your lack of tact, but she does not seem upset by this faux pas.
Don't apologize. It's not your fault.
My brothers weren't long for this world anyway. The youngest, he died when he was still a babe, and the oldest, he died before he reached double digits. I was upset about it at the time, of course, but I've come to terms with it. Life's a fleeting thing in this wicked old world. That's something you learn in this trade. Digging graves, I mean. I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm. I've also dug graves for the young babes still in their swaddling clothes. That's the nature of death. It comes for all of us in the end, no matter how old we are, no matter how much money we have, no matter how good or bad we've been. It's the great equalizer. Or so I've heard. A chill creeps down your spine as you listen to your hostess's speech. She's not wrong, but the inherent mortality of all humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. It's too disturbing. For the longest of times, my family was a small one. It was just my father and me, but that were fine. It was how I liked it. I was very happy, even if our lives weren't the best. I've never had any fancy clothes to wear, and we can't dine the finest of foods. In the grand scheme of things, we ain't anything that special, but I've always felt otherwise. I thought that I was blessed. We know hardship, of course, and famine, but that's just the way life is around here. When food supplies are a little low, we always helped one another out. I had my father, but as had the rest of the village. We all looked after one another, and things always worked out in the end. At least, they did. Till the plague happened. Yes, she had mentioned the plague. He had been wondering when she was going to return to that topic. You suppose that the plague is the reason that the village, as you traversed it, was so very empty? You'd suppose right. The plague tore through the village. I don't remember when. Feels like it were a while ago, but maybe it wasn't all that long after all. Feels like I've been on my own for centuries, but... Your hostess's eyes begin to cloud over. She looks as though she's entrenched within her own memories. What could she be remembering? You've never seen a plague before, though you have heard of them in your history lessons. Your history professor was quite enthusiastic about the subject. She talked about piles of dead bodies stacked up on the streets, and stacked up in the wooden carts come to take them away, with no shortage of aplomb. She was a strange woman, your history professor. The plague came on very suddenly. There were no warning. One day everyone were fine, and the next... they were all dead. It's with no small amount of anxiety that you eye the gravedigger. Then you ask worriedly, surely they could not all have died? Well, they did. Is that not an exaggeration? Oh, if only. I wish I were exaggerating, but it's the truth, honest to God. The people in the village died, one after the other, just like that. I saw what the plague does to people firsthand. My father was one of the first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies which came through that we buried must have had it. Not that I know for certain, I'm just guessing. Still. My father didn't have an easy time of it. His skin turned all grey and clammy, and he complained of horrible fever, of a night sweat and stomach cramps. And then there were the boils. The boils? Pustules. They were the size of eggs, and they were full of pus. And the burst it stunk, though our house was full of it. The stink of death. So it seems that this plague is... I don't know. It's at least been mentioned like twice now, right? It was mentioned by the princess that there was a plague, and then... it's... I think fair to assume that the... girl who the mermaid was friends with died from the plague. I'm glad that I came to the village last. The wise woman of the village came to see if she could be of any use, but it were no good. My father were too far gone already.
She took one look at him, lying on his deathbed, and she shook her head. She said she didn't want to get any closer. Can't say I blame her. It was a ghastly sight. I didn't appreciate it at the time, though. Felt like she would turn her back on us. I wished her ill. I remember that, after she left. Till a few days passed, she fell sick too. Then, I felt bad for cursing her. I couldn't help but worry if it were all my fault. It's silly, I know, but... The gravedigger closes her eyes. She seems to squeeze her lids together until her lashes melt like flecks of fallen snow. A lot of melting lashes. Her shoulders, which are very slender, are shaking. She looks as though she might at any moment fall apart. It wasn't long after that the rest of the village fell ill. They all had the same symptoms as my father. The clammy skin, and the fever, and the boils. The boils grew, then they burst, and then they died in screaming, stinking agony. My father died too, only 3 days after he fell ill. I think even that was 3 days too many. I didn't want my father to die, of course. I did everything I could to help him. We're all pointless. None of my able salves had any impact. I couldn't make a blind bit of difference. All I did was stand about his bedside, telling him it'd be alright, till his eyes sank into his skull like 2 black stones and his mouth dried out. During that last day, before he died, he might have been a corpse already. He didn't look at me. He didn't speak to me. He just lay in bed with his eyes closed, groaning. I'd never wished any ill on my father before, but during those moments, The gravedigger squeezes her hands, which are resting upon her black-clad lap, into fists. She trembles. Then, in a voice throbbing with awful emotion, she says, I wish he just died. Well, based on her anecdote, it does not sound like she had overly long to wait. I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining. No, perhaps not. The gravedigger's still shaking. She will not cry, will she? You hope not. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. You're not sure how to soothe her, but you know you must make some sort of an effort, even if it is a token one. You shift upon your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your thighs. Right, I'm still wearing like just a torn skirt on this like hard wooden chair. Jesus, oh my god. Then you say, very softly, that you're sorry. It's not much, but it's all that you can think of saying. You'd thought initially that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, but now you can see that this is not the case. Her suffering is far outstripped your own. Not that suffering is a competition, of course. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears, largely because it is, but the gravedigger seems not to mind it. She's very big-hearted, that girl, to smile at you so, no matter how foolish you might be. This narrator's really rude. Do you really deserve such kindness? Oh, again with the apologies. It's alright, like I said, he didn't cause any of this. I don't upset you, I'm just... recount what happened, is all. I do wonder though, why I never fell sick myself. I thought I was gonna die, so I'd already prepared for the Reaper to come and take me away. But maybe he wasn't interested. Maybe he'd already satiated his appetite on all the others. That, or maybe he thought he'd have to leave me alive for practicality's sake. With my father gone, who else would tend to the dead? I was the only person left by the end of it all, so I had to bury the people in the village. We're all resting peacefully now, under the earth, where the plague can't reach them. On the one hand, I'm happy for them. They're able to escape from all their suffering. When I think about all the people I've lost, though... The gravedigger tenses. Then she sniffs. When I think about the kindly washerwoman who helped me scrub the mud and the dirt from my clothes... Aha! So this village did have its fair share of washerwomen after all. It would seem your earlier insistence as a particular point was not without merit. She's recounting all of the people who died! This is so rude! I know it's only in my head, but what the heck? And the handsome young farmhands who used to flirt with me. The priest who preached at the church, who told us wonderful tales of paradise, and the children who would skip stones in the lake and play hopscotch in the streets. And then she sniffs. It smells stinky in here. I can't but feel so lonely. The gravedigger's eyes begin to shine when she's finished her address, with tears, but she does not let them fall. She's being very brave, much more so than you are. Anxiously, you extend a hand toward her, meaning to... What? Give her a hug. You do not know well enough. You could ask. Be like, hey, do you want a hug?
Pat her head? That would be infantilizing. Squeeze her hand? Perhaps that could be misconstrued as a romantic overture, and that is the last thing you want. You endured more than your fair share of teasing over that. You sit there for a few moments, paralyzed by indecision, as the gravedigger poorly suppresses her sniffles.
It smells really awful. I don't know what it is, but something just proper reeks, doesn't it? Proper reeks in here. So I might have died in the floorboards.
In the end, you let your arm drop back to your side. Your hand rests upon your lap, as useful as damp kindling. You do not know what to do with it. You do know that you ought to say something, though, to show that you had heard her plight, and that you care. You do not know that what this something should be, however. No words could ever console the gravedigger. They would never be enough. You can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved, and so, after a pause just long enough to be awkward, you offer your condolences.
Jesus, you've already said, I'm so sorry, like, twice already. It's not, you can just ask, just say like, hey, do you need a hug? Just say that, just say that. Just literally say that, just, hey, do you need a hug? And then bam. Either she says yes, or she says no, and then it's over with. Well, it's not over with. If she says yes, then you hug her, but, you know.
What else can you say?
Oh, no.
The gravedigger replies, wiping a few stray tears away from the back of her arm.
It's alright. I've grown used to it, really. Being on my own, I mean. It ain't so bad, really. And I'm not alone now, at least. I've met you. You'll keep me company, won't you?
Well, what can you say to that? You aren't callous enough to trample this poor girl's hopes, are you? You know full well yourself how awful that feels.
No, I have to refuse her. She's gonna kill me. Oh, but she looks so happy, but she's gonna kill me.
You can do nothing but nod, a response which makes the girl smile more widely still.
That's wonderful. I know you're just a traveller who's passing through, but I can offer you bread and board until you leave. I have food enough, and a spare room. I can make up to you for now. You must be tired after your long journey. Just give me a moment.
Gravedigger rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement, then retreats. You watch as she departs, a little too eager to please, and frown. The girl's home is a small, humble one, with a low ceiling and slanted walls. You cannot imagine such a small dwelling possessing a spare bedroom. This so-called spare bedroom is, in all likelihood, the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. You do not think that you would much like to spend the night in the room of a dead man, but what choice do you have? You're tired, wretchedly so. Why?
Imagine that. Imagine being like, oh, well, someone who once died had this room. It's not like, well, I guess he did die in the room, didn't he? But still. It's like, oh, someone who is now dead used to be here, so I don't wanna. Like, oh my god. That's a crazy. You're crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. Like, it's not like he died, like, yesterday. And even then, it's not like everything that he touches has, like, death mold on it that makes it stinky and gooey.
Why, it's all that you can do to keep your eyes open. While you were running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no thought in mind beyond finding some safe sanctuary in which you could recuperate. Now that you've found said sanctuary, it would be unreasonable to find fault with it. You ought to learn to be more thankful for what you have. There are many, many people in the world with less. You rise and follow the gravedigger, when she's finished her preparations, to a so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit as cramped as you feared it would be. At least there's a bed, which comes as something of a relief. The rest of these lodgings are so humble you were half expecting a straw pallet.
Yep, I've never slept on a straw pallet before.
As tired as you might be, you cannot lie to yourself. You have no desire to sleep among the hay like an animal.
Well, I'll do it for a pretty mermaid.
The sheets of the bed are clean too, a fact you discern with a cursory glance. So you will not be expected to sleep upon the sweat-soaked linen of a plague-ridden man after all.
Well, yeah, duh.
This really is your lucky day.
I got you this too,
The gravedigger says, somewhat shyly, as she hands you a folded gown.
Just sleep in. I thought it might come in handy. Your own clothes are, a little shabby. Thank you!
She can say that again. Her skirt's covered in mud, and the hem is torn and ragged.
This nightgown is one of my old ones, so it's suffered a bit of wear and tear, but I hope it'll fit alright. It's clean if nothing else.
You accept the nightgown from your benefactress with words of thanks. You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but you cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness overcomes you, and you yawn. A fact the gravedigger does not fail to notice.
Oh, begging your pardon, I don't want to keep you. I've been making myself scarce. If you need anything though, don't hesitate to ask. I'll be happy to help.
The gravedigger bows her head to you like a drudge, then hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Tired though you are, you soon found that you rather miss your hostess's company. In the face of her good-natured smiles, you can almost forget all of the hardships you've hitherto endured. In her absence, however, your lodgings feel almost unbearably cold and inhospitable. You suppress a shudder, then unclothe yourself. You work as quickly as you're able, but your fingers are cold, and they fumble with the buttons of your blouse. It takes you more time than you would like to complete this endeavour, but you soon have your shirt and your skirt dispensed with. Yet you try to fold them neatly, so you do not bother to fold them at all. Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defined as a sulky child, then pull on your new nightgown. Your hostess's earlier warnings were apt enough. It is quite worn, but it fits well enough. It's more comfortable at least than your old uniform. You've endured worse. Nearly dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from your braids and settle down among the sheets. It's with a sigh you extinguish your weakly flickering candlelight, which burns in your bedside, and with another sigh that you lay your head down upon your pillow. Though physically exhausted, you have to wonder whether you will be able to sleep at all. You can recall your previous dash through the forest in such vivid detail, your heart is still pounding. That fear has yet to leave you. Perhaps it will never leave you. Your terror was such, it almost feels as though it suffused itself into your bones, into your very being. But your exhaustion is greater than your worldly anxieties, and soon it claims you.
Oh, I'm so sleepy.
That was not a sleeping noise. Your eyes fall shut, and your breathing inevitably begins to even out. It's not long until you're spiraling through a dark, deep abyss, lost in Morpheus's kingdom.
Fuck this. I'm closing the game.
Sorry, I had to. Lost in Morpheus's kingdom. But your sleep, despite your worried state, is not as restorative as you'd hoped. Your imagination's always been overactive, even at the conservatoire. You were frequently beset by dreams of the most vivid nature. The dreams that you have this night, lying beneath unfamiliar sheets upon an unfamiliar bed, are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you're back at the conservatoire, the place where this adventure of yours began. You're wearing the crisp white blouse you once discarded, and your grey unremarkable skirt. Your hair is tied in braids, and your eyes are downturned, forever focused upon your feet. You tried not to look at your classmates, and you thought yourself fortunate if they did not look at you in return. You did not want anybody to notice you. Until that awful winter, that is, where everybody stopped paying attention to you for good. Nobody tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallways. Nobody, in fact, so much as glanced at you. All of a sudden, there were no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair and no thrown objects. It got so lonely. You were giddy with relief at first over this newfound means of tormenting you that your classmates had devised. But this little game, that of complete and utter disregard, continued on and on and on, as the days grew shorter and the nights grew longer. As the time passed, you began to fret as to the state of your own corporeality. Could anybody still see you? Did you even exist at all? But then at long last you found it, quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected it in the forest, through which you were sometimes bidden to jog, the PE class, beneath the shade cast by an old oak tree.
Part of me wants to make an erection joke. Part of me wants to make a Joe Biden joke. So I'm gonna mix them together. Joe Biden was the girl who was erect. I don't know.
It was a makeshift tombstone, a small Miyaga monument made of stone, upon which one of your classmates had honed a name. Your name. You knew at once, as you stood there, standing beneath the shade of that ancient tree, that this was the reason behind your classmates' silence. This was why they had, for many months, been ignoring you so assiduously. They had buried you. In their hearts, you'd already died.
She's gonna bury me. This one isn't even nearly subtle. I'm gonna notice that she's gonna bury me.
Your dreams notwithstanding, you sleep more comfortably than you had anticipated. When you awake the following morning to the sweet chirping of birdsong, you feel well rested, albeit woozy. Your head is a ching. It's nothing, however, that a cup of hot tea cannot fix. You stumble into the kitchen in your nightclothes, your hair loose and your feet bare, and the gravedigger turns to you. She looks at your face, which is pasty, and your under eyes, which are dark, and exclaims in the manner of one accustomed to solving problems, not complaining about them.
Oh, you look awful. I think you need something warm to drink. Maybe you need something to eat too. Let me get started on breakfast.
And that is exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be quite the simple affair, nothing like the luxurious food you were accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and the cheese is a bit too strong. It's food all the same though, and you do not complain. Your stomach was beginning to grumble, even. The tea is inoffensive at least, and you drink it gratefully. You thank the gravedigger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at your return.
I'm mixing all my words together now.
And she smiles at you in return, a sunny smile, like a field of blooming bellflowers.
More flowers! It's no problem. Don't hesitate to speak with me if you need anything else,
She says, words which come to symbolize your relationship. You stay with the gravedigger for many, many more days, and, limited though her means might be, she always tries to help you. The gravedigger sets you chores about the house to keep you occupied, a fact for which you're grateful. You need to do something to keep your mind off your frantic flight through the forest. You can almost forget about it now, during the day. During the night, however, it returns to you, the sound of your feet against the foliage and the swirling fog. When you sleep, you're assailed by nightmares. Sometimes you awake after midnight, the sheets twisted around your body and your mouth gaping open in a paroxysm of terror. Though you try to tell yourself otherwise, you're still afraid. Being with the gravedigger makes you feel less so, though, particularly when you are sweeping the floor or keeping an eye on the bread loaves so they do not burn. You attend to most of the domestic chores, while the gravedigger concerns herself with the work she knows best, that is, digging graves. Her dogged persistence when it comes to this pursuit intrigues you, so much so that you cannot help but posit a question to her on one particular morning, when the sky is festooned with clouds. Why, you ask her, perhaps a touch insensitively, do you continue to dig graves? There's nobody left, after all, to dig them for. You've always been practical, and you cannot see the point in it.
What's the point in it,
The gravedigger ponders, while holding a precious shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she does not seem upset by your question, despite its bluntness. You should count yourself lucky her temperament is so very placid.
Don't suppose there's any point in it, really,
The gravedigger eventually says, with a small smile.
I know it didn't have any practical purpose, but... well... digging graves is what my father did. He showed me how to do it so I could continue his legacy. My father wanted to keep our family tradition going. And I suppose I want to do the same. That's all there is to it, really.
That's all, is it? You think you can understand that? Though your companion's actions might appear to be illogical, there's a kernel of reason nestled amongst them. Among us. She does not dig graves out of any sense of purpose, she does it instead out of sentiment.
Besides, I have to do something to keep myself busy, don't I? If I spent my days idling on my own, I think I'd go mad.
The gravedigger laughs at this, as though the prospect of her own madness is amusing. Her laugh, despite her slender stature, is not particularly delicate. It reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of the braying of a horse. You're ashamed of thinking such a thing, though, and your face flushes with the guilt of it. We cannot all be well-bred young ladies, you know. Still, the laughter of the gravedigger, as it echoes through the grey, gloomy sky, is strangely desperate. It sounds forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural, the rictus grin of a corpse. You find, despite your attempts to return her laughter with a polite giggle, that you cannot help but pity her. You retreat indoors briefly after your talk with the gravedigger, then set about some simple chores. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to manage sweeping the floor, a task which does not take particularly long, and the preparing of the meals, a task which takes slightly longer. It's not until much later, however, once the sun has already sunk beneath the horizon, and the moon is high in the sky, that the gravedigger returns from the outdoors. She is windswept after many hours spent exposed to the elements, and there's dirt caked beneath her fingernails. The gravedigger removes her cloak, which she hangs by the door, then looks to the pot suspended over the fire which you stoked with your own fair hands. The scent of cooking food, that of garlic and onions, fills the air, suffusing the interior of the kitchen in a homey aroma which makes your stomach rumble.
Homie!
That wasn't a Marge Simpson voice. Taking stock of this, the gravedigger smiles at you, a toothy smile which, despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly clean and bright and white.
Thank you so much, dear one. Dear one? Why am I always dear one? I picked a name, it's Flora, because of all of the flowers. There's nothing like returning home after a hard day's work to find dinner already prepared. Now, let me give it a test.
The gravedigger dips a spoon into the soup, then brings it to her lips. She blows upon it. Then, she places the spoon into her mouth, the wooden utensil clacking against her teeth. You observe this with a touch of anxiety. Will she like the food which you've prepared for her? You've cooked for her before, in the past, and she was always very complimentary of your efforts. Cooking is not your forte, however. You never had to concern yourself with it really, growing up in relative comfort as you did. You think that you enjoy this rural, rustic mode of existence more than you did any of the privileges of your past life. At least now, with the gravedigger, you have a steadfast friend, a staunch ally. When you're with her, you're not alone, and that is worth its weight in gold. The gravedigger exclaims, after drawing the spoon from her lips, a smile, a bright, guileless one.
It's delicious!
Your face flushes at this compliment, you're unaccustomed to receiving them, and it makes you feel good. Shyly, you ask the gravedigger if she truly means that, a query, which makes the gravedigger smile.
Of course I mean it. You've become quite good at cooking, really.
That's a relief. You were not very good at all of this cooking malarkey in the beginning. You didn't know how to handle a knife, nor how to peel a vegetable, and you cut yourself more than once.
Did you lick my fingers?
You bled into the soup on several occasions, but never once did you throw this solid soup out. The gravedigger lives a humble existence, and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredients. Your soups during your stay have all been seasoned with the slightest hint of iron. Today's soup, however, is a marked step above all the rest. You did not cut yourself with a knife even once. Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving.
This soup should be ready to serve. I have some bread too that we can eat it with. But, oh, I should brew some tea too. Let me.
Ah yes, the tea. You knew that you were forgetting something. You were so focused on the soup, it must have slipped your mind.
She's gonna kill me for this, for not getting the tea.
Your face flushes, yet again, at this oversight, and shyly, you have to correct it. The gravedigger, however, waves your request aside.
No, it's alright. You made the dinner, so I'll brew the tea. It's only fair, and it won't take that long. Would you mind serving up the soup while I'm busy?
Of course you wouldn't mind. You enjoy making yourself useful. For a lady, you're awfully domestic. You work alongside the gravedigger to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it, soup and bread, alongside 2 cups of piping hot tea, prepared by your hostess's own 2 hands. You sit together at the table, and partake in this simple fare after saying grace. The soup really is quite good, despite it being made from only the most commonplace of ingredients. There's a bit of a kick to it, and it warms you from the inside out. The tea, meanwhile, is very soothing, so much so it makes you feel rather sleepy. You would like to sit with the gravedigger for a little while longer, and tell stories, as you've sometimes in the past, that or play cards. The nights are long, and there's no better way to pass them than spending time with her. Games of Old Maid, alas, will have to wait. You're too tired for it. You do not know what has happened, but after consuming your victuals, you're utterly fatigued.
Oh no, she's drugged me! She's drugged me! She's drugged me! No! She's drugged me! That's why she wanted to make the tea, because she drugged me! This is because I forgot to make the tea! So she's gonna fucking kill me now!
You explain your predicament to the gravedigger between your yawns, and she nods in response.
That's alright. You don't need to stay up with me. Not if you ain't up for to it. You should head off to bed and rest that pretty head of yours.
You do not think you're particularly pretty, but you presume that the gravedigger's just regurgitating a phrase to you. She does not truly mean it. How could she? She's far prettier than you are. You thank the gravedigger for her understanding, and rise from the table. You retreat to the spare bedroom on trembling legs, and change out of your clothes. You have only just slid into your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles upon your door, light and unobtrusive. This rapping could, of course, belong to but one person. It is the gravedigger, come to check up on you.
I'm sorry, the gravedigger says, her voice soft, but you rushed to your room so soon after eating, I couldn't help but worry about you. Would you mind if I took a look at you? I just want to see if you're alright.
The gravedigger's trying to keep her voice steady, but you can hear it wavering regardless. She really does sound concerned, so much so, she could very well be on the brink of tears.
She thinks that I'm gonna get the plague, and so she's gonna bury me alive.
You do not want her to cry for you. You'd feel horribly guilty if you upset her, even inadvertently, given all that she's done for you. You bid the gravedigger entry into your room, therefore, without further delay, an invitation she hastens to take. The door swings inwards with a creak, and there your hostess stands, still attired in black, her clothes a stark contrast to your pure white, well, off-white, nightgown. The gravedigger looks at you, seated in bed with your hair freed from your usual braids, and exhales. Is that relief, you wonder, playing about her face? But why?
This one was also pretty obvious. I should have guessed it sooner, because she was saying, oh, well, I honestly kind of wish that I could have killed my dad. This one I should have gotten so much sooner.
What was she expecting to see exactly before entering your bedchamber?
Thank you for letting me in,
the gravedigger says, toying with her fingers.
How do you feel?
Not too terrible, you reassure her. There are no particular problems with your health. You just feel tired.
Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a bit pale.
That'll be nothing out of the norm. You are always pale.
True. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like something warm to drink, or maybe a hot brick to place in your bed? It should keep you warm.
You appreciate your hostess's thoughtfulness, but you reassure her that this won't be necessary. You'll be fine.
I hope so. I thought that about my father too before he...
The gravedigger begins, but her voice soon trails off. She does not finish that thought. She does not need to. You know now what she was thinking of before she entered your bedroom. Cold, clammy skin, a sweating brow, rank, oozing pustules. You think upon these symptoms, which are eerily similar to those recounted during the Great Plague which once beset your own country, and you shudder.
If you don't want anything, then I'll be on my way, the gravedigger says. But before that...
Before that?
This was just a fancy on my part, but I was wondering, would you mind if I brushed your hair for a little while?
Your hair?
That's right. It's such a pretty shade of red is all. I just thought, well, it's just a fancy, really. You don't have to let me, not if you don't wanna, but I thought it might help you relax if you're feeling under the weather. I've heard it's supposed to be soothing.
Well, it's pink, actually. That is what the gravedigger says, but you have the distinct feeling that she's the one looking for solace here. She's not quite so selfless, perhaps, as she would like you to think. But she has been very good to you, and has done so very much for you, that you do not want to begrudge her this small self-indulgence. You rather think she deserves it. You agree therefore to her request, and upon doing so, you're certain you've made the right choice. Your hostess's face lights up immediately.
She's gonna, kill me with the hairbrush or something.
In a manner which makes you blush.
Oh, thank you. It'd be me honour. Now, let me fetch my brush. She's gonna kill me.
The gravedigger retreats from your room in a hurry, but returns soon thereafter, holding in her right hand the promised brush. This artifact acquired, the gravedigger then settles herself upon your bed by your side. She looks at your hair for a few moments, her expression pensive. Then she announces that she'll begin. The gravedigger leans in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which melts with the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You can feel the bristles of the brush running through your hair. It's soothing enough, so much so it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one, and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this for you, you wonder, when you were a little girl? If she did, it must have been when you were a very little girl. You've not seen your mother in quite some time, not after you enrolled at the conservatoire.
Oh, you have such a lovely hair, dear one. It's soft, just like silk, not all like mine. Mine's so coarse.
This gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-formed reminiscences. It sounds as though the gravedigger's lust and nostalgia of her own, because her voice, when she next speaks, is dreamy.
I think my mother used to brush my hair like this for me, back when she was still alive. That must have been a long time ago, though.
It's funny, you think, as the bristles of the brush continue to slide through your tresses, that you and the gravedigger should both be reminiscing, in tandem, about your respective mothers. Perhaps there's something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair, which is wont to summoning forth such images.
Well, I brush my own hair, so checkmate, liberals.
I would not know, personally. I cannot remember my own mother at all.
Narrator having a mother check?
I don't think I liked having my hair brushed very much, the gravedigger continues, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck.
My mother used to complain that I squirmed too much. I can remember that. She always told me to sit still. Though it wasn't my fault I squirmed. She used too much force.
Now this is curious. It sounds as though the reminiscences of the gravedigger are not particularly fond at all.
Hi there, Monochrome Lily. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, let me stretch. Oh, we've been at this for a bit now. 4 hours, 58 minutes.
Did she not get along well with her mother?
I can't rightly say.
The gravedigger replies in a somber sort of voice.
I was young, like I said, when she died. I really don't remember her too well. But I don't think she ever had that much time for me. She was too busy with all my cooking and cleaning, and looking after my baby brothers. I saw when you first went live and was like, well, I'm going to be busy, so I guess I'll come in next time. I'm no longer busy, and here you are. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad that you made it. This is quite a long stream, so that makes sense. It's about 5 hours now. Oh, golly. We might be coming to the end soon, though, unfortunately. But I'm not sure, because I imagine there's a sequence after what happens with the gravedigger. I don't know, maybe another half an hour to an hour. That's my assumption.
But she had time enough, despite that, to brush her hair.
She did what she felt she had to make me look presentable.
Not that it really worked.
I wouldn't like the other girls in the village, you see. She's not like other girls. Alright, well, you heard it here first, folks. She's not like the other girls.
If I like to sit indoors with her mothers and sew, I'd always loved the outdoors.
My father said I inherited that from him.
Ruefully, the gravedigger smiled, not that you can see it with your back facing her.
My mother said I wasn't very, well, maidenly. She didn't like that I always traipsed around outside after my father, watching as he dug graves. She said it wasn't appropriate, like I was some sort of a princess wearing a fine dress.
The gravedigger snorts.
That's when we found you in the weirdest way. Someone I followed retweeted one of your tweets, and I was sold immediately. That is kind of an odd way. Which tweet was it, I wonder? I have some absolute bangers. Well, I'm glad that you're here. I used to get a bit muddy, yes, and maybe I did get burrs in my clothes and knots in my hair, but it shouldn't have mattered. It's not like I ever had any hopes of marrying a prince, no matter what my mother said. But still she hoped. She had a lot of hopes, my mother. High hopes. I think she might have resented my father, maybe, for working such a menial job. Her profession's an honest one, but she's never made such money. I forgot I can go back through. It was like a week ago. I can tell because I followed a week ago. Oh, I see. I think I remember seeing you follow. I don't remember if it was... I don't think it was during a stream. I mean, it might have been. I don't remember. But I remember seeing your username. It looked familiar. And I was confused because it says first time chat. And I was like, is it a first time chat? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Maybe in someone else's chat? I think she might have resented my father, maybe. Working such a menial job. Her profession's an honest one, but it's never made such money. I think my mother were open for fine jewels and dresses and... oh, I don't know. She always had ideas. Her head were full of fairy tales. It were a shame, I suppose, that reality didn't match up to what she wanted. I didn't match up to what she wanted.
The bitterness in your friend's voice is unmistakable, so much so you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother. You never will, either. Her cold inert body has been lying in the graveyard, buried beneath a tombstone, for over a decade.
Funnily enough, there's someone on this site named Monolily, so I get a lot of, wait, when did you change your name? That's actually quite funny. I guess it's, that's wild.
Her cold inert body has been lying in the graveyard, buried beneath a tombstone, for over a decade. You have no way of ascertaining whether your companion's mother truly cared for her. You do have intelligence enough, however, to understand that poorly thought out condolences can cause more harm than good. Do you not like it if people try to reassure you that, of course, your father loved you, really? If he loved you, then why did he send you away from home? Why did he never send you any letters?
I thought it was a big deal in the 2 years, Maxfield, but I guess not. Well, I feel like I recognized you, so you're a huge deal. Massive deal.
You know he was worried about his finances, but that seems a poor excuse to pretend that his only daughter did not exist. As for your own mother, meanwhile, she was nice, at least you think she was, but she was woefully ineffectual. Though she was nominally an adult, she was cleaved before your father's judgment. You think that she was afraid of him. You do not try to tell the gravedigger, therefore, that her mother loved her, that she must have done, else she would not have given birth to her. Instead, you sit there, letting the brush run through your hair, and you say quietly that you understand.
400 followers, yeah, I'm an alpha gamer, I haven't beaten any games on stream besides Bleach Dark Souls. Oh my god! You're such a gamer! That's awesome! Truly on the Sigma grind set.
Instead, you sit there, letting the brush run through your hair, and you say, quietly, that you understand. Sometimes, you feel like a disappointment yourself.
Well,
the gravedigger says after a pause.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. I guess it happens to all of us.
You guess so. Parents are only people, after all. While one would hope one's parents would be kind and attentive, they too can fall victim to caprices of their own. Just because one has brought a child into this world, it does not mean one will be able to take care of it properly. Not all parents are responsible, just as not all people are responsible. It's a painful subject.
I need to know, I was looking a little before, and all my brain has picked up on is hairbrush and tresses. What is this? So, this is a game. Basically, we were running through the woods. We met 2 wonderful people who did nothing wrong, and then we met this lovely lady. None of them have names, but we met this lovely lady. She took us in, and now she's brushing our hair. And we're reminiscing about our parents. Yeah, parents. So, and then we might die, but we'll see that. This is a game. I got 2023. Yeah, I have very good commentary. Oh well, it's alright if my mother never liked me, or even if she never loved me. I know my father did, and that's all that matters. You were always there for me, no matter what.
Your companion's voice catches in her throat.
Is that the word for it? Catches in your throat? That's what happens to me. Caught in my throat.
She winces.
At least, until he won. He died. I know that. Well done. And I didn't do a thing to help him.
Your companion's shoulders are beginning to shake.
Your companion's voice catches in her hair as she brushes her tresses. I don't know what tresses mean. There's a lot of big words in this game, that's one thing I will say. There's a lot of big words. And oh golly gee heck, Kazma, I struggle.
Your companion's shoulders are beginning to shake. You still cannot see her, but you can feel her body convulsing. You can sense her loneliness rolling off her in waves. It's all consuming, like the waters of a deep dark ocean. Grief anew pierces your heart, not on your behalf, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This you have no qualms with telling her.
A tresses is a lock, a ringlet, or a braid of hair. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense, I see. As I've not been drinking nearly enough water, I never do with visual novel games. Because I'm like, well, if I'm drinking water, then I'm not speaking, and the only reason that I'm here is to speak. So I usually don't drink a lot. I'm gonna drink so much water after stream's over.
You turn to face her and pluck the brush which has been hovering in the air, inert from her fingers. Then you let her know that her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could not have cured his illness.
I know, but I can't help but think, what if? I keep racking my head over and over, trying to come up with something. But I can't think of anything, and even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. He's dead and buried. I buried him, and now I'm all alone. You have me. Please don't kill me.
She might have been alone, you tell the gravedigger, but she isn't now. Not anymore. How can she be when you're there?
I know that. I know, and I'm grateful, but I don't know if I deserve it.
Why would she not deserve your company? You do not understand.
Because I couldn't do nothing for nobody. My father always looked out for me when I was a little girl, but when he needed me the most, I failed him. I failed everyone. All of the villagers, all of my friends, all died. What would I do if the same thing happened to you? I don't think I could bear it. I don't want you getting sick too. Not when I care about you so much. I thought I'd gotten used to being on my own, but now that you're here, it's making me worry all over again. I've been worrying so much I can't sleep from it. I'm scared.
Your companion's voice catches in her throat. Then she collapses in on herself.
Oh fuck, did she just faint? Oh no.
She leans forwards, her arms wound about her middle, as if to steady herself, and she cries.
Oh no, she's good. she's fine. It's alright. Who's out of 10 would recommend water. That is true. I should drink water. Hope she's dead for all the credits.
She cries and she cries and she cries. Don't worry, she's fine. For a few moments you look at the gravedigger, unsure of what to do. Her pale face, streaked with silvery tears, seems to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders, which seem too slender to bear the accumulative weight of all the sorrow she's endured, are shaking. Your fatigue continues to cling to you, as insistent as the fog which rolls amongst the tombstones in the graveyard at night.
Objection, with that attitude she is. That's fair. We might as well bury her right now. She's pretty much dead and gone by now. People who cry, pretty much dead. Dead to me at least.
You're not so very tired, however. You cannot offer your hostess some comfort. You do not know what you can say to console her. You feel too weary to think of pretty sophisms.
True, even myself. Sorry.
But there is something you can think of. You would not typically be so bold, of course, but you're tired enough, for once, to throw caution to the wind. That and the tears of the gravedigger are awfully arresting.
In your arms, be a good Samaritan. Oh. Oh no. Oh.
You open your arms and, before the gravedigger can pass comment, you pull her to your chest. A soft exclamation escapes the lips of the gravedigger, quieter than the sound of wintry snow as it brushes the ground. Then, there's nothing. The gravedigger is stiff in your arms for a few moments, like the corpses she and her father used to seal away inside their wooden coffins. She's all wide eyes and awkward, pointed elbows, tears still coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry briefly as you hold her that you've perhaps made a mistake. Were your attempts at consoling her too clumsy? You would not know. You've never been in a situation like this before. You've never consoled any friends before, because you've never had any friends to console. It's not so now, however. You are as far away from your odd life as it is possible to be, and the gravedigger, old life, not odd life, and the gravedigger does not curse you for your impudence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she sits there, still as a statue, cradled in your arms.
I'm very sorry to show you something so embarrassing. It's just, I get so lonely sometimes.
Until at long last, with a breathy sob, she lets the full weight of her body fall against yours. You run your hands against your sobbing companion's shoulder, blades, and her back, and gently you soothe her. You tell her that she does not need to apologize. There's no shame in crying. You hug her for many, many minutes while she sobs against your chest, wetting the front of your nightgown. No further words pass between you that night, but they do not need to. Words are irrelevant in a moment as tender as this, shared between two souls who have come to understand one another through mutual loneliness.
Trauma bonding, let's go! Because I can't resist, you gently wring your hands through her hair. Wring your hands through her hands. It's begun the English failing. Yeah, English really, is English even a language? Our language is even real? Let's think about this for a moment. Who made English? Who made the word hair and hand? Maybe they're the same thing. Maybe in another universe. They are opposites. And the hand is on her head and the hair is on her hand. Or wrist, I guess. I don't know.
You slide beneath your sheets, you still feel exhausted, and the gravedigger joins you without asking for permission.
We should all just Morse code, not even for language. Let's just beep boop everything. Yeah, everything. All we need to be is just virtual. We don't need to move or drink or eat or speak. We just 00100 and bam. It'll be an unnecessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but assured. I realized I only did like... Alright, I was doing binary code, not Morse code, but yeah. We just dot dash dash dot dash 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 dot, yeah. It'll be an unnecessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but assured. You've already accepted the gravedigger, after all, every single inch of her. You've accepted her hospitality. You've accepted her food. Now you're accepting her company. You arrange yourself beneath the sheets, then draw her body to yours. The gravedigger has not yet changed into her nightwear. Her clothes will be horribly rumpled when she awakes come the following morning, her head resting against your chest. But tomorrow has ceased to matter. It no longer exists. There's no concept of time between the two of you, no thought of the day which will dawn once this night will inevitably end. Also, sorry if I have to ask you to repeat or I sound strange to reasons why, one, English isn't my first language. I think I'm fluent enough, but I can still make minor mistakes. English isn't, well, I guess English is my first language now, but I only learned English at, like, about the age of 12. Well, I knew, like, a little bit, but, like, I only started to properly learn how to speak English at about that age, so it's fine. Happens to the best of us, aka me. I am the best of us. Instead, there's only the warmth shared between you, and the wetness on the cheeks of the gravedigger. There's the sound, irregular now, and less intense than before, of your companion's muted, muffled sobs. There's this gentle, tender moment, snatched in the midst of a deep, dark night, which can never be replaced. Your eyelids feel heavy, as though weighted down with stones. They droop inexorably downwards, pulling you like a drowning maiden into the dark impenetrable abyss of slumber. You yawn. Then you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravedigger like two cats in a basket. Oh no, the last time that I slept with a girl, she killed me and she ate me. She ate my flesh and my jaw and my throat. No. What's jaw? No, jaw is like the around the chin, isn't it? That was wrong. I meant throat. No. Don't sleep with her. She's gonna kill me. Then you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravedigger like two cats in a basket. You sleep and you sleep and you sleep, more deeply than you've allowed yourself in quite some time. Oh no! I fucking knew it! She's gonna kill me because she's like, oh, if I don't kill you, then I'll lose you, but you're killing me! Oh, I knew it. See, I'm actually kind of a decline for health. That means what you think it means. So my brain is kind of doing that. No, I don't want to use brain juices. Sometimes I can't compute. Yeah, I get that. Sometimes I just kind of... Great example right here. Fuck. Sorry. You get what I mean, I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, this is... nice breath and all that. But yet, when you awake, you find that you're no longer in the bed upon which you slept in, shrouded by sheets. Well, she's dead. The gravedigger, too, is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you're quite alone, lying by yourself in the dark. We were having a moment. Why did I think for a moment that I would be able to live? Oh. You blink, but your surroundings do not become any clearer. Is it the middle of the night? Perhaps you were roused from your slumber by the desire to relieve yourself, or else to slake your thirst? Your sleep has been awfully disordered as of late, and the smallest of noises have been enough to disturb you. That does not sound quite right, though. You slept well, of that you are certain. Your body feels invigorated, as though it has slumbered for hours and hours. How many hours? You do not know. You do not know much of anything. You can feel a strange pinching sensation around your chest, however, and around your arms. It would appear as though somebody, but who else could it have been, save the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping? Oh yeah, I'm wearing something else. Am I back in the uniform that I was in before? Is that what this is? I didn't even question the skirt and the... She didn't mention like a jacket though, but that's probably just game description being slightly different to the pictures, which has happened pretty much all of them slightly, to a variation.
That is a startling thought, but the darkness which entombs you is even more so. The darkness which surrounds you.
Oh, I'm in a coffin. Fuck!
The darkness which surrounds you is unsettlingly complete. It's so thick you cannot penetrate it. Your newfound woes do not stop, however, at this deep unnatural darkness. It's too cold too, and you're lying upon something hard, some sort of a stone slab? What's going on? You reach out, but your movements are soon stymied. There's something heavy lying atop you, something that is limiting your movements. You're anxious before upon waking, but at this discovery you feel downright aggrieved. A sharp prong of panic pierces you, but you try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations even worse. You ought to know that already. You swallow your mounting dread as best you can, though it is coming on thick and fast, and try to squirm. You move your arms outwards, but they do not get very far. There's a wall above you, and walls on either side of you, walls which do not budge no matter how hard you push. Not, I must add, that you can push particularly hard, your anxious state notwithstanding. You've never had much in the way of upper body strength, no lower body strength.
Weak. Like me.
You do not have much in the way of strength at all. You feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from your myriad exertions, unsure of what you should do. You can hardly see a foot in front of your face. You do not know where you are, nor why, but a terrible premonition is beginning to bear down upon you, one which, initially, you tried to discard. You tried to call your gravedigger friend. You did not want to accept it as a possibility, but where else could the truth lie? You're lying in a box, hemmed in by walls which offer only a scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Where else could you be but a coffin? The moment you allow yourself to ponder this awful reality is the moment you hear it, the irregular sound of drumming. It's as though somebody, though they must be a very large somebody, is tapping their fingertips upon the lid of your coffin. That, or it is raining. It's not the fingers of a giantess, though, which is disturbing you, nor is it falling rain. It's dirt. This sound continues, on and on, as though it's drilling its way inside your skull. It's relentless. It's merciless. Like the ticking of a great celestial clock, it cannot be stopped. Your time is almost running out. But you knew that already, didn't you, when you were running through the forest? You ought to have known, silly thing, that you could not outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later, it would catch up with you. You are stubborn, though, and you do not want to accept this. Not content to simply lie there, you cry out. You cry not for your parents, whom you hardly knew, nor for your school friends, for you never had any. Instead, you cry out for your new companion, the girl with whom you had been living, and with whom you shared one precious, cherished moment. You cry out for the gravedigger. Surely this is some manner of mistake. When she realizes that you are in fact entombed in one of the coffins she is currently filling, well, who else would be moving the dirt above you, she will cease her operations at once. She'll pull you out of the darkness, back into the world of the living, and then she will hold you close. She will embrace you. She cannot mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you and so kind.
This is not what friends do. What? It's not. Friends do not put friends in coffins. Well, I haven't had a friend before. And why are my clothes different? Well, I don't know, I got big. You're gonna close the top on you. Yeah, and I'm gonna die right. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much what's happening now.
Why would she bury you? You cried to her so loudly you fear your vocal cords might tear, while banging against the roof of your compact prison. You cried desperately, helplessly, and to your relief, your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of the falling soil stops, albeit briefly. Then you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given it's being filtered through your coffin's sturdy lid, but you recognize it.
So, you're awake then, are you, dear one?
The gravedigger says. She sighs. Then she says in a perplexed sort of voice,
Now that is a pickle. I was hoping you'd be asleep a couple hours more. So, last time we spoke could have been on better terms. Oh no, she's killing us because she thinks that we're gonna die to the plague. If you keep screaming like that, I'm gonna feel bad. Yeah, you should feel bad. You're killing me.
Your companion's words, though distant, are unmistakable. You're so tense, you're attuned to every single syllable, and each of them makes you gasp. Was this not a mistake, then? Does she truly mean to bury you alive? You posit this question to the gravedigger as best you can, trying to keep the tremors from your voice as you do. Perhaps you think, in your optimism, that if you do not let her know how afraid you are, She'll reward you for your bravery and let you go. If this is what you're hoping, though, it's in vain.
That's right, you really do catch on quick.
So it would appear she really has committed to the task of burying you. What an unfortunate turn of events. Why, though, would you do such a thing? You thought that she was your friend.
We are friends,
The gravedigger says, her voice still worryingly offhand, worryingly empty.
I'm very fond of you. There's nobody dearer to me than you. I've had a really good time with you these last few... how long's it been again? I don't remember.
Neither do you. Well, if this little detail has slipped both of your minds, it can't be all that important. You have other things to worry about. Yeah, you are being buried alive. I don't think it matters how long you've been staying with her. If you really are friends, you say to the gravedigger, then what does she hope to gain by burying you? You do not understand, but you understand her reply even less.
Well, here's the thing.
The gravedigger says in a reasonable sort of a voice, as though burying somebody alive could ever be thought of as a reasonable action.
I've been digging graves for a long time, see?
You cannot see.
That's true, you cannot see.
You cannot see, it's too dark, but you affirm that you do, all the same.
Well, I was digging all these graves, but I've not had anybody put them in for ages. It was rather sad.
What? I thought it was some kind of like, oh, well, I want to make sure that you die before the illness can take hold. But no, she's just like, well, you know, got boring digging holes and putting nothing in them, so thought I'd put a person in. What the fuck? You've met a terrible fate, haven't you? I fear that I might have, maybe. Who knows, maybe this is just a misunderstanding.
You think you know where this train of logic, twisted though it is, might be going, so you do not interrupt her. You know no good would come of it. All you can do for the present is lie there and listen.
I was thinking I'd never find another person to bury in this godforsaken village, not after the plague messed everything up. I was getting desperate. Until you came along, that is.
Why didn't you bury me so much sooner then?
Now that I have somebody I can bury, I'm not going to let the opportunity pass me by.
What? I thought that it was for any kind of noble reason. This is just nothing.
I'm sorry, but this is just part of my job. It's what my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. I buried my mother, and I buried my father. I buried all my friends. Now I'm going to bury you too.
It's sound logic, in a sense. As the daughter of a gravedigger, digging graves is her job, but something about it rankles you. If only you could put your finger on it. Ah, yes. There is a bit of a flaw with her reasoning, is there not? You're not dead after all.
Well, bam, there you are. You see, I do not actually. Come again, it's pitch black. No, it's an expression. Right, it's English thing or whatever. Well, you should have chosen your words better. What if you told the deaf person, here, this? How would they know? Touche, alright, bring on the dirt.
You might not... Sorry. All of a sudden I was right next to you. You might not be dead now,
The gravedigger says in response to your ingenuity.
but you will be, if given enough time.
That is how it works. Yep, you already said this. Everybody takes... The Reaper comes for everyone.
I mean, everybody else I've ever known died. Who's to say you wouldn't be next?
It seems rather more likely that you will die, and quickly, if she persists with her poorly thought out plan to bury you. Your compartment's not very large. It affords you precious little space. Eventually, if trapped within it for long enough, you'll run out of oxygen. Then you'll suffocate. That, or you'll starve to death.
I think you'll suffocate first.
Either way, your demise will be a slow, painful one. You're unsure which death will be worse, though, given how precarious the situation is, you do not wish to expend the necessary energy needed to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger, and quickly, while she's still here. You tell her tearfully that you would not leave her. Why would you? You try to sound as convincing as your disordered nerves will allow, but the gravedigger remains unmoved.
You say that,
She says,
but how can I know you're telling the truth? I thought you said you were a traveller. They never stay put in one place for long. You get sick of me before long, then you'd leave me. This way at least I can be assured that we'll always stay together. If I bury like I did the others, we'll never be far apart. I even took care to put you in a nice spot, close to my home, so as you're only a stone's throw away, really. Isn't that nice?
privately, you think that the gravedigger has a different conception of the word nice to you.
Well, it's kind of too late now, isn't it? I'm kind of dying. Whoopsie. I've never experienced death before, not twice, or ever.
You do not say this, however. You cannot say much of anything, because the panic has begun to set in. It's choking you, stopping up your throat, so you can only cry. You scream. You beg and you plead, but it does little good. The gravedigger has already buried her mother. She's already buried her little brothers. She's even buried her father, whom she loved above all else. She thinks by burying you, she's doing unto you an act of great kindness. You think that she's going to kill you. In a sense, you're both right. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed in this matter, however, that... Your opinions are so diametrically opposed in this matter, however, that you'll never be able to find any common ground. You might as well save your screaming. She will not listen to you. She is beyond listening.
Shush, shush, dear one,
says the gravedigger, very gently, just as gently as she spoke last night, when she confided in you all of her fears.
It won't be bad, really. Nothing will be able to hurt you down there. It'll be just like going to sleep for a really, really long time. You can rest, and while you rest, I'll tend to you. I'll plant flowers in your grave. You'd like that, wouldn't you? This way we can always be together. And I'll never be lonely again.
While the gravedigger speaks, she begins to pile even more soil onto the roof of your coffin.
I heard that death is bad for your health. Whether or not that's true, I'm not going to fact check. But point is, if I'm unhealthy, I can't hang out as much. That's true. Really good point. If I'm not in good health, then we can't be. I'm not going to be a very good friend. So you should just let me live.
While the gravedigger speaks, she begins to pile even more soil onto the roof of your coffin. The sound of dirt on top of you, on your arms, your legs, and your head, conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sounds of the dirt, and the scrapings of the shovel, and your own desperate, frantic screams. You scream, and you scream, and you scream without cease, until your throat feels hoarse, and your efforts are in vain.
I'm so hungry, I could eat a horse.
You hammer on the lid of the coffin with as much strength as you can muster, but the lid of the coffin is nailed shut. You're in no position to remove it. All you can do is lie there, screaming and crying and banging your fists on the roof of the coffin, over and over, as more dirt and debris falls on top of you. Eventually, enough dirt falls on you to stifle your screams for good. The gravedigger can no longer hear you, and you can no longer hear her. You are all alone, trapped in a narrow wooden box, regardless of what you want.
Witch. I miss the witch.
Trapped in a narrow wooden box which, regardless of what you want, is now your new home. You can smell the soil in the backs of your nostrils when you inhale. It's so potent, you can taste it on your tongue. You can taste the eventual, inevitable decay of your own body. You will remain trapped here underground, forever and ever. Or, to use less melodramatic terms, until the last of your energy escapes you, and you succumb to your own slow suffocation. It isn't a very pleasant way to go, but you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions, which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Will you try and fight against it?
Well, let's just real quick accept it. Yeah, I'm fine.
Very well then, enjoy your return somewhere. I'm fine. I suppose this is good enough for now, but it's not all goodbye. You can't escape from me, even if you're buried deep beneath the earth. Whether there's a will, there's a way. And even if the whole world has forsaken you, I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again.
Down in the boneyard, 10 feet deep. Thanks for the achievement. Alright, let's load back up. So now I'm curious what's going to happen, because now we've run out of places to go. So is this going to have like an ending sequence, or is it just going to be like... I wonder. Gets lonely in here, it gets lonely in here. Finally, someone said the title of the game. Oh my god! Narrow wooden box, which is real and can't hurt you. The narrow wooden box witch. Are you not happy with the hand that fate has dealt you? And very well, I cannot blame you. It is quite a grim ending. I would not wish it upon my worst enemy, and you are rather dearer to me than that. Now, why don't we give this another go? Just try not to be buried alive this time. I can only endure so much of your screaming. Where are we going now? Your fate is, once again, in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Give up! Well, now that I've continued fighting a little bit longer, I can't see a point. I'm fucking over it. I'm done. Oh, damn. So, you've come back here, have you? That does not come as much as a possibility. Though presented with 3 potential paths, it's not as though traversing any of them would have any particular impact upon your ultimate fate. In the end, you're always destined to return here. Did you really think you had a choice? How hopelessly naive of you. I thought that you were smarter than that. Your breath, which once escaped your lips in sharp, ragged gasps,
is now on the verge of petering out altogether. Your lungs feel deflated, as though they've been punctured. Your blood is rushing through your temples in a heady, overwhelming surge. Your stomach, meanwhile, has twisted itself up into knots. Your body feels heavy, your legs in particular. They no longer wish to obey you. You take a stumbling step forwards, and your foot gets caught in a tree root. You're certain that you passed this route once already, and that you sidestepped it. But perhaps your memory is beginning to fail you, just like the rest of your body. Oh my god. The witching hour. Is it almost time for me to make my grand entrance? Oh! Is the narrator gonna show up? Oh, look at us. Thumbnail moment, maybe? Possibly? Probably, yeah. You gasp, surprised, and pitch forwards, dull and senseless like a sack full of potatoes. Your arm hits the ground with a crack, one which makes you cry out in pain. Tears begin to bead on your eyes, wet and salty tears which you cannot stimmy. Oh, wet and salty. Tears which you cannot stimmy. There's so many punctuation and shit. I can't read this right. I'm sorry. You thought the narrator would show up, but it was actually me, Dio! You're not as resilient as the gravedigger, nor as carefree as the princess. If you lived underwater like the mermaid, then nobody at the very least would be able to tell that you were crying. But you do not, and I can. Believe me, I can. Your arm aches dreadfully, but at least you can still feel it. Your poor feet, meanwhile, have gone quite numb. You try to stand, had you at the energy. I am standing, look. Look at me. But you know, as you sit there dazed, that this would be a futile effort. You cannot stand, not any longer. It hurts too much. You really have been through a lot tonight, haven't you? I fear I've not been very kind to you. But you ought to be accustomed to hardship. Why then are you crying? You always have been a crybaby. That's why they teased you so much. It's because they knew they would be guaranteed a reaction. You're very predictable. Even now, after you tried to borrow my power for your own purposes, you've not changed at all. As you sit there sobbing, you hear, or you think you can hear, footsteps approaching you. Imagine, like, having this voice in your head that's constantly shit-talking you, but also narrating everything. It's like, oh yeah, you're a little fucking pussy bitch, aren't you? Yeah, you're a little fucking pussy. By the way, you hear a knock on your door, so you should check that out, by the way. Little fucking crybaby. Who are you? Oh, you're approaching me. What? How many breads have you eaten in your life? Dear's an idol. Do you believe in gravity? There, to your right, is the snapping of a twig. To your left, the telltale rustle of leaves. Your every sense feels razor sharp, honed to a knife's point by anxiety. You're so panicked, you feel as though you're going to be sick. If you want to vomit, then why not? There's no shame in it. There's nobody here to judge you. Nobody but me. I've always been here, you know. I will always be here, no matter how fast you try to run, or how far. Did you really think you could escape me? Poor sweet child. Poor little fool. I did tell you, did I not? A contract with a witch is binding. No amount of physical distance between the both of us could ever sever it. I told you I would never let you be lonely, and I meant it. But I have had rather enough of these little games. It's time for me to collect my collateral. Oh! Damn, she's pretty! I think I'm fine with this, actually. Yeah, you can take me. You know, I already let myself get eaten and drowned and buried alive because of pretty women. I can have my soul taken as well, you know, why not? A soft gasp escapes your throat as you feel arms wind their way about your back. Naturally, you know whose arms they are. They're mine. I have been watching you all night, but this is the first time I've reached out to you in so direct a manner. Did you not expect me to be so forward? I can hear your heart fluttering in your chest. It's beating very quickly, like a startled rabbit's. Your breaths are short and sharp. It's a cold night, and though I'm holding you, you're still shaking. I wish you'd not tremble so. Everybody fears the unknown, but we are not strangers. We've spoken before, have we not? When you first called me forth from the ether, using that book you found in the library. You were desperate enough then to turn to the occult for help. You pleaded with me to use my magic for your behalf. You begged me. You implored and you entreated and you wheedled and you whined, and though I had some reservations, you forced my hand. I had no choice, not in the face of your desperation. You did not want to be lonely anymore. You wanted to have a friend, somebody who would always be there for you, no matter what. You wanted somebody to love you. Somebody to love.
This fucking 5x5 greasy chicken wing looking sucker ass donut mongrel jobby jabba some bit wings swings the door on its hinges, a creaking noise reverberating in his ears. Oh, wait, was this first part necessary? Quiet, bitch, I'm reading the story. Is that not what you demanded of me? Is that not what I've given you? You might think me wicked, but I think you're being awfully cruel to yourself to run from me after I made all of your wishes come true. I did think, you know, about punishing you for running away from me. I thought of poking out your eyes so that you might never see anybody other than me. I thought of cutting off your long, lovely hair so that nobody might ever think you beautiful but me. People are pretty shallow if they see that I don't have hair, and plus hair regrows. Aww. I thought of breaking your legs so that you might never be able to escape from me. I turned all of these intriguing ideas over in my head, but I am a merciful witch. Though you hurt me, I did not wish to hurt you. You asked, after all, that I love you, and that is what I did. I have drowned you in my love. I have buried you beneath my love. I have swallowed you with my love. You've always been a sad, lonely girl, one who has been starved of affection. Nobody's ever cared for you. Your life has been a barren, empty wasteland, one devoid of any fonder feelings. That is why I had to drown you, you see. That is why I had to bury you. It is why I had to swallow you. I did it out of order, so that's kind of not the order that I did it in, so the swallow was actually first, so, you know. In the end, I was doing you a favor. I was doing it all for you. In that sense, you're very lucky. Do you know that? There are very few people in the world who have had the privilege of being loved to the brink of insanity quite this many times in one night. There are few people in the world who can claim to have been loved by a witch. You've experienced so much love, it ought to have slick even by... I'm still the scat man. Guys, look, it's a witch and she said wicked. Oh my god. That's crazy. Wicked witch of the west. Whoa. You've experienced so much love, it ought to have slaked even your unquenchable thirst. You know now what it feels like to be adored. You have more than upheld my end of the bargain. Now I think it is time that you do the same. From this night forth, you and I will always be together. Then I shall be able to love you endlessly. You will never be lonely again. Why did I run from her? I wanted to be loved the whole time. It gets so lonely here. That's the end. That's all, folks. Credits roll? Do I have to roll the credits myself? I have to roll the credits myself. 1 second. Ew, notes. This was... You didn't see it before on stream, but I went into the extras yesterday when I was just like looking through, getting the audio set and everything. Gallery and music and credits in return were there, but notes was said locked. Anyway, let's do the credits first. Because it's a fantastic game, and you know, even though you've seen me play it, honestly, you should go get it and play it for yourself. It's free. There's no reason not to, and it's very fun. I'm gonna look through my gallery. Oh, look. It's all of the wonderful things that happened. Oh, there's one missing. Huh. I wonder. Hello everyone, this is Ibby. Thank you for taking the time to read this. It gets Alana here. I hope it was an enjoyable experience. I usually leave a few notes in my VNs to explain what inspired me, so I guess I'll do that now. I'm thinking, should I read this or should I leave it so that you have to get the game and beat it to read it? You have to get the game yourself. I'll read this in my own time, but you have to get the game yourself. Let me beat the game, yeah. I'm gonna force you to beat the game. You can't read that really cool note unless you beat the game yourself. I'm gonna read it right as soon as I end stream, but you don't get to. Losers. But yeah, that is going to do for today, I guess. It feels really weird to end like that. I don't know. Something feels like, I don't know. Well, to call me a loser when this is what I wanted. Nuh-uh. From this night forward, we'll always be together. Okay, sick. Wait, what? I'm down. I'm game, girl. Really? I mean, yeah, I don't want to be alone. You're really beautiful. I want to have a witch girlfriend. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. This is what I've been looking for all along. Literally the first girl we encountered, we were like, oh yeah, I'm in love with you. Like, it took us this long. Why were you running? What was the point of any of that game? Just don't run. Just be like, oh yeah. I didn't know that you wanted to love me. In that case, fair enough. Like, we can just be in love now. But yeah, that will be the end of the stream. It feels almost weird to end like that. I don't know why, but... Ooh, I haven't got all the achievements. I wonder what the other ones are for. I'm gonna do them in my own time, and you also should do them in your own time, when you get the game yourself and play it yourself. I'm not gonna be doing those on stream. Same as, like, the true ending in Anne. I feel like this is a good, encompassing stream for this game. And there is more to it, but it's a free game. Do it your own. This works out for me because I only saw the ending that wasn't really the ending, apparently. Yeah, I wonder if there's, like, multiple endings, because there's still, like, 4 achievements, I think it was. Let me check again. There's, yeah, 4 achievements, and there's another image in the gallery, so... You know, there's still a fair bit to do. But yeah, that is going to be it for today, I guess. It's kind of weird to just end like that, but yeah, I don't know. It just feels kind of weird. Huh? Oh, that's weird. Huh? I pressed load just because, and it there was no load slot. Anyway, that is going to do for today, even though it feels like a very abrupt ending, but you know what? That is our ending. We now have a beautiful witch girlfriend, and I'm very, very happy. We finally got what we wanted, a girlfriend. And it's also been 5 hours and 44 minutes and 49 seconds. So, that is going to do for today. My throat is a little bit sore. I am not going to stream tomorrow, but the day after that I'll be playing just Speaker's Just Game Match in Endless Mode. And then on the 29th, of course, that stream that I've been hyping up. Finally, it gets so lonely. Wait a minute! Goodness, I hope to get better by the time that it's the 29th. I hope that everyone enjoyed. Thank you for everyone who stopped by. Lily, Void, Amber, thank you. And yeah, that is going to do for today. I don't know, that's gonna do. Ended very abruptly, but it was a lovely, lovely time. Even though a bit, you know, gruesome. And I love. I was panicking. Had to get the thanks for sharing stream. It was fun to watch and hang around. Have a good rest of your time zone sleep. Well, I have and going to bed. Bye bye. Had to get that quickly. But yeah, that's gonna do it. I'm repeating myself. Sorry. I need to just end it. So that's gonna do. Bye bye.